the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, Divine Beasts Are Absolutely Godless, Part 2. Seeing the masked man before him show no reaction to his words, Ju-Wushin was immediately enraged. He had been a figurehead on East Island, even the Emperor of East Island was out of his league. Coming to the Central Plains, he had slain and captured even the legends of the martial arts world, the leaders of the 8 major sects, and other Jianghu masters. He was on the verge of becoming the supreme ruler of the martial arts world, and now someone dared to stand against him and even kill his son, Juxin. At this moment, Ju-Wushin was determined to make the man before him die a miserable death. As he spoke, Ju-Wushin clenched his right fist, powerful Zhanki and murderous intent coalescing within it. He unleashed a martial arts he had become famous for over the years, the Killing Fist. As the Killing Fist was unleashed, a powerful killing intent filled the air around him. This powerful killing intent alone would have been enough to send a normal person reeling. Facing Ju-Wushin's determined killing move, Shen Fei's right hand glowed with a pitch-black sheen. Armament Haki. Shen Fei's mastery of armament Haki had reached a supreme level, allowing him to circulate it throughout his body like ki or mana, effortlessly. This was an advanced application of armament Haki, taught to Luffy and his crew in Wano country. The flow of armament Haki not only increased attack power but also enhanced defense. For example, the armament Haki on Shen Fei's right arm, while seemingly motionless, was actually circulating at an extremely slow rate. Although Shen Fei had studied many different cultivation techniques, he had always maintained a focus. Chakra, for example, was the first thing he abandoned, followed by ki. Initially, Shen Fei's training focused primarily on the magic and physical techniques of Kamar-Taj. He had continuously cultivated both Haki and Nen, and had now reached near limited limits. Furthermore, having arrived in the Fengayan world, a world of high martial arts, he had begun to focus slightly on ki. Boom! The moment Ju-Wushin's golden fist collided with Shen Fei's black fist, the force and the resulting boom shook the entire Xiangxiahu square. The ground dozens of meters around them collapsed from the collision, sending shockwaves careening through the surrounding area, carrying debris with them and scattering them with a sharp whistling sound. Even those nearby Ghost Charluo, who had retreated to the edges of the square, were caught in the crossfire and fell. Be careful, Pajin immediately stepped in front of Yan Ying, shattering the rubble with his palm. Go! Pajin immediately grabbed Yan Ying's shoulder and sprinted backward. Yan Ying didn't know martial arts, so she didn't know the details of the collision. But Pajin saw clearly that Ju-Wushin's indestructible golden body had been shattered by the opponent's black fist. Pajin knew exactly what this meant. Ju-Wushin's immortal golden body couldn't stop the opponent. Pajin had fought Ju-Wushin before and was well aware of the power of his immortal golden body. The reason Pajin couldn't get Yan Ying back was because of the immortal golden body. Now that the immortal golden body couldn't stop the opponent, it meant that Ju-Wushin was in great danger. Even if he went to help Ju-Wushin, it would be the same, not to mention that Pajin didn't want to help Ju-Wushin at all. On the contrary, if the opponent could kill Ju-Wushin, he would be very grateful to the opponent. The ultimate move he had exchanged for his woman, Shapo Lang, didn't help him win the battle with Wu Ming, which made Pajin a little disheartened. Now Pajin had lost a lot of interest in fame and fortune. The only thing he couldn't let go of was Yan Ying. How is that possible? As Pajin prepared to leave with Yan Ying, Ju-Wushin's expression was filled with disbelief. Ju-Wushin had always been incredibly confident in his indestructible golden body. Even the Emperor of Heaven couldn't break it on East Island. Of course, Ju-Wushin didn't know it was a feint from the Emperor. In true strength, the Emperor surpassed Ju-Wushin. Ju-Wushin's indestructible golden body had first failed against Wu Ming. Even Wu Ming had used a point-to-point attack, using sword energy to disrupt his indestructible golden body and injure him. But this time, the masked figure used sheer force to crush both his killing fist and his indestructible golden body head-on. Ju-Wushin roared in disbelief, immediately unleashing the second move of his killing fist. Ju-Wushin's killing fist was remarkably simple, consisting of only 3 moves, but despite its mere presence, its power was truly astonishing. Killing Heart, Killing God, and Killing Absolutely, these are the 3 moves of the Killing Fist. Zhu Wuxin is currently using Killing God, targeting incredibly powerful martial arts masters like Wu Ming. The final move, Killing Absolutely, is a savage, all-consuming tactic, somewhat similar to the Sword Saint's Sword 23 soul-leaving technique. Unfortunately, in the original novel, Zhu Wuxin was unable to use this move due to his son's poisoning. Boom. Unfortunately, Zhu Wuxin didn't get the chance to use Killing Absolutely this time either. Even Killing God only managed to unleash half of it before Shen Fei attacked, landing a direct punch on his chest. The impact instantly shattered the golden glow of Zhu Wuxin's immortal golden body. Zhu Wuxin then gushed out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards over 100 meters, crashing directly into the first floor under heaven. My lord, seeing Zhu Wuxin being sent flying, the surrounding ghost Chaluo immediately rushed towards the first floor under heaven, while even more rushed towards Shen Fei, attempting to stop him. You're courting death. Facing these ghost chakras, Shen Fei showed no mercy. With a wave of his right hand, a terrifying chill instantly enveloped the Xiangxiahu square. In an instant, every ghost chakra turned into an ice sculpture. Then, with a flash of his right hand, Shen Fei appeared inside Xiangxia No. 1 building. With such limited abilities, you dare to invade the Central Plains? How disappointing. Inside Xiangxia No. 1 building, Shen Fei saw the pale Zhu Wuxin. Although his indestructible golden body had blocked much of Shen Fei's power, the remaining force still broke many bones and severely damaged Zhu Wuxin's internal organs. Zhu Wuxin's martial arts were formidable, but even Emperor Shishin was no match for Shen Fei, let alone him. I will withdraw from the Central Plains immediately and never set foot there again. Zhu Wuxin was terrified by Shen Fei's strength. Upon seeing Shen Fei appear before him, he spoke hastily. If it were Wu Ming, he would probably have agreed to Zhu Wuxin's request outright, but unfortunately, Shen Fei was not Wu Ming. Come when you want, leave when you want. Rescue when you want. Do you think I'm that Wu Ming guy, so easy to fool? Since I was alarmed by you and came out of the mountain, I just have nothing to do, so let's go to Dongdao to have some fun. Senior, please go to Dongdao first. I welcome you with tears in my eyes. My Wuxinju Palace has some status in Dongdao. No matter what you want to do, I will definitely do it for you. It must be said that Zhu Wuxin is quite powerful. As long as he can survive, there is nothing he won't sell. Don't look at Zhu Wuxin being very good to Yan Ying, but if it really comes to a life and death situation, he will definitely sell Yan Ying. You are very smart. Since you are so sensible, I won't kill you. It just so happens that I have a divine beast by my side, and you are very suitable. As he spoke, Shen Fei fed a pill into Zhu Wuxin's mouth before he could react, and then knocked him out. Zhu Wuxin, who cultivated the immortal golden body, can be said to be the best candidate for the divine beast. Fist God, this is a good candidate for a divine beast. Shen Fei then learned a lot about East Island from Zhu Wuxin's memories, including about his imprisoned senior brother. You're still watching, not rushing to escape? Do you really think others won't notice you, if you're not Naifeng's mother? After collecting Zhu Wuxin into his devouring sack, Shen Fei immediately used his observation haki to scan the situation around the Xiangxia Association. Ghost Fork Luo were gathering and charging towards them. On a peak in the back mountains, Po Jun and Yan Ying stood there. Considering Yan Ying's relationship with Naifeng, Shen Fei spared her. Since he spared her, Po Jun wouldn't attack. Although Shen Fei was somewhat curious about the Tenlang and Bian Ren twin swords, he didn't necessarily want to obtain them. The fire scale sword was enough for the 7 weapons. Looking for death, the Ghost Fork Luo were deeply loyal to Zhu Wuxin. Shen Fei showed no courtesy and dispatched all the charging Ghost Fork Luo. Wu Ming, you really disappoint me. After defeating the enemy, Shen Fei immediately went to the dungeon and brought Wu Ming out, intending to use his identity as Emperor Shishin to teach Wu Ming a lesson. Who are you? Wu Ming, who had come to the outside world, was very surprised to see the situation of the Xiangxiahu and the corpses on the ground. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know one thing: your ancestors, the Wei family, and I are old acquaintances. It's a cause for celebration that the Wei family has produced a martial arts legend like you. But Wu Ming, aren't you being too soft-hearted? If you had simply killed Zhu Wuxin and the others, wouldn't we have all these troubles now? God is merciful. Indiscriminate killing won't solve problems, but you can solve the people who created them. Wu Ming. Now you're bringing that up. So who was that person who single-handedly faced an army of 50,000 and brought about the decline of the 8 major sects? Don't be fooled by Wu Ming's current emphasis on benevolence and his reluctance to kill. But in his youth, Wu Ming was a taboo within the martial arts world. Shen Fei was quite the cynic, but he'd never single-handedly challenged a 50,000-man army. When it came to killing, even Bu Jingyan, the unprying god of death, couldn't compare. You're ruthless when it comes to the people of the Central Plains, but when it comes to foreigners, you insist on being merciful. Wu Ming. You're such a disappointment. Shen Fei's words immediately silenced Wu Ming. He had no way of refuting them, though much of that was due to his youthful impetuosity. Look at the trouble you left behind. If you had killed Zhu Wuxian, you wouldn't be in this situation today. Sometimes killing is saving lives. Was it the courage you showed when you faced the 8 major sects alone to save a single person? Or do you regret saving that person now? Should he have died at their hands? This made Wu Ming hesitate again. Over the years, Wu Ming did sometimes regret having acted too harshly, but he never regretted saving anyone. Okay, I didn't say you did anything wrong back then. You were so arrogant when you were that age. Now, have the years worn away the arrogance of you, a martial arts legend? We won't actively invade the enemy, but we must never show weakness in the face of an invading enemy. Think about it carefully. By the way, I've dealt with Zhu Wuxian, but there are still Zhu Wuxian's men who escaped, and the Wulin Supreme, who seems to be Zhu Wuxian's men pretending to be him. I'll leave that to you. As he spoke, Shen Fei disappeared from Wu Ming's sight, but the next moment, Shen Fei's figure reappeared, and he continued, I almost forgot one thing, which is about your disciple Jianshan. There's something wrong with your education. He obviously doesn't have the heart of a benevolent man. Can't you see that you actually taught him the sword technique of a benevolent man? You're retiring now because you've been around the world and have experienced what you should have, but Jianshan is still very young. He hasn't experienced what you have. Do you still want him to retire with you? The martial arts world isn't a peaceful place. Honestly, Wu Ming's education of Jianshan wasn't wrong. However, his mistake was that this wasn't the internet age of the future, the age of knowledge explosion. Even in that age, not everyone would learn, let alone in this era of limited knowledge exchange. Young Jianshan naturally harbored ambitions to ascend to the martial arts world, but he was limited by his master and didn't express them. Wu Ming's strength and discernment naturally discerned Jianshan's inner thoughts. Even if he hadn't been able to see it before, he knew it now that his hero's sword was broken. The invincibility of the benevolent lies within the heart. Of course, this doesn't mean they can't kill. When Wu Ming was young, he was once called a great demon. Even those who could divine the mysteries of the heavens called him a great sinner, responsible for decades of decline in the martial arts world. However, this didn't affect Wu Ming's benevolent heart. He had a clear conscience about his actions. Good and evil in the martial arts world are just nonsense. Good and evil are fundamental. Just like war, there's a huge difference between a war of aggression and one against it. Some say war is neither right nor wrong. That's utter nonsense, just like the idea that a victim is guilty. It's simply because some people have been fed too much by Grandpa Yuan. War is neither right nor wrong, it depends on the premise. Some wars are true, but others aren't. For example, wars of aggression versus counter-aggression, wars of oppression versus counter-oppression. Can you say there's no right or wrong? After the statement, Shen Fei left completely. With Wu Ming and the other martial arts masters in the prison, the fake Supreme Wulin had more than enough to solve the problem. All he needed to do now was to train Zhu Wuxian, the divine beast, and use him against the Emperor to test his strength. Then, he would release Zhu Wuxian to S.H.I.E.L.D. Not bad, his strength has improved significantly. If the current Zhu Wuxian were to face Wu Ming, he'd be a formidable opponent. After personally testing the power of the now divine Zhu Wuxian, Shen Fei was extremely satisfied. The only regret was that only living humans could be transformed into divine beasts through the use of drugs. Dead humans couldn't. Chapter 627, Divine Beasts are absolutely godless, and 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Unfortunately, it's not suitable for me. Looking at the 10,000 swords returned to the sect manual in his hand, Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly. After subduing Zhu Wuxian's collection naturally fell into his hands, including the Sword Sect's Supreme Manual. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Shen Fei, combining his knowledge with a manual, deduced a method for practicing it, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the means to practice it. Abandoning one's own martial arts is extremely difficult for the average person. Even Wu Ming, if not forced by circumstances to abandon his martial arts, would probably have hesitated to decide whether to practice 10,000 swords return to the sect. Therefore, the 10,000 swords return to the sect was said to be so powerful and miraculous that Shen Fei had never considered abandoning his martial arts to practice it. This was only one reason. Another reason was that even if he were willing to abandon his martial arts, it would be difficult to master the 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Although Shen Fei also practiced swordsmanship and possessed sword intent, making him a renowned swordsman among pirates, the sword was only one of his techniques. The 10,000 swords returning to the sect required a devotion to the sword, a focus on nothing else. Shen Fei, however, could never reach this state. Similarly, G-Virus, not to mention not knowing how to cultivate the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, even if he knew and could muster the determination to practice, would certainly not be as powerful as his indestructible golden body. Gainai might be well suited to this practice. Also, those who haven't practiced yet, I wonder if they'll ever have the chance to meet the sword saint. Longer, the 10,000 swords returning sect's self-discarding martial arts technique actually involves retraining one's internal energy and tenki. Those without martial arts skills naturally couldn't afford to do so. However, generally speaking, this secret manual wouldn't be passed down to ordinary people. Considering Wu Ming's status within the sword sect, he was only the last to receive the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, and even then had to contend with Bojun. One can see how precious the 10,000 swords returning to the sect truly is. However, for Shen Fei, while he couldn't cultivate the myriad swords returning to the origin, he could find suitable practitioners, such as Gainai, who bore many similarities to Wu Ming. Then there was Longer, rumored to be the reincarnation of the sword saint. In the world of Fengyan, a sword saint is said to have 3 reincarnations, a feat even considered miraculous in this world. While Shen Fei couldn't cultivate the myriad swords returning to the origin, he was only referring to the internal power of the myriad swords returning to the origin. He could still cultivate the sword techniques, just as Wu Ming later passed them on to Bujingyan. Like the Zuan Wu true art, the myriad swords returning to the origin is divided into internal and external powers. It's time to find that Emperor Dongdao. After transforming G-Virus into a divine beast, Shen Fei immediately prepared to act. Perhaps due to the sudden appearance of Emperor Shishin, the Emperor Dongdao, who had hoped to reap the benefits, hesitated and didn't immediately intervene after the Wuxinju Palace was destroyed by the Xiangxia Society. While Shen Fei captured Emperor Shishin and Wu Ming and the others went to rescue the supreme martial artist, Qin Shuang led the Xiangxia Association to recapture Xiangxia Dialao and pursue the escaping Gichuluo. Ju-Wuxian, are you planning a rebellion? The Emperor of Dongdao, a remote town in the Central Plains, was immediately enraged upon seeing Ju-Wuxian rush in and unleash a killing spree without a word. The Emperor, eager to reap the benefits, had already arrived in the Central Plains with his elite troops after the Wuxinju Palace's arrival. After all, if they had stayed in Dongdao, they would have been too late to act as the jackal. Although they were well hidden, Juxin knew their location, so Shen Fei immediately led his men to the attack. The Emperor of Dongdao was furious and displeased with Ju-Wuxian's sudden attack. On the surface, Ju-Wuxian's martial arts surpassed those of the Emperor, and within the Wuxinju Palace on Dongdao, he would not obey the imperial family's orders. However, despite his disobedience, he still outwardly respected the Emperor, maintaining aloofness. This was similar to the Central Plains Wulin Supreme. Under normal circumstances, the Wulin Supreme was ignored. Xiongba didn't care much for the Wulin Supreme either, but openly, they wouldn't do anything to him. In fact, when the Wulin Supreme was in trouble, Wu Ming even led his men to rescue him. Therefore, Ju-Wuxian's sudden attack left the Emperor deeply puzzled. This was especially so in the Central Plains, where they could theoretically join forces. Shen Fei's abduction of Emperor Shishin wasn't widely known. Although the news had circulated within the martial arts world, it had become somewhat distorted. Unfortunately, Ju-Wuxian ignored the Emperor's instructions and continued his killing spree, slaughtering those around him. Although the men Emperor Dongdao had brought to the Central Plains were all top-tier masters, they were still far behind Ju-Wuxian, let alone the current divine beast. Under Ju-Wuxian's killing blows, these people were quickly crushed. Even the most skilled could only withstand one of Ju-Wuxian's blows, and a second one would have left them vomiting blood and collapsing. How dare you? Seeing that Ju-Wuxian had completely ignored him, and his men were being slaughtered, Emperor Dongdao finally decided not to hide his strength anymore and attacked Ju-Wuxian. As expected of someone who could use Zhu Wuxian as a chess piece, his immense strength was revealed with just one move. The right palm of Emperor Dongdao suddenly expanded under the influence of his true energy, and with one palm, the air around Zhu Wuxian seemed to solidify. Boom! The moment Zhu Wuxian's fist and Emperor Dongdao's palm collided, their powerful true energy splashed everywhere. Several of Emperor Dongdao's men, who had no time to retreat to a distance, were immediately affected by the shockwave, and several of them flew away screaming. Looking at Zhu Wuxian and Emperor Dongdao at this moment, both of their bodies couldn't help but sway a few times, and then they each retreated. Zhu Wuxian retreated 7 steps, and Emperor Dongdao retreated 5 steps. Although the Emperor had the upper hands in this clash, this didn't make him happy. Instead, his expression darkened. In his plan, Zhu Wuxian wasn't that powerful. This realization instantly ignited a powerful murderous intent within Emperor Higashijima. He would never allow anyone on Higashijima to surpass him. Previously, Emperor Higashijima had allowed Zhu Wuxian to exist because he was confident he could defeat him, using him as a pawn to explore the way. However, when this pawn threatened his power, its existence became unnecessary. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Wuxian and Emperor Higashijima engaged in a fierce exchange. Each collision caused immense damage to the ground around them, and the radiating ki shockwaves forced Emperor Higashijima's men to retreat further away, seeking shelter. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, covering hundreds of meters, and before they knew it, they had reached the outskirts of town. Sure enough, this world only values the destructive power of martial arts. Most people don't care about the subtleties and realms of cultivation. Watching the clash between Zhu Wuxian and Dongdao Xianhong, Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Compared to Qin Shi Mingyu's cultivation of the mind, Fengyan was truly lacking in this area. In Qin Shi Mingyu, Zhu Wuxian's aberration would have been discovered long ago, but here, Dongdao Xianhong seems to have remained oblivious. Then there's the original novel, where Duanlang framed Bu Jingyan for the murder. This would have been incredibly difficult to pull off, given that everyone's martial arts expertise differs, not to mention the vast difference between the injuries inflicted by the whole-in sword and those caused by a peerless sword. Not to mention the issues with sword intent, even the injuries inflicted by the blade are vastly different, evident with a quick glance. Yet, Duanlang managed to pull it off. Believe it or not. If it were Zhang Han from the Shadow Secret Guard, he'd have found evidence that Bu Jingyan wasn't responsible in a matter of seconds. Shen Fei wasn't entirely surprised by this, however. The world of Fengyan was quite high level, naturally eliminating the need for elaborate techniques, simply pursuing destructive power was sufficient. Just like Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors in One Piece, to her, cultivation and realms were meaningless. Could they even be eaten? Skullbrook didn't even notice her, seemingly incapable of observation haki. He even fell off a ship while waiting. Red-haired Shanks or Hawkeye wouldn't have done anything like that. Even so, Big Mom was still one of the 4 emperors, and Hawkeye might not have been able to defeat her in a head-on fight. If this world prioritized realms, Su Fu wouldn't have become Indra. What the hell are you? As the battle continued, Emperor Higashijima finally realized something was amiss. Zetsu Wuxian had begun to transform, his fists transforming into sharp claws. He's nothing, just my divine beast. Shen Fei appeared with a mask on. Emperor Higashijima's martial arts were unexpectedly powerful. Even if Zhu Wuxian had transformed into a divine beast, it would be very difficult to capture him, forcing Shen Fei to step forward. After Shen Fei came out, Zhu Wuxian immediately restrained his aura and returned to Shen Fei's side, standing with his hands hanging down. This scene made Emperor Higashijima's face immediately turn extremely gloomy. You killed them. Emperor Higashijima then realized that something was wrong around him. His subordinates didn't rush over immediately. And then Emperor Higashijima immediately fell to the ground among the many corpses in the distance. It was obvious who had done it. Yes, a mere East Island dared to attack the Central Plains. This is merely a lesson. From now on, I'll slowly play with you. What about my divine beast? I'll place it on East Island and unleash a killing spree. You don't even think about succeeding. Shen Fei's words immediately caused the East Island Emperor to roar in anger. His hands began to swell simultaneously. He gathered all his strength and unleashed his most powerful move, shattering heaven and earth. Bang! Unfortunately, before the East Island Emperor could strike, Shen Fei appeared before him like a puff of dust and struck him in the chest. All the strength the East Island Emperor had just gathered was instantly dissipated by the blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that Shen Fei didn't want to kill him, otherwise he would have been killed with just one blow. Don't worry, you're also involved in this plan. You will be my second divine beast, repaying kindness with kindness, repaying grievances with justice. This was Shen Fei's motto, of course, when he had the strength. If you're not convinced, then keep it. I don't care. I'm not wooming. Otherwise, Zhu Wuxian and the 5,000 men he brought wouldn't have been able to return. Since you've decided to launch a war of aggression, you can't blame anyone for retaliating. Some people are better at persuasion through words, but others are useless. Just fight tooth for tooth, blood for blood, and kill until the other side is intimidated. Then things will become easier. You're just the beginning. More divine beasts will appear and fight each other. Considering the situation, Shen Fei didn't intend to fight personally this time, but instead planned to create a group of divine beasts to do the fighting. You can't do that. Shen Fei's words filled Emperor Higashijima with fear. He simply imagined that in such a situation, Emperor Higashijima would see the future of Higashijima destroyed. Shen Fei wouldn't even need to kill many people, he only needed to eliminate the top experts. After all, this was a world where martial arts were respected. No, why not? Do you really think the people of the Central Plains are as pedantic as Wuming? You launched an invasion, only to swear an oath and be freed of all costs. Then you'll do it again, and the cycle repeats. Shen Fei sneered and slapped Emperor Higashijima's head, extracting his memories. It seems relying solely on the divine beast is a bit troublesome. Retrieving the memories from Emperor Higashijima's mind silenced Shen Fei. After all, they weren't fools. The divine beast was clearly not in good shape. While most of this world didn't take it seriously, there were always some clever ones among so many people. The imperial family of Higashijima was no slouch. In fact, in a world where martial arts were respected, even the Central Plains martial arts masters were no ordinary men. This generation's martial arts masters were somewhat weak, but that didn't mean the imperial family lacked experts. Second Dream's master, the Sword Emperor of the Sword Sect, was a member of the imperial family, though he generally refrained from taking action. It seems I have to try another approach. Although I'm reluctant, I can't afford to do it now. Relying on the martial arts masters of the Central Plains to solve the East Island issue once and for all is not enough. Having made up his mind, Shen Fei once again pressed his right hand against the East Island Emperor's head, activating his double hands. This time, however, it wasn't to retrieve memories, but to transform them. Simultaneously, his Wu-Wei transformation was also activated. Shen Fei had always been reluctant to do this, but this time, he felt compelled to do so. This bottom line was merely a self-restraint. As long as he remained true to himself, occasionally pushing it was fine. External enemies can spark a common hatred. Look at how Shangba wreaked havoc on the martial arts world for so long, yet Wu Ming didn't do anything about it. But as soon as Zhu Wuxian appeared, Wu Ming attacked. If it weren't for Jian Chen, Zhu Wuxian would have been driven away the moment he arrived in the Central Plains. Shen Fei intended to leverage the power of the East Island Emperor, combined with the power of the Wuxian Ju Palace, to cause civil unrest in East Island. After deciding on a plan, Shen Fei immediately rushed to Dongdao with Zhu Wuxian and Xian Huang. They immediately seized the long-imprisoned fist god and, similar to Xian Huang, altered his memory. Later, they also controlled many of the Dongdao royal family's experts. The plan is going smoothly. When Dongdao Xian Huang and Wuxian Zhuang's Zhu Wuxian returned from Central Plains with failure, many of Dongdao's experts immediately resigned, dismissing them as mediocre. Many of these factions even sought to replace Wuxian Zhuguang. Fortunately, their realms aren't high enough. If it were Wu Ming, this opportunity wouldn't have been so easy. This demonstrates the importance of realm. The double hand's effectiveness against those at a high realm is limited. Even if it works initially, it might regress over time. Fortunately, Dongdao doesn't have many high-level individuals. The Emperor's shadow hadn't yet appeared. What does this Emperor Shishin want? While Shen Fei was busy sorting out these matters, in a small wooden house in a remote part of Central Plains, a seemingly unremarkable old man muttered to himself in a low voice. This person is naturally Xiao Sanxiao. Chapter 628, Piercing Fruit. Xiao Sanxiao is a legendary figure in the Fengyuan world, currently the strongest. While longevity doesn't necessarily equate to greater power, like Emperor Shishin, S.H.I.E.L.D is different. First, he consumed the blood of a black tortoise, presumably intact blood, a stark contrast to the refined phoenix blood Emperor Shishin consumed. This alone clearly indicates that S.H.I.E.L.D is far superior to Emperor Shishin. Not to mention S.H.I.E.L.D's martial arts aptitude is far superior to Emperor Shishin's. However, unlike Emperor Shishin, who constantly stirs up trouble, this one silently observes everything. Therefore, even Emperor Shishin's Shineman, with its immense power, remains oblivious to S.H.I.E.L.D's actions. When Emperor Shishin battled Wu Wuti, one of the top 10 warriors, someone was watching the entire battle. This person was undoubtedly S.H.I.E.L.D. It is said that this person is also the final and most mysterious of the 12 terrors. Although S.H.I.E.L.D is now a hermit and generally doesn't care about what's happening outside, he also occasionally got involved in things back then, but not as much as Emperor Shishin. S.H.I.E.L.D back then would occasionally fulfill people's wishes. For example, there was a master who became the leader of the martial arts world. Later, he had a greater ambition, which was to become the supreme master of the martial arts world. As a result, he found S.H.I.E.L.D and made a wish to become the supreme master of the martial arts world. As a result, he wore a dragon robe and sat on the dragon throne the next day, and was then hacked to death by the guards. It must be said that this person has some bad taste. Under normal circumstances, the supreme master of the martial arts world is certainly not just sitting on the dragon throne, but truly possessing the power of the supreme master of the martial arts world. If it is just wearing a dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne, many people can do it, as long as they are not afraid of death. As the saying goes, if you are willing to sacrifice your life, you dare to pull the emperor down. This sentence is very reasonable. This is only true under normal circumstances. Most people, faced with such a choice, are not normal. Take Duan Lang and the 12 devils of Xiangxi, for example. They've always dreamed of becoming the leader of the Xiangxi Association, as if that position would allow them to rule the world like Shangba, never once considering that their martial arts abilities weren't enough for the job. The expression greed blinds the mind is equally accurate. Shen Fei, the fake Emperor Shi-Gan, naturally escaped S.H.I.E.L.D's notice, especially when Shen Fei dealt with Zhu Wuxian. Normally, Emperor Shi-Gan wouldn't intervene. However, despite Emperor Shi-Gan's behavior being significantly different from before, S.H.I.E.L.D had no intention of confronting him directly. After all, Su Fu had played so many roles, both good and evil, over the years. Emperor Shi-Gan's actions this time might be a sign of his own mental state failing. Shen Fei was naturally unaware of S.H.I.E.L.D's interest in the fake Emperor Shi-Gan. S.H.I.E.L.D was incredibly skilled at hiding himself, even Shen Fei was far inferior to him in that regard. Shen Fei was also using his observation haki to sense his surroundings, and found nothing suspicious. So, he quickly put S.H.I.E.L.D's matter behind him. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't his enemy. What a haul. No wonder so many people crave power. Returning from Dongdao, Shen Fei was delighted with his haul. He had taken much of the emperor's collection, including many rare medicinal herbs. After all, they had been accumulated by the royal family for many years. With these, he could definitely train more experts. Luo Xian could use some training. Luo Cheng is doing quite well under her governance. Returning to Shineman to prepare for another round of retreat, Shen Fei first visited Luo Cheng and taught her a portion of the Sacred Heart Sutra. He also gave her several blood bodhi seeds and a potion to increase her power. Emperor Shishin had originally taught Luo Xian only a small portion of the Sacred Heart Sutra, and Shen Fei, likewise, hadn't given her the entire Sacred Heart Sutra. It wasn't that Shen Fei was cautious, even powerful martial arts techniques depended on the individual. Even with the same Zhuangwu true art, the gap between Qin Shuang and Feng Yun was vast. Shen Fei hadn't taught it in full because the Sacred Heart art was related to Phoenix blood. While generous, he wasn't quite so generous as to share his blood with Luo Xian. Furthermore, even Luo Xian's current Sacred Heart art was already quite formidable. Honestly, some of its techniques, such as the shocking eyes turbulation and the four turbulations of the Sacred Heart, weren't suitable for Luo Xian's cultivation. Practicing them would only harm her, as she lacked the spiritual power of Emperor Shi-Gan, who had lived for over 2,000 years. Speaking of which, the Sacred Heart art is a perfect fit for women like S.H.I.E.L.D. The Sacred Heart art, with its ice-based attributes, combined with S.H.I.E.L.D's ice imperial gear, could significantly enhance her ice abilities. Furthermore, its beauty-enhancing and injury-healing properties were also quite powerful. Compared to these, unless Shen Fei could produce the fruit of the sacred tree, the subsequent advancement of chakra cultivation methods would be unmatched. There was a Yuho realm on the key side, which, while extremely difficult, was still a hope. But as for chakra, without the fruit of the sacred tree, there was no way to advance. Of course, considering the differences between S.H.I.E.L.D and himself, Shen Fei didn't intend to let them cultivate too many systems. It's time to leave. The next time we come here, it's to slay the dragon. After sorting out his gains in the Fengyuan world, Shen Fei handed the Xianmen to Luo Xian under the guise of a death retreat. He had previously improved Luo Xian's strength so that she could better control the Xianmen. As for the Jianghu, although Shen Fei had resolved many problems, chaos remained a constant theme. The only slight improvement was in the core areas of the Xiangsha Association. As for Fengyuan, Naifeng's Diermeng and Yuro Yiji were still there, while Bu Jingyan's relationship with Chuchu and Jian Chen seemed to have improved. This was probably because Jian Chen betrayed his master Wu Ming for Chuchu. Although Jian Chen's actions were very unfair to Wu Ming, they were also very worthy of Chuchu, which deeply touched her. Given time, Jian Chen might not be without opportunities. They all went to Sky Island. Shen Fei arrived in the pirate world, intending to find Ada and the others. He discovered that the secret base was empty, with only messages left by them. The group had gone to explore Sky Island. Sky Island is a magical place in the pirate world. Especially for Ada and Robin, one adventurous and the other archaeological. Normally, exploring the entire Sky Island is extremely difficult. Although it is connected by the White Sea and the White Sea, some islands are inaccessible by boat. However, this was no problem for Shen Fei, who possessed a Quinjet fighter. So, the group went to Sky Island together. Originally, only Ada and Robin wanted to go, but the others, realizing they had nothing else to do, decided to go along. After arriving at Sky Island, Chelsea and the others, after observing the surroundings, decided to build a base there. Compared to Shen Fei's base in the Calm Belt, the Sky Island base would undoubtedly be more secretive. Sky Island was the least accessible to the world government's tentacles. I overlooked Kuroido. So, it's time to get her devil fruit. Shen Fei had originally intended to go directly to Sky Island to find them, but after discovering Chelsea's message, he changed his mind. Hei Tong had prepared the space-type piercing fruit. He knew where it was, but for various reasons, he hadn't been able to go there. Kuroido wouldn't say anything, but Chelsea was very considerate of her feelings. After all, her sister Koido already had the transparent fruit. The giant golden ship, the Grand Tesoro, it's time to see it. In the pirate world, the Grand Tesoro and the Sabaody Archipelago are renowned as places of decadence, known as the world's greatest entertainment city. Money buys everything there, devil fruits, swords, munitions, slaves, lives, everything has a price. Thanks to the golden fruit and this massive golden ship, Tesoro controls nearly 20% of the world's wealth. Such immense wealth as even the celestial dragons treated Tesoro with a degree of courtesy. They could never have guessed that Tesoro was once a celestial dragon slave, one of the escapees during Fisher Tiger's rampage on the Red Earth continent. It's almost comical that he, once sold as a slave to the celestial dragons, is now selling slaves to them, a truly ironic irony. His most important partner, of course, was Doflamingo. He relied on the golden fruit he had snatched from Doflamingo to collaborate with him, much to Doflamingo's displeasure. However, Tesoro was far too powerful at the time, and after Doflamingo's repeated attacks proved unsuccessful, the two sides began collaborating. Doflamingo must have been deeply frustrated by the thought of losing three powerful devil fruits, the opera fruit, the golden fruit, and the flame fruit. If the giant golden ship once attracted countless people, it's now even more of a frenzy, thanks to Shen Fei's previous incident at the Sabaody Archipelago. Although the Sabaody Archipelago was subsequently rebuilt, some businesses, concerned about safety, have shifted to Tesoro. After the destruction of the Marine G1 branch in battle, the Sabaody Archipelago became even more desolate, and many feared it would become a second Marine G1 branch. As a result, even the vast majority of the celestial dragons moved to Tesoro. Many pirates believed Tesoro's strength was sufficient to protect their businesses. The gold fruit can't create gold, the diamond fruit can't create diamonds, and the silver fruit can't create silver. Is this because they're afraid of inflation, disembarking from the passenger ship, Shen Fei gazed at the glittering, brightly lit city ahead. He suddenly remembered the devil fruits that could once have made him rich. Even after awakening, the objects created couldn't last forever. However, there were also parahuman-type devil fruits that could create objects that could last forever, such as the parahuman-type food-type devil fruit and the wax fruit. It's truly enormous, on par with the Gecko Mariah's terrifying bark. Glancing at the Grand Tesoro and comparing it to Gecko Mariah's ship, Shen Fei had already formed a conclusion. Pirates possessed many large ships, such as those of the Whitebird pirates and the giant pirates, but none could compare to the two largest ships in the world. It could be said that these were no longer just ships, they were truly mobile cities on the sea. Welcome. As soon as the group boarded the golden ship, a beautiful woman came forward to greet them. Shen Fei had no intention of revealing his identity this time, so he arrived by passenger ship. Unlike those famous pirate groups, who might be greeted by Tesoro's direct subordinates, ordinary passenger ships naturally only had ordinary staff to handle the reception. While the reception staff was ordinary, the scale of the reception was not stingy. A row of luxury cars parked to the side, waiting for the guests to choose. On such a large ship, getting around would be very troublesome without a means of transportation. Looks like we're all being treated like leaks. The reason for such a polite reception wasn't because of their good looks, but because they were wealthy. All hospitality on the Grand Tesoro came with a price. If you wanted better service, you had to pay the price. Tesoro's philosophy was that money buys everything, so his subordinates were generally money-oriented. On board, anyone with money could enjoy the best of the best, including dining, gambling, and entertainment. Of course, the main activity on board the ship is gambling. If you've never been poisoned before, you'd be looked down upon. Even the most skilled gamblers would never be able to win money from the Tesoro. Under the power of the luck fruit, even the most skilled gambler would be timid. The Muscle Turtle Golden Car is environmentally friendly and luxurious. The cars on the Tesoro aren't powered by fuel or energy, but by living organisms, the mussel turtles, a species unique to the ocean. These mussel turtles are vegetarians, yet possess incredible strength and endurance, making them perfect for powering the ship. In fact, even the Tesoro is towed by giant sea kings. A ship this large could only rely on sails, which is unrealistic. The Tesoro, relying on giant sea kings, can move freely across the ocean. The Navy here is truly outrageous. Along the way, Shen Fei encountered numerous swindlers, including several Navy officers who had been seen enjoying themselves on pirate ships, yet were not expelled or apprehended. The Navy's justice was undeniable. It's a shame Teoto was transferred to Marine headquarters, otherwise I'd really like to meet this alternate admiral. Celestial Dragons, Slave Auction House, Tesoro, there's no problem killing you. The human trafficking ring from the Sabaody archipelago, openly displaying signs and auctioning off goods, made Shen Fei want to dismantle this sinister golden ship. Beautiful singer Kalina, which side is this guy on? The Revolutionary Army, or something else? Looking at the stunning woman with short purple hair on the big screen, Shen Fei immediately thought of something about her. Nami's rise to thief status was quite related to Kalina. When Nami was trying to make money, she was unsure what to do, and she happened to meet her, and that's when she turned to theft. Nami's stealing skills are very powerful, and many people have suffered from her. But unfortunately, in front of Kalina, Nami has never been able to gain an advantage, and in the end, Kalina even stole this huge golden ship. The manufacturing materials of the Grand Tesoro are mostly gold. Compared with this ship, Ainel's golden arc seems a bit petty. There are many famous people, and several supernovas of Luffy's generation are here. For pirates, they go to wherever there is excitement. After entering the New World, how could they not come to see this golden ship? Even Luffy wants to come here. This is the piercing fruit. It is really magical. Looking at Tanaka with a huge head emerging from the ground, Shen Fei nodded slightly. Mr. Tanaka was a guard on the golden ship, specifically responsible for dealing with troublemakers. Most of those who came to the ship were lawless individuals. After losing money, they naturally couldn't remain calm. Not everyone was a blind man with a kind face who could accidentally push someone into the ground. There was a guy who claimed to be the leader of the lone wolf pirates causing trouble, but he was quickly dragged away by Mr. Tanaka using his devil fruit ability. Chapter 629 Sabo. Captain, you bastards, what do you want to do to us? Upon seeing their captain being dragged away, the lone wolf pirates immediately leaped out, one of them wielding a Gatling gun and beginning to fire wildly. The sudden barrage of fire left many wounded, save for the powerful or those quick enough to dodge. Even in the New World, not everyone was immune to the effects of firearms, not to mention the fact that many of these guests were merely ordinary people. Golden City was the world's largest city of decadence and entertainment, naturally attracting a large number of the wealthy and powerful, besides celestial dragons and pirates. While anyone could come, leaving was uncertain. Just as the fighting in the Sabaody archipelago was brutal, the situation in Golden City was no different now, especially with the influx of bounty hunters. While Tesoro's men maintained order in Golden City, the city's vast size and other factors meant only a few areas remained completely safe. The rest, however, were on their own. Boom! As the lone wolf pirates rampaged through the casino, sending patrons fleeing, a massive figure descended from the sky, bearing immense momentum, charging directly at the man who continued to fire his Gatling gun. With a resounding bang, the lone wolf pirate leader was instantly reduced to a meatball. Crushed by the burly figure, this man was none other than Gaius, a leader of the Tesoro pirates. Once an undefeated warrior in the Golden City arena, his prowess proved unchallenged, prompting Tesoro to recruit him as his direct subordinate and a key member of the team. Within the Golden City, a fighting arena, similar to that of Doflamingo's Dressrosa Kingdom, was a scene of daily mortal combat. A multitude of pirates, bounty hunters, wandering swordsmen, and martial artists. Seth laughed arrogantly, unconcernedly allowing the lone wolf pirate's magical weapons to lash out. Seth was a masochistic warrior, and Shen Fei suspected that his lack of challengers in the arena wasn't solely due to his inherent strength, but also likely due to his masochistic nature. The lone wolf pirates had a number of senior members, but they were pitifully weak against Seth, and he quickly dispatched them all. Someone immediately moved in to clean up the scene, and within 10 minutes, the scene was back to normal. If you hadn't witnessed it with your own eyes, you'd have found it hard to believe a fight had taken place there. This was Golden City, where the people were accustomed to fighting and death. As for those who died, it was simply because of bad luck or lack of strength. I know quite a few people. This battle had also revealed a number of familiar faces to Shen Fei. While the others, fearing being caught in the fray, had stood aside and watched, their presence instantly becoming prominent. For example, about 20 meters to Shen Fei's left was Trafalgar Law and several of his men. The most eye-catching among them was, of course, the White Bear of the Mink tribe. Not far to Law's left was Eustace Kidd and his crew, a fellow supernova. Others included Urauge, Capon Bedge, Scarecrow Hawkins, and White Horse Cavendish, a supernova from a class earlier than Luffy's. White Horse Cavendish was the only supernova from his year still active, the others were either dead or completely vanished. At this moment, Cavendish seemed oblivious to the earlier battle, merely laughing and joking with the nearly 10 beautiful women surrounding him. Besides the supernovas, Shen Fei also spotted members of the Whitebird Pirates, one of the 4 Emperors pirate groups. These weren't members of the Whitebird Pirates headquarters, but rather affiliated groups, much like Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. Of the 4 Emperors, with the exception of the Red Hair Pirates, which has only one solitary ship, the other 3 command numerous pirate groups, some resembling the headquarters and branches of the Navy. For pirates who enter the New World, unless they are immediately terrified, they will undoubtedly visit Golden City if given the opportunity, even if it's not for entertainment, but perhaps to restock supplies. Besides pirates, there are also numerous Marines around. Pirates and Marines gamble at the same table, a rare sight elsewhere, but a perfectly normal occurrence in Golden City. This demonstrates the corruption of the Navy, and even Sengoku, the head of the Navy headquarters, finds it difficult to deal with these Marines, as they are backed by member states of the world government. The Navy is also made up of human beings, and as such, they naturally have a nation. For example, Garp was born in the Goa Kingdom. However, Garp is very fair and dislikes the Goa Kingdom, so he doesn't show any special favor to it. However, others are different. Moreover, unlike Garp, these people weren't ordinary citizens of the Goa Kingdom. Many of them were nobles. Many of the leaders of the various branches of the Navy, spread across the ocean, were such individuals. The Marine branches Luffy had fought along the way were largely composed of such individuals. Divination versus the luck fruit. This is quite an interesting bet. Aside from Law, who seemed uninterested in the casino, the others were quite interested in gambling, especially Hawkins, who had won a considerable amount of money with his unique divination skills. As a pirate, money was a necessity, and the chance to win was something Hawkins wouldn't pass up. Then, Tesoro's subordinate, Bakura, showed up. Hawkins finally frowned at Baccarat. Hawkins's divination skills were highly accurate, but with a luck fruit, their accuracy began to decline. Luck is a very unpredictable attribute. Just look at Buggy and Usopp. Because of Shen Fei's scheme and the problem with Raftel's perpetual pointer, Buggy was pursued by many, but no one could catch him. The bet ended with Hawkins admitting defeat and leaving. "I'm lucky today. Time to make my move." Shen Fei, without using any strength, was overjoyed at the money he'd won. Even though it didn't mean much to him, it was still a win, and that held a whole new meaning. Mr. Tanaka had his own office above the largest casino in Golden City. On the top floor, where Tesoro was stationed, he was in the area. "Who are you?" Mr. Tanaka was startled when he saw Shen Fei suddenly appear in his office. He prepared to activate the piercing fruit and leave. As a pirate who had survived the New World, Mr. Tanaka relied not only on the piercing fruit but also on his impressive observation haki. Bang! However, before Mr. Tanaka's body could merge with the ground, a 10-handed weapon pierced through his shoulder, pinning him to the wall behind him. Because of the icy energy applied to it, even though the 10-handed weapon had pierced Mr. Tanaka's shoulder, no blood was spilled. "Seastone," Mr. Tanaka cried out in pain, immediately discovering the weapon that had pierced him. The piercing fruit's ability allowed it to penetrate all inanimate objects, with the exception of Seastone. This meant it was immune to weapon damage, possessing a similar effect to Kamui. "Not bad," Shen Fei nodded gently, his figure instantly appearing before Mr. Tanaka. Fortunately, this golden building, largely constructed of gold to exude luxury, provided excellent soundproofing. Otherwise, Mr. Tanaka's cries of pain might have alerted the others. Shen Fei naturally paid no attention to Golden Emperor Tesoro. Even with his awakened fruit, he was no match for him, but now was not the right time to attack him. "Hey, someone's here." "It's her." Just as Shen Fei was about to say something, he suddenly noticed someone approaching. They quickly reached the door and began knocking. After using his observation haki to detect the identity of the visitor, Shen Fei immediately led Mr. Tanaka into the mirror dimension. Seeing the visitor through the mirror dimension, after knocking without response, he opened the door. The visitor had short purple hair, long, slender legs, and a slender figure. She was a rare beauty. She was none other than Kalina, the renowned singer of the Golden City, Nami's companion and mentor. Her behavior had been normal upon entering the room, but perhaps upon realizing no one was around, her movements became agile, and she began to carefully explore the room. Her movements were swift and concise, and after checking, she quickly returned to her normal state. It was obvious that she was a veteran, a true ace agent. Shen Fei had learned these skills from Aida in the past, to avoid being discovered that someone had entered his house. This guy's position is quite high. After reviewing Mr. Tanaka's memories, Shen Fei learned that he held a position in the Tesoro Pirates comparable to Nami's in the Straw Hat Pirates, second in command, controlling the Tesoro Pirates' finances. This included not only revenue from Golden City but also taxes from affiliated pirate groups. Affiliated pirate groups had their own obligations, including taxes. Simply saying join didn't guarantee you'd be accepted and allowed to operate under their banner. It was unclear whether Luffy's successor, the Straw Hat Pirates, had similar regulations, but at this stage, all the four Emperor's pirate groups, even the Whitebird Pirates, followed suit. The only difference was the amount of taxes. "I caught a spy from the Revolutionary Army. Looks like I'm lucky, with the Golden City controlling so much of the world's wealth, even the Revolutionary Army couldn't ignore it. Many spies had infiltrated the area, and there was no shortage of CP organizations. The two sides clashed repeatedly here, but because Tesoro's side was considered a member of the world government, the Revolutionary Army naturally suffered heavy losses. For a city of sin so frequented by celestial dragons, it would be impossible if the world government couldn't be assured. Sabo and Kerala are here too. It's a good thing I came, otherwise they'd be in trouble." Mr. Tanaka had a plan in mind for the world government, to use the Revolutionary Army's higher-ranking spy, who had been captured alive, to lure them to the rescue. As the Revolutionary Army grew stronger, the world government's attitude toward them shifted, from indifference to proactive action. "She can't be a member of the Revolutionary Army," Shen Fei thought as he watched Kalina's actions after learning of the world government's plan. "Since I've met her, I'll help you." With that decision made, Shen Fei immediately dispatched Mr. Tanaka, seized his devil fruit, and headed directly to the location where the Revolutionary Army spy was being held, knocking him unconscious and bringing him out. In a small, inconspicuous courtyard where Sabo and Kurla were hiding, he suddenly stood up, signaling Kurla to be careful, and immediately rushed into the courtyard. Of the three brothers, Sabo is indeed the strongest right now. Leaving the Revolutionary Army's spy in the courtyard, Shen Fei looked at the rushing Sabo and nodded gently. He then disappeared. Before leaving, he left a message for Sabo, saying that they had been targeted by CP0 and ordered them to retreat immediately. Ace is indeed a bit disappointing. Shen Fei, returning to his room, shook his head with some emotion. Of the three brothers, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy was training hard, and Sabo was also fighting frequently in the Revolutionary Army. Only Ace, despite Shen Fei's previous teachings, had not awakened him. Although he was also training, he was still far behind Luffy and Sabo. As a child, Ace trained the hardest. But since joining the Whitebird Pirates, perhaps due to Whitebird's protection, his training has been somewhat neglected, and he hasn't really practiced Haki at all. It's not that a nature-type devil fruit doesn't require Haki. But Ace's fault isn't that he's the pirate. As a pirate, freedom, having parties, drinking, and chatting, is what matters most. Training isn't really a priority. The Navy is much better in this regard than pirates. After all, the Navy has discipline and daily drills, something pirates can't expect. 1 against 3, truly worthy of Sabo. Having obtained the devil fruit he desired, Shen Fei prepared to depart. Just then, a fierce battle erupted on the shores of Golden City. When Shen Fei arrived, he saw Sabo using a water pipe to confront 3 men wearing strange masks and white robes, CP0 members. Meanwhile, Kurla was preparing to board the ship with the injured spy and depart. The sudden outbreak of battle, putting the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff against the CP0, immediately drew considerable attention from the Golden City, though no one participated. For the pirates, both sides presented a formidable opponent. While Sabo was formidable, the 3 CP0s were no pushovers. None of them possessed a devil fruit ability, but were experts in physical combat. A quick end to the battle seemed unlikely. If time dragged on, Sabo would be in danger. After all, the Revolutionary Army was weak, while the world government was far more powerful. There must be few such experts in the world government. 1 less is 1 less, Shen Fei thought, preparing to strike. Just as Sabo repelled a CP0 with a dragon claw and attempted to pursue him, he was stopped by the other 2. Shen Fei, clad in black and wearing a mask, appeared behind the CP0, exhaled, and unleashed several punches into the CP0's back. Caught off guard, even though the CP0 used armament Haki to protect him in time, it couldn't save his life. The armament Haki defense was directly blasted through, shattering his heart. The sudden change made Sabo and the other 2 CP0s stunned for a moment, but Sabo reacted the next moment. Chapter 630, Attack of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sabo, reacting quickly, attacked the CP0 on his left a moment Shen Fei charged, leaving the CP0 on his right to Shen Fei. Previously, when facing 3 opponents alone, Sabo hadn't been afraid of them, and now, facing one-on-one, he was even more fearless. He unleashed his Dragon Claw Fist, inspired by Long's teachings, with all his might, determined to kill his opponent as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, CP0, intercepted by Shen Fei, was in a precarious position. In true strength, this CP0 was undoubtedly superior to an elite vice admiral in the Navy. With such power, he could only serve as a hidden CP0 in the world government, demonstrating the depth of the world government's influence. Unfortunately, his opponent was Shen Fei, and the gap between them was considerable. He barely blocked 3 of Shen Fei's punches before a single blow shattered his right hand. He then blacked out and lost consciousness. Shen Fei didn't kill him. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a CP0 in such a situation, and Shen Fei wanted to gain information from him. Hurry and finish him. The master here is taking action. After subduing CP0, Shen Fei surveyed the surroundings and immediately urged Sabo. With that, he lifted CP0 and swung his right leg. A crescent-shaped wave of energy slashed out to the side, severing the 4 golden tentacles that extended in half. These 4 golden tentacles were transformed from the golden railings surrounding the docks. It was immediately clear that it was Tesoro, the user of the gold fruit, who had taken action. In reality, Tesoro had already taken action, but his previous methods had been ineffective, forcing him to resort to direct manipulation of gold. Every guest in Golden City was bathed in a spray of golden water that sprayed over the entire city. On the surface, this was merely a city feature, a cosmetic addition. In reality, however, it was Tesoro's preparation for unleashing his gold fruit's power. If a person's body contained a certain level of gold dust, Tesoro could control this dust through his gold fruit to subdue the enemy. In the original story, Luffy and his crew were immediately targeted by this move, but it was only for Luffy himself. Naturally, it had no effect on Shen Fei and Sabo. In fact, anyone with a bit more intelligence and strength wouldn't fall for it, but Luffy and his crew were an exception. Understood, Sabo replied, immediately increasing his attack. Meanwhile, Tesoro was approaching from the air in the distance. However, it wasn't Tesoro who arrived first, but one of his subordinates, the M-type arena fighter, Deus. With a powerful leap, he stomped a large crater in the ground and lunged directly at Sabo, who was currently fighting. Pei and palm, seeing Deus jump into the air, Shen Fei grabbed the air with his left hand, and a ball of water appeared in his palm. Then, the ball of water shot towards Deus' chest like lightning. At the critical moment, Deus crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the water ball. However, the powerful force of the water ball directly knocked his huge body back nearly 100 meters. On the way back, a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. Shen Fei's Pei palm has been greatly improved by him now, integrating the pirate side's fishman karate into it. Crack! At this time, Sabo, after twisting off CP0's right hand, twisted off his head and rushed towards Kurla, who had already set sail. Shen Fei also landed on the boat driven by Kurla. Stay here, Tesoro finally arrived. In mid-air, a vast mass of gold on the ground converged towards him. A moment later, a massive golden staff, tens of meters long, materialized in his hands. He then swung it towards the boat Shen Fei and his companions were aboard. Are you some kind of monkey? Seeing Tesoro in this state, Shen Fei suddenly thought. He didn't react to Tesoro's attack, as Sabo met it with his moon step and dragon claw fist. With a roar loud enough to send waves several meters high, Sabo repelled Tesoro's golden staff, leaving a claw mark on it. He then flew back with his moon step. Tesoro hesitated, but didn't pursue him. For Tesoro, the Golden City, with its golden decor, was a natural advantage, perhaps even a man-made awakening of his devil fruit. However, leaving the Golden City would eliminate this advantage, not to mention the fact that they were now at sea, severely limiting the full potential of his gold fruit. Sabo, however, faced no such challenges. Tesoro was certainly formidable, even Doflamingo had no power over him. In a real fight, Doflamingo would be no match for him. The comparison between the line and the gold was a foregone conclusion, as both could awaken their devil fruits. However, if Tesoro were compared to the top performers, there was still a significant gap. He couldn't even reach the level of a vice-emperor, let alone a 4-emperor. Of course, this was Shen Fei's assessment of Tesoro. He had a far more accurate understanding of himself than those supernovas, who constantly threatened to destroy the 4 emperors. Where's Tanaka? Gazing at Sabo and his group in the distance, Tesoro immediately addressed the approaching Bakura. Deus had previously blocked Shen Fei's Pei palm attack, and while he survived, he wouldn't be able to get up anytime soon. I don't know. Bakura's eyes were filled with confusion. In previous instances, Tanaka had always been the first to arrive, given his special abilities. Find him immediately, Tesoro declared, turning and leaving. His men would naturally handle the aftermath, and the death of CP0 wasn't his fault, he had already taken action. Tesoro, what a pity, Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he gazed at the receding Golden City. Honestly, Tesoro's plight was pitiful, but he felt little sympathy. Many faced similar situations, but none of them sided with the enemy. Just look at Kurla, not to mention the Queen of Nine Snake Island. In other words, the timing wasn't right, not the time for formal action. Otherwise, Golden City wouldn't have been allowed to continue. Shen Fei didn't have much of an issue with entertainment venues like Golden City, he'd had similar places in his past life, like casinos. What he couldn't tolerate most was human trafficking. Doflamingo's other problems weren't a big deal, but human trafficking was his greatest sin. As expected of the world government, even CP0 doesn't know much. Fortunately, there won't be a bunch of admirals emerging, let alone those surpassing the 4 emperors, on the ship. Shen Fei, through the memories of CP0, learned about the hidden power of the world government, and it was pretty much what he'd expected. CP0 contained many admirals, just like the Navy currently has former and current admirals. CP0 also contained a number of retired chiefs of staff. While the top figures weren't as high as Shen Fei had expected, the number of those below them was quite high. The number of admiral candidates and elite vice admirals was quite high within the world government. This was understandable. After all, the resources controlled by the world government and the celestial dragons were immense. With decent talent and the right devil fruit, a formidable force could easily emerge. The four emperors' ceiling wasn't easily breached, even if I had lived a long time. Indra had lived even longer than I'm, but wasn't his strength comparable? Take this back with you. Be careful. The world government has suffered such a heavy loss this time, they won't let it go. Losing 3 powerful CP0s at once, especially with one captured alive, was a huge blow to the world government. Thanks for the heads up. Although Sabo and Korra were somewhat curious about Shen Fei's identity, they had no intention of pursuing it. Well, I should be leaving now. Shen Fei nodded to Sabo and the others and departed. As for the CP0, he naturally left it to them to take back. Shen Fei didn't want to use his fake identity to talk to Sabo and the others. This is the piercing fruit. On Sky Island, Shen Fei gave this parahuman-type devil fruit to Haitong. By then, this small island had become another base, a safe house, according to Chelsea and the others. As former night raiders, they were well aware of the saying, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, call everyone back." I've got something quite good this time. Shen Fei then had Chelsea obtain the winning door fruit, brought everyone back, and had the group consume the Sacred Heart Sutra and Phoenix blood. Normally, Phoenix blood is difficult to absorb, existing within the human bloodstream but distinct from it. However, Shen Fei, through his research with the surgery fruit, had solved this problem. What was difficult for Emperor Shishin wasn't necessarily difficult for science. Upon hearing about the effects of the Sacred Heart Sutra, the group was thrilled. Even though they were practically eternally youthful now, they were still very interested. Perhaps it was just female nature. In fact, it was similar for men. Who wouldn't want to look more handsome if they could? It seems you've discovered something quite remarkable. While teaching the Sacred Heart technique, Shen Fei also stayed on Sky Island for several days, accompanying them. He also checked on Robin and Ada's discoveries there and realized they had indeed found something unexpected. Bika, maybe we should go to the moon and take a look. I remember Ainel seemed to have encountered the space pirates. Let's dig deeper. Perhaps devil fruits are some kind of lost technology. Since artificial animal-type devil fruits can be created through bloodline factors, then parahuman-type and natural-type devil fruits could theoretically be created by the Children's Research Institute. The Vinsmoke family, including Sanji's siblings, have all undergone bloodline factor modification. Combined with their specialized combat suits, they are practically parahuman-type devil fruit users. While they require combat suits to be considered complete, they also overcome the fear of seawater. If this foundation is further developed, perfect artificial parahuman-type devil fruits, or even natural-type devil fruits, are possible. Of course, judging by the current situation, the world government and the celestial dragons don't possess the technology to create devil fruits. Otherwise they wouldn't have allowed Vegapunk to research them. Therefore, they must be lost technology. This time, the celestial dragons could really be aliens, similar to the Otsutsuki clan in Naruto. Very possible. Then, what could Uranus be? It's hard to determine which is stronger, technology or cultivation. It depends on the level of both parties. For example, in Boruto, it seems to have almost completely shifted to technology. Cultivation can prolong life, and technology can also extend lifespan. The pure gold in One Piece is a product of technology. Sure enough, the world government has begun to take action. While Shen Fei, Aida, and the others were training and resting on Sky Island, a battle broke out between the world government and the Revolutionary Army at sea. This time, the Navy even dispatched troops. In the end, both sides suffered losses and retreated. Against Dragon's devil fruit power, numbers are meaningless. Only top-tier experts can engage in direct combat. Thanks to Shen Fei, the Revolutionary Army now has many more experts than in the original story, and Dragon's power is revealed. He single-handedly takes on 2 admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru, and holds his own. Akainu didn't participate, he needed to stay in charge of the Navy. After all, the Navy couldn't afford to be without an admiral. Almost there, you can act. Conquer Wano country. After practicing the Sacred Heart technique with S.H.I.E.L.D and making some progress, Shen Fei, seeing her growing restless, told her to begin. Wano country's sea stone deposits were a vital resource, and something so important must be in their own hands. Now was the perfect time to attack Wano country, as it wasn't a member of the world government. The world government wouldn't intervene, and would even be happy to see pirates fighting each other. Even though Shen Fei was a Shichibuke, he was still a pirate in the eyes of the world government. Taking Wano country, according to the deal between Wano country and the world government, might allow him to further understand the world government's secrets, ultimately liberating the impoverished masses of Wano country. As long as the people lived well, who cared whether the Kazuki clan returned? Once the Kazuki clan truly returned, Shen Fei wouldn't even need to take action. A simple incitement would be enough for the people of Wano to target the Kazuki clan's 9 red scabbards. 20 years was enough to change everything. Kurazumi Orochi lacked the talent for governing, but he did. Beyond all that, there was another, more important reason: Momonosuke must die. As the saying goes, he could be the pirate king, but Momonosuke must die. As for Kazuki Oden, many viewed him as a hero, but Shen Fei didn't have much of a feeling for him, not dislike, nor love. One thing was certain: Kazuki Oden's myth was largely due to his status. If that were stripped away, the legend would be a complete joke. For the Kazuki clan's 9 red scabbards, bloodline was paramount, and Momonosuke was highly respected. But for Shen Fei, whose fictional history exemplified the saying, "Kings and generals are born of blood," his judgment of people wasn't influenced by bloodline at all. Shen Fei supported Qin Shi Huang Yingzhang because of his deeds, not because he was a great king of Qin. If Yingzhang were truly so incompetent, he wouldn't be supporting him, but Han Fei. What about Kato? Chelsea asked after S.H.I.E.L.D occupied Wano country. Kurazumi Orochi was easy to deal with, whether S.H.I.E.L.D or Akane could handle him, but Kato, with the current S.H.I.E.L.D, might not be able to defeat him. We'll see how things go. I'm sure you'll handle it, S.H.I.E.L.D, Chelsea, and the others were no mere vases, and Kato was a very suitable opponent for S.H.I.E.L.D. At her current strength, only the admirals and the Yonko were worthy enough to rival her. Chapter 631, S.H.I.E.L.D vs. Whitebird, Part 1. At Marine Headquarters, looking at the newly delivered intelligence, Zanguo sighed softly. His face looked a little tired, his once dark hair and braided black beard beginning to turn gray. According to the original storyline, this would have been the end of the Battle of Marineford, and Zanguo would have retired. However, because Shen Fei had killed Blackbeard, preventing the Battle of Marineford, Zanguo remained in his position as Grand Admiral. Facing a situation 100 times more complex than the original storyline, Zanguo was truly exhausted. Internal and external troubles, this was the situation Zanguo faced. In the original storyline, while the Navy had its share of problems, the headquarters remained united in the fight for justice. However, after Shen Fei's series of actions, many Marines began to question the Navy's integrity. Especially after the revelation that Grand Admiral Zanguo was behind the so-called employment agency, many Marines looked at Zanguo with a different eye. As the saying goes, gossip can melt metal, and accumulated criticism can destroy bones. The authority of the Navy's top brass, including the 3 admirals, was weakened to a certain extent. Although the Navy had issued a gag order, it only silenced their mouths, not their hearts, and certainly not the pirates' mouths. While pirates used to be inherently vulnerable when confronted by the Navy, things were different now. Even if they couldn't defeat the Navy, they could still verbally abuse them. Thanks to Shen Fei, every time the Navy and pirates clash, they almost always bring up the employment agency to mock the Navy, leaving them speechless. For the pirates, this was a rare opportunity to mock the Navy from a moral high ground, and this opening became even more popular. It's almost a common practice for pirates to start a fight with the Navy, and for some, it even served as an excuse for looting and burning. The supernovas had used this taunt against the Navy more than once, but the Navy had no way to refute them. Over time, the Navy's frustration and anger were understandable, and the target of this anger was naturally the Navy's top brass. This was a blatant conspiracy, and the solution was simple: if the Navy had a clear conscience, they wouldn't need to worry about it. But the Navy couldn't. During a press interview, someone asked Sengoku why the Navy didn't crack down on human trafficking. This question embarrassed Sengoku, and he stormed out, unable to answer. Sengoku later approached the world government about the issue, but unfortunately, the 5 elders ignored him. Their long-held superiority had made them indifferent to the issue, and they instead blamed their own incompetence, nearly driving Sengoku crazy. Sengoku considered relinquishing his position as Grand Admiral, abdicating, and resigning, but ultimately, he refused to leave in such a humiliating manner. For Sengoku, leaving in such disgrace would surely make him the worst-regarded Grand Admiral in history, something Sengoku could never accept. Steelbone Sora was promoted from Grand Admiral with the honor of Roger's execution. Even if Sengoku didn't want to be promoted, he didn't want to be considered the worst Grand Admiral. The only way to salvage his reputation was to accomplish a remarkable feat that would shatter people's current impression of him. Given the current situation on the sea, there was only one way to accomplish such a feat: to eliminate one of the four emperors. With the Navy's might, dealing with one of the four emperors was no problem. The key was how to prevent them from escaping. Furthermore, the most impactful and easiest to destroy four emperors needed to be the one to do it. Without a doubt, the Whitebird pirates were the only ones to do so. Whitebird, the world's strongest man, may be unknown to the general public, but as a Grand Admiral, he's well aware of his current weakness. Given his personality, with the right tactics, the Navy wouldn't need to initiate an attack on the Whitebird pirates. They could simply lure him into attacking Marine headquarters. This would be extremely difficult for the other three Yonko groups. Kato and Big Mom wouldn't storm Marine headquarters for anyone. As for red-haired Shanks, he's at the peak of his powers, and his crew is a formidable force. The Whitebird pirates, already in decline, are no match for him. Sengoku has already begun planning this plan, starting with capturing Ace. Without Blackbeard, Sengoku would have to act on his own, and the Battle of Marineford would be inevitable. In fact, in the original story, even if Blackbeard hadn't captured Ace, Marineford would have been inevitable. Sengoku would have also planned a major event before his retirement, and his target would still be the Whitebird pirates. Garp couldn't hide Ace's identity from Sengoku. If Ace hadn't become a pirate, Garp might have turned a blind eye, but becoming a pirate was a different story. Both in the original story and now in the present, Sengoku wants to seize the opportunity of destroying the Whitebird pirates to end the great age of piracy initiated by Roger. From Shen Fei's perspective, he naturally knew this ideal was utterly wishful thinking, but that was his perspective from a higher perspective. Even Sengoku, known for his wisdom, couldn't see that far ahead. Report, Sengoku exclaimed as he pondered the matter. What? They've entered the New World, he exclaimed in surprise at the contents. What's wrong? Senior Chief of Staff Churu asked curiously. You guys take a look too, Sengoku said, and he instructed the captain to pass the document to Senior Chief of Staff Churu, who then passed it to Admirals Aokaji and Kizaru. Akanyu was away, hunting pirates. That's not surprising. With his strength, entering the New World is a given. I just wonder who his target will be. Crane looked at the contents of the document with a remarkably calm expression. I remember he and Whitebird seemed to have a grudge. They might even clash now. How terrifying, Kizaru, after reviewing the document, repeated his usual catchphrase. Perhaps this is a good thing for the Navy, if he can replace the Whitebird pirates, Aokaji said. The document, of course, concerned S.H.I.E.L.D and the others entering the New World. After his draw with Hawkeye, Shen Fei's group had become a focus of attention for many factions. The Navy even treated him like one of the four emperors, with a dedicated surveillance ship maintaining 24/7 surveillance. The Navy was extremely wary of the four emperors groups, and the surveillance ship was always present. Therefore, whenever the four emperors deployed, their first priority was to destroy the surveillance ship, much like when Red Hair confronted Whitebird about Ace. Aokaji's words made Sengoku glance at him. If the Navy hadn't undergone such a major transformation, he would have fully agreed with Aokaji's words. The internecine slaughter among pirates was always a good thing for the Navy. But now, he was planning a plan to revive the Navy's prestige, and with the Whitebird pirates as his target, allowing Shen Fei to dethrone them would be a bad thing for the Navy. Of course, Sengoku couldn't bring himself to say such a thing. We have no excuse to stop him. Don't forget, he's still a Shichibukai. The world government would be delighted if one of the Yonkoku was a Shichibukai. Chief of Staff Churu's voice immediately silenced everyone present. As long as they continued to obey the world government's orders, there was no way they could do anything to Shen Fei and his men. What's going on with Garp? He's on his way back. Ryu isn't planning on meeting him. Garp wasn't at Marine headquarters today because he had gone to see Ryu at the Revolutionary Army. With the Revolutionary Army's growth, and Shen Fei's previous criticisms of Garp's position within the Navy had become somewhat awkward. Although Shen Fei was primarily targeting Sengoku, as Sengoku's close friend and a participant in the Battle of God Valley, Garp naturally couldn't escape criticism. And not just Garp, but the three admirals and chief of staff Churu as well, the only difference being that they weren't targeted as harshly as Sengoku. Borsellino, you should go to the New World to prevent them from escalating the situation. Finally, after a moment's silence, Sengoku made his decision. At this point, the Navy clearly had no way of stopping Shen Fei's actions. They could only take a one-step approach. Turn rudder, shall we go here? S.H.I.E.L.D, having just arrived in the New World, glanced at the map and immediately spoke to the navigator beside her. Although Shen Fei's crew could reach the New World faster, S.H.I.E.L.D and the others decided to follow the customs of that world and sail the pirate ship. That's the Whitebird Pirates' territory, not our destination, Leon immediately objected. The New World has 3 routes, each representing a different encounter with a different 4 Emperor group, the Red Hair Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates. All 3 are located in the middle and back half of the New World. As for the Whitebird Pirates, they're in the front half. Did you see that even Fishman Island is their territory? While their territory is vast, their headquarters ships are primarily located on the central route, very close to the entrance to the New World. It's safe to say that any pirate entering the New World will typically face the Whitebird Pirates first. After all, the Battle of Marineford hasn't happened yet, and Whitebird is still alive. Shen Fei's destination was Wano country, and naturally, he chose the same route as Luffy in the original story, the one on the left. However, S.H.I.E.L.D was about to change course. As for her purpose, Leon's objection was enough to reveal the reason. I know. I'm going there. To see the strongest man in the world, I really want to witness his strength, S.H.I.E.L.D made her clear without a trace of concealment. S.H.I.E.L.D, who had always sought to challenge the strongest, naturally held a deep interest in Edward Whitebird. Previously, she had lacked the opportunity and her strength had prevented her from doing so. But now, things were different. In her pursuit of strength, S.H.I.E.L.D was arguably the most dedicated of the group. What do you say? Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's words, Leon immediately turned to Akame, Kurome, Aida, Robin, and the others. Since they were heading to Wano country, the land of the creators of historical texts, Robin was naturally very interested in the place, and so she came along. Since you have made up your mind, let's go. Ada and the others looked at each other and agreed to S.H.I.E.L.D's request. After being together for so long, they already knew S.H.I.E.L.D's character very well. Not to mention that they were the only ones here now. Even if Shen Fei was here, he would not be able to change her mind. Fortunately, he has now embarked on the path of continuing to explore the New World and has no idea what is happening here. Otherwise, he would definitely be very depressed. This is what it means that plans are not as good as changes. However, no matter how depressed she was, Shen Fei could not stop her. After all, when he brought her to the pirate world, he promised her to challenge strong enemies. You are so brave. We are from the Whitebird Pirates. On the sea, on a burning pirate ship, the surviving pirates looked at their companions who were being slaughtered, and shouted at the people who did it in a cowardly manner. Whitebird Pirates, are you so great? You're the only ones killing people, and you don't allow others to kill you. As Leon spoke, he punched a man with such force that the force pierced his body through the burning cabin behind him, sending him flying dozens of meters before crashing into the sea. As S.H.I.E.L.D and the others headed towards the Whitebird Pirates headquarters, they naturally encountered many of their companions, both members of the Whitebird Pirates and other pirate groups. All of them perished in the sea. As for the cause of death, it was naturally foul language. S.H.I.E.L.D and his group were all stunningly beautiful. It goes without saying what pirates would do when faced with such a beauty, even those under the Whitebird Pirates. While the Whitebird Pirates headquarters might be impressive, the pirate groups under their command were truly unremarkable. Riding on Whitebird's reputation, they were truly arrogant. If it were Luffy and the others, they might have shown some mercy, at most simply knocking them away, perhaps even making friends later. But S.H.I.E.L.D and her crew weren't like that. S.H.I.E.L.D was a ruthless character. Akame, Kurome, Leon, and the others were members of the Night Raid assassination ring. If they didn't use force, it was fine, but if they did, they would kill. Aida and Robin were both accustomed to the dark side. They wouldn't kill innocent people, but among pirates, nothing was innocent. Throughout their journey, S.H.I.E.L.D, Akame, and the others hadn't even used a single blow. Only Leon and Kurome had taken action, and they had already dispatched every enemy they encountered. "You bastards, I'm going to kill you." The captain of the pirate ship, engaged in a fierce battle with Kurome, watched his companions wiped out, most of the pirate ship engulfed in flames, and the spider-shaped pirate flag on the mast burst into flames. He immediately went into a frenzy, brandishing his katana, which was longer than an average man's, and slashed wildly at Kurome. The great whirlpool spider, S.H.I.E.L.D, was the one currently clashing with Kurahide. He was the man who stabbed Whitebird in the original story. Upon hearing that someone was warning of trouble with the Whitebird pirates, he immediately led his men in pursuit. He ended up experiencing a nightmare similar to his encounter with Roger, with his entire crew annihilated. Originally, the great whirlpool spider, S.H.I.E.L.D, was no match for Kurahide, but using his frenzied state, he managed to temporarily suppress Kurahide. Due to the cramped ship, Kurahide was forced to fight and retreat, finally using the moon step to escape the frenzied S.H.I.E.L.D. "Get down!" Seeing Kurahide soaring into the air, S.H.I.E.L.D roared, leaping up and slashing at him. Seeing it was S.H.I.E.L.D's leap, Kurahide sneered, dodging his long blade with the moon step, skirting behind him and stabbing him in the back. While S.H.I.E.L.D was a formidable opponent, he unfortunately didn't know how to use the moon step. A pirate being a pirate, his overall strength was far inferior to Kurahide, who had been trained by Shen Fei. Jumping into the air to attack Haitong was his biggest mistake. "S.H.I.E.L.D, be careful." Just when S.H.I.E.L.D was in danger, a blue-skinned fishman suddenly emerged from the sea, and a column of water rushed towards Haitong like an arrow from a bow. Chapter 632, S.H.I.E.L.D vs. Whitebird, Part 2. In mid-air, facing the sudden attack of the water column from the sea, he did not choose to dodge, but stabbed at S.H.I.E.L.D with his sword as usual. This situation surprised the attacking fishman on the sea. He had originally wanted to use the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao and save S.H.I.E.L.D, but he did not expect that the other party would rather take his blow than kill S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the next moment, the fishman immediately realized that the other party had not dodged, because his attack was blocked by another person. A huge fist broke the water column with one punch. It was Leon who was watching the battle. If it were someone native to the pirate world, with a fishman's intervention, they could have saved S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately, Leon and Kurenetsu were both born killers. Once they identified an enemy, they would strike without mercy, aiming for complete destruction. As Leon crushed the water column, S.H.I.E.L.D let out a cry of pain. S.H.I.E.L.D was a ruthless character. Even with his heart pierced from behind, he continued to swing his longsword, intending to strike back. It's a testament to the incredible strength of the pirate world. Even with a pierced heart, they could still survive for a short time. Bang! But just as S.H.I.E.L.D's longsword swung, Kurenetsu struck him in the back. The sheer force caused S.H.I.E.L.D to spit out another mouthful of blood. He lost his grip on the longsword and fell to the sea surface below, his body flying dozens of meters before finally sinking to the surface. S.H.I.E.L.D, seeing S.H.I.E.L.D plummet to the surface, the fishman on the surface roared in anger. After glaring fiercely at Kurenetsu and Leon in mid-air, he immediately rushed towards the direction of S.H.I.E.L.D's fall. As expected of a fishman, he moved in the water as if on land, without the slightest hindrance. Sea Knight Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, how do we deal with him? As the fishman rushed towards the plunging S.H.I.E.L.D, Kurenetsu and Leon had already returned to their boat. Looking at the fishman on the surface, Leon turned back and asked, "If he attacks, he'll be an enemy," Aida said without hesitation. "I understand. Leave him to me." Upon hearing Aida's words, Leon immediately clenched her fists with excitement. Counting her own men, Sea Knight Jinbei was the strongest enemy she had ever faced. It was a good opportunity to test her current strength. "You actually killed S.H.I.E.L.D?" Jinbei, holding S.H.I.E.L.D's body, floated to the surface and shouted at Aida and the others. Jinbei's expression was filled with grief and indignation. Within the Whitebird pirates, he and S.H.I.E.L.D had a good relationship. It was just killing a pirate who got in our way. Sea Knight Jinbei, get out of the way immediately. We're looking for Whitebird, not you. Or are you trying to disregard the rules of the Shichibukai and fight us? According to the world government's regulations, the Shichibukai cannot attack each other. Violating this rule will result in the revocation of their Shichibukai status, much like Law and Luffy's alliance against Doflamingo. "I won't let you challenge my father," Jinbei said with a firm face after a brief hesitation. Honestly, Jinbei didn't want to be a Shichibukai anymore, but for the sake of the fishmen, he had no choice but to accept the title. Only this status would force the world government to release those captured fishmen, such as Arlong. The other Shichibuke, like Minami and Crocodile, earned their positions on their own, but Jin's Shichibuke position was granted out of consideration for the situation on Fishman Island. As captain of the Sun Pirates, Jin has fought off numerous challengers for Whitebird over the years, slaying numerous supernova pirates. He was also able to stop Ace because of this. Jin holds Whitebird in high esteem for his protection of Fishman Island. You think you can stop us? It wasn't that Aida looked down on Jin. The only person he could defeat on the ship was probably Chelsea. Jin, it looks like you got here before us. Just as Jin was about to speak, someone in the distance called out his name. A moment later, a small boat, belching flames from behind, sped towards Jin. 3 people could be seen on board, one of them being Fire Fist Ace. The other was Flower Sword Vista, captain of the Whitebird Pirates 5th Division and one of the most skilled 2 sword masters on the sea. The last one was Diamond Jaws, captain of Division 3. Word of S.H.I.E.L.D's group's actions naturally reached the Whitebird Pirates headquarters, the Moby Dick. Whitebird had originally intended to wait for Shen Fei to challenge him, but unbeknownst to him, due to his health, his sons were reluctant to engage in a fierce battle. So, Phoenix Marco privately consulted with the other captains and decided to defeat Shen Fei before he could even reach Whitebird. The 3 captains combined should theoretically be enough to defeat Shen Fei. Unfortunately, they didn't realize Shen Fei wasn't there. If he had been, this wouldn't have happened. But that didn't explain the Whitebird Pirates' misunderstanding. Only Admiral Aokiji understood S.H.I.E.L.D's true strength. Outsiders, let alone the information provided by Akame and Kirome, were completely unaware. Most knew only that Shen Fei was formidable, a match for Hawkeye. Therefore, it was obvious he would be the one to challenge Whitebird. No one else would have been. You're here. Jinbei's expression darkened as Ace and the others arrived. Although Ace and the others had arrived, it was too late. Squard was already dead. Squard, what's going on? Ace and the others, who had originally intended to greet Jinbei, immediately spotted Squard beside him as they approached. Ace and the other 2's faces immediately changed, and they quickly turned to look at the still-burning pirate ship. Because the pirate flag had been burned, and the whole structure had largely been destroyed, they didn't immediately recognize it as the ship of Squard the Great Whirlpool Spider. They were the ones who did it, Ace demanded. Yes, Fire Fist. Receiving Jinbei's affirmation, Ace instantly transformed into a ball of flame, tracing a long red trail through the air before appearing above S.H.I.E.L.D. and the other's ship. His right hand immediately transformed into a massive ball of flame. The instant the flames appeared, the surrounding temperature began to rise dramatically. Ace roared and threw a punch downward. Instantly, a massive ball of flame materialized in front of his fist, roaring downward. This single blow betrayed Ace's rage. Ever since joining the Whitebird Pirates, Ace had considered them his home, and his companions his family. It was Blackbeard's murder that infuriated Ace, leading him to pursue him alone. For Ace, it was the murder of his family, betrayed by one of his own. The same was true of Squard's death. Ace's only thought at that moment was revenge for Squard. I'll do it. Just as Aida was about to strike at the massive flames falling from the sky, Akame stepped forward, unsheathing the black sword, Chu Shui, from her waistband. A flash of cold light filled the air, and a powerful fan-shaped sword energy slashed through the sky. The next moment, the entire sky seemed to split, and the massive flames were instantly extinguished. At the same time, Ace, floating in the air, felt a sudden jolt of fear. The next moment, his body erupted in flames and dodged to the side. The moment he left, a powerful fan-shaped sword energy swept past his previous position. Had he not moved, he would have been cut in half by the sword energy, vertically. With Akito's current strength, the sword energy naturally contained armament haki. It was just a matter of seconds before Akito could actually kill Ace. If such a thing had actually happened, Shen Fei would probably be deeply devastated. Of course, for Shen Fei, Akito was truly his friend. Even if Luffy were to be killed, let alone Ace, would he still seek revenge on Akito for Luffy? What a powerful sword energy! Vista, the flower swordsman, watching the strike from a small boat some distance away, exclaimed in admiration. As a master swordsman, he understood the power of the strike. Fire Fist Ace, Diamond George, Flower Sword Vista, and Sea Knight Jinbe, all 4 are quite capable, perfect for testing your own abilities. Choose your opponents, and S.H.I.E.L.D., I'll trouble you to create a battleground. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, this ship will be in jeopardy. Aida looked at the four who appeared, then glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D. As I said before, my opponent is that fishman, Leon said. Fire Fist Ace is mine, Aida said immediately. Flower Sword Vista, Diamond Jaws, Akame and Kurom spoke in succession. Chelsea and Robin, both reluctant to engage in physical combat, remained silent. Why are all of them women? Where's your captain? Get him out of here. After Aida's group had chosen their opponents, Ace and his companions took in the situation aboard the ship. It was filled with beautiful women, with no sign of Shen Fei. This realization made Ace roar. But the next moment, Ace's and the others' expressions changed dramatically as they discovered that the sea surface for nearly 1,000 meters around them had frozen solid. Admiral Aokiji, Ace and the other three couldn't help but shout in unison. No wonder they had such a misunderstanding. The only person who possessed such ability on the sea was the Navy's Admiral Aokiji. After blurting out the name of Admiral Aokiji, Flower Sword Vista couldn't help but look at Sea Knight Jinbe. Originally, they thought that Shen Fei was simply going to challenge Whitebird to become famous, but if Admiral Aokiji got involved, the situation would be completely different. At this moment, Flower Sword Vista even wondered if the Navy was going to take action against the Whitebird pirates. Don't look, Admiral Aokiji is not here, do it. When Flower Sword Vista was trying to find Aokiji, Aida said and immediately took action. In an instant, dozens of thunders appeared in the sky above Vista and others and bombarded the four people. Faced with a sudden attack, the four people had to immediately separate and disperse. Seeing the four people separate, Aida did not continue to attack others, but set his sights on Ace. While the four people were separated, Leon and others found their targets respectively. So it was you who threw the sword just now. Initially, Flower Sword Vista hadn't paid much attention to Akadoshi's sword, but the moment it clashed with Akadoshi's black blade, Chu Shui, Vista's expression suddenly became serious. He had previously believed that the sword strike was from Shen Fei. Due to innate limitations, female great swordsmen are extremely rare on the sea, so it's no wonder Vista hadn't considered this aspect before. The two immediately engaged in a fierce exchange. Every time their weapons collided, a torrent of sword energy splattered, wreaking havoc on the surrounding ice. It was S.H.I.E.L.D's current mastery of ice that prevented the two from dislodging the water. Both possessed formidable swordsmanship, making a quick decision impossible. While the two engaged in a sword duel, Leon and Sea Knight Jinbe engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. As a fish man, Jinbei's strength was far greater than that of an ordinary human, but Leon's power, enhanced by his Beast King transformation, had also been greatly enhanced. Both of their hands now glowed with a black sheen, their armament haki radiating. It would take time for the two to determine the outcome. However, the battle between Kuroheim and Diamond Jaws was a significant disadvantage for Kuroheim. Jaws, possessing the luminous Nomi, now shone with a captivating purple light, the radiance of diamonds. His formidable defense left Kuroheim feeling somewhat helpless, unable to strike back. Kuroheim could only use roving to hold Diamond Jaws back. Meanwhile, on the distant ship, Chelsea's eyes lit up at the sight of Diamond Jaws' radiance. Kuroheim, trained from a young age, had little regard for diamonds. But Chelsea was different. Although she was also a killer, in her daily life, she was no different from any other girl. Don't even think about it. There's no way to get those diamonds off, Robin said with a smile, observing the glint in Chelsea's eyes. Aren't devil fruits supposed to be omnipotent? Why can't the gold fruit create gold, and the luminous Nomi produce diamonds? Chelsea's tone sounded a little lost at this time. I'm afraid no one can answer your question, but as far as I know, a huge pearl appeared recently, and I have someone buying it. Although Robin's primary interest was archaeology, it didn't mean she wasn't interested in other things. Her time with Shen Fei had changed her considerably, and she no longer needed to constantly flee. The pirate world, with its vast sea kings, held many things beyond human imagination. For example, the pearl Robin had just mentioned was born from a sea king's shell, nearly 10 meters tall, its value unimaginable. Neither Chelsea nor Robin paid much attention to the battle. Not to mention the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. remained unattacked, the aerial battle between Aida and Ace alone instilled confidence in them. Throughout the battle, Ace's position was one-sided, completely suppressed by Aida, leaving him powerless to fight back. With her modern knowledge, Aida surpassed S.H.I.E.L.D. in the development of the Thunder Fruit by a factor of several. She had developed numerous abilities, including the telepathic network and electromagnetic shield. Ace was truly unlucky. Even against Akame, he wouldn't have suffered such a disastrous defeat. But facing Ada, who wielded the Thunder Fruit, he was completely defeated. Chapter 633 S.H.I.E.L.D vs. Whitebird, Part 2. While there's a saying about devil fruits that there are no useless fruits, only useless users, the reality is that a powerful devil fruit can have immense impact. Of the three main types of devil fruits, the natural type is universally recognized as the strongest. While some superhuman types possess unusually powerful abilities, such as the tremor fruit and the childlike fruit, and even the legendary mythical beasts of the animal type, these haven't undermined the position of the natural type. Of course, this refers to pure devil fruits, not devil fruit users. While the strongest users aren't necessarily natural type devil fruit users, they are certainly not weak. Just look at Capri the Wet-Haired, who, despite being so weak, managed to become a supernova, demonstrating the power of natural type devil fruits. Among the many natural type devil fruits, the Thunder Fruit is undoubtedly one of the most powerful. Enel's defeat to Luffy wasn't due to Luffy's Gum Fruit, but rather to his own mindset. Otherwise, with Enel's Thunder Fruit speed and the range of his observation Haki, how could he possibly be defeated by Luffy? In terms of speed, the only fruit that can rival the Thunder Fruit is probably Kizaru's Pikachu Fruit. Even the legendary superhuman speed fruit can't compare to these two fruits. Kizaru's rushing to mediate the dispute between the two Yonkoku wasn't arrogance, but rather his true ability. To be frank, Kizaru, possessing the Pikachu Fruit, is somewhat comparable to the fourth Hokage. Unless he's willing to fight to the death, it's extremely difficult to kill him. Even Shen Fei, at his current level of power, couldn't stop Kizaru unless he trapped him in a mirror dimension. Fortunately, the Pikachu Fruit was obtained by Kizaru, a rather lazy individual. If Akainu had consumed the Pikachu Fruit, the current situation for pirates would be completely different. Akainu is a very dedicated marine, showing no mercy to the Navy. However, due to the limitations of his devil fruit, Akainu must rely on warships. Sometimes, even if he spotted pirates, due to his speed, they would have already escaped by the time he arrived. But Kizaru didn't need that. The Pika Pika no Mi allowed Kizaru to fly easily, and with the Yurasaki no Magatama, he could wipe out a large area. Think about it, with such abilities, if used diligently, pirates still have a chance to survive. It might not pose a major threat to the four Emperor's pirate groups, but to those below them, it would be a deadly threat. It could be said that Sasuke, with a Pika Pika no Mi, could single-handedly wipe out most of the pirates. Damn it, Ace roared in anger, watching his attacks completely miss Ada, and Ada still have a chance to give Diamond Jaws a shockwave to alleviate the situation facing Kurihide. Jaws' entire body transformed into diamond form. Ada's lightning attack didn't penetrate his defenses, but it did interrupt his attack on Kurihide. Jozu was naturally furious about this, but unfortunately, even with his frustration, he couldn't do anything about Ada. Jozu's defense was formidable, capable of blocking Hawkeye Mihawk's head-on. He was also incredibly powerful, capable of hurling massive ice cubes. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly, another powerful aspect of nature-type devil fruits. They could soar through the air at will, except for the swamp fruit. This kind of flight couldn't be matched even by the 6-style moon step, let alone the vast majority of pirates, who couldn't use it. Big Mom, one of the four emperors, couldn't fly, though she did have ways to deal with aerial enemies, such as Zeus and Prometheus. While Jozu was upset, Ace was furious. As the captain of the Whitebird Pirates' 2nd Division, he was being toyed with. Great Flame Ring, Entei, Ace erupted in anger. Circles of blazing flames appeared out of thin air around Ace, and in an instant, the area around him, nearly 100 meters away, became a sea of blazing flames. What a waste of energy. Aida, whose figure transformed into lightning and immediately left the sea of fire surrounding Ace, looked at the flames ahead and shook her head slightly. As the captain of the Whitebird Pirates' 2nd Division, Ace was naturally formidable. Perhaps he was a little behind the likes of Phoenix Marco and Flower Sword Vista, but within the Whitebird Pirates' 16th Division, he was undoubtedly among the strongest. Even with their fruit compatibility, Ace could easily hold his own against Aokiji. Unfortunately, Ace was facing Aida, who possessed the Thunder Fruit. If it were a local pirate, or S.H.I.E.L.D, Enel, and the others, they would have definitely taken on Ace's anti-head-on. Unfortunately, Aida chose not to do so. Aida was a former top agent, not a warrior. Therefore, even with her current admiral-level strength, even if she could defeat him head-on, she wouldn't confront Ace head-on. As Shen Fei's earliest companion, Aida didn't fight much, but in a true battle of strength, S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't sure of a victory against her. So, upon seeing Ace's massive, blazing flame emperor, powerful enough to destroy an island, Aida transformed into an elemental form and dodged the attack, sending countless flames plummeting towards the sea below. Akame and the others, including S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, and the ship were caught in the flames' reach, but a moment later, a barrier appeared around the ship, blocking the flames and preventing S.H.I.E.L.D from striking. After consuming the thunder fruit, Aida dedicated herself to furthering her studies in electromagnetism and mechanics, surpassing S.H.I.E.L.D by a significant margin in the development of the thunder fruit. Kurako, come back. You're no match for him. Seeing Kurome retreating under the onslaught of flames and Jaws's attacks, Aida immediately called for her to return. Diamond Jaws's defense was simply too strong. Even Akame, let alone Kurome in her current form, wouldn't be victorious against him. The hardness of Diamond, combined with the added bonus of armament haki, would likely require even Hawkeye Mihawk to pierce his defense with several strikes. Boom. Just as Kurenetsu began to retreat upon hearing Ada's words, a thick, dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly appeared above Ace's head, who had just used his ultimate and was taking a deep breath in midair. With a single strike, it knocked the severely depleted Ace from the air. Ace's fall prompted Jaws and C-Knight Jinbei, who was battling Leona, to cry out anxiously. Jaws immediately abandoned Kurenetsu, who had been attempting to pursue, and rushed towards Ace's fall. As for Jinbei, although he intended to, he had no chance of escaping the battlefield under the onslaught of Leona, who had transformed into her lion form. Leona's overall strength was significantly different from C-Knight Jinbei's. After all, she had only recently entered the pirate world and cultivated her abilities. Her current strength was fueled by her devil fruit and Shen Fei's resources. As for Flower Sword Vista, he was now even more helpless. Akudo, trained by Ryoma, had surpassed Vista's expectations in swordsmanship, forcing him to focus entirely on the fight. Although Akudo had always claimed to be a killer, not a swordsman, she was in fact incredibly gifted in the art of swordsmanship. Don't be discouraged. That guy's defense is truly formidable, Aida reassured the somewhat frustrated Kurano, returning to the ship. Then, transforming into a flash of lightning, she appeared approximately 10 meters in front of Diamond Jaws. Jaws, fearing Aida's arrival and fearing she might attack the unconscious Ace again, immediately placed Ace's body on the ice behind him and charged at Aida with unstoppable force. Just as he said, the members of the Whitebird Pirates are also well protected by Whitebird. Jaws's charge was naturally powerful. Anyone else, even Jack the Drought, one of the three calamities of the Beast's pirates, would have been wary. However, against a nature-type devil fruit user, such an attack was completely useless. Diamond, try this. Watching Jaws charging forward like a raging bull, shaking the entire ice, Ada's body suddenly transformed into dozens of layers of electric nets and charged towards him. Even with Jaws's speed and strength, even after shattering over 20 layers of nets, his speed inevitably slowed. At that moment, Aida suddenly appeared above Jaws, thrusting her right hand downwards and muttering, "Thunder Prison Technique." As Aida muttered, the remaining nets immediately enveloped Jaws from all sides. A moment later, a lightning prison, formed from lightning, trapped Jaws. "Let me see the limits of your defense." As Aida spoke, the lightning prison suddenly unleashed a dazzling burst of lightning, completely engulfing Jaws's body. Facing the relentless lightning strikes, Jaws could only continuously mobilize his armament haki to strengthen his defenses. The lightning prison technique was developed by Aida herself, modeled after the water prison technique. Strictly speaking, the water prison technique is extremely powerful in the One Piece world, especially against users with special abilities. However, Aida, having consumed the thunder fruit, is unmatched in lightning prowess, so naturally, she focuses on this area. Combined with lightning release, Aida has developed numerous lightning abilities. Jozu's defenses are naturally formidable, but even the strongest defenses can eventually break under sustained attack, as seen in the original story by Aokiji, who froze Jozu and ripped off one of his arms. This was only because someone else intervened, preventing Aokiji from further action, as he could have easily killed Jozu. Over time, cracks appeared on Jozu's diamond-like body, shimmering with a black sheen and adorned with armament haki, and these cracks continued to widen. Jozu, just as Jozu's body was about to rip apart inside the lightning prison, a sudden roar echoed from the sky. Then, a streak of blue flame descended from the sky, hurtling towards Ada, who was maintaining the prison. Faced with this sudden attack, Ada was forced to abandon her prison-maintaining technique and transform into an elemental form to dodge the attack. Phoenix Marco, has Whitebird finally arrived? Watching the giant blue flame bird attacking her, Ada turned to gaze at the massive ship speeding towards them from afar. She immediately understood who was coming. The Whitebird pirate's Moby Dick, with its massive white whale-like prow, was unique across the ocean. Jozu, Ace, the Phoenix looked at Diamond Jozu, whose body was cracked in many places, and then at Ace lying unconscious on the ground behind him. His expression immediately darkened. He felt a sense of relief. Whitebird had insisted on coming, otherwise Ace and the others would be in danger. Edward Whitebird, who became one of the 4 emperors, wasn't a fool. In fact, no one who can become one of the 4 emperors is foolish. Even Sherlock and Linolin, who suffer from bulimia, possess a shrewd side. Upon noticing the disappearance of Ace and the other captains who usually kept an eye on him, Whitebird immediately sensed something was amiss. After learning what had happened from Marco, he rushed over. It must be said that Whitebird did a remarkable job of protecting his son. With the arrival of the Whitebird pirates, the 4 men in combat immediately ceased their fight. All 4 were covered in blood, though Flower Sword Vista and Sea Knight Jinbu were the most smeared. Dad, Flower Sword Vista and the others approached Whitebird, their heads lowered in unison. They had assumed their father wouldn't need to be dispatched, but they had still alerted him, leaving Jinbu and the others deeply disappointed. Scored, Whitebird quickly noticed the body Jinbu had brought over. Seeing Scored's distorted face, Whitebird was instantly enraged. Whitebird could not accept the thought of his own son dying in battle to protect him. He was well aware of Ace and the others' intentions, and no one knew his own body better than he did. Asshole, you actually killed Scored. Avenge Scored? The pirates aboard the Moby Dick, having naturally seen Scored's corpse and Ace's tragic condition, immediately began clamoring for revenge. Diamond Jaws, after his ability was deactivated, showed no signs of injury, save for a slightly pale complexion. Bang! Whitebird struck the hilt of his Naginato hard, a dull thud echoing, and the pirates on the Moby Dick immediately ceased their shouting. Did you want to challenge me? I'm already here, why aren't you coming out? Although Whitebird's ship was at the edge of the ice, quite a distance from S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, his observation haki easily discerned that Shen Fei was nowhere to be seen on the opposing ship, only a group of beautiful women, each with their own unique charm. However, Whitebird had no intention of looking down on his opponent. Through his observation haki, Whitebird had seen the previous battles between them. Flower Sword Vista and Diamond Jozu were both defeated. Such strength is also among the top ranks in the New World. In the Whitebird Pirates, the only one who can beat these two is Phoenix Marco. With such subordinates, plus Shen Fei's strength that can fight Hawkeye, it can be said that they are already one of the 4 emperors, and are not inferior to the 4 emperors of the Red Hair Pirates. However, even if they are facing such strength, Whitebird will seek justice for his son. This is his responsibility as a father. I'm sorry, it seems that you have made a mistake. The captain was not aware of this incident. The person who wants to see the strength of the strongest man in the world is not the captain, but me. Seeing Whitebird appear, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately couldn't help it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, S.H.I.E.L.D vs Whitebird, and how dare you, get your captain out. S.H.I.E.L.D's words immediately sparked outrage among the Whitebird pirates. It could be said that her previous words were the greatest provocation to the Whitebird pirates. On this world's oceans, there's an iron rule for pirates: the captain's word is absolute. Once aboard a pirate ship, as long as the captain is still the captain's orders must be obeyed. Even Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates adheres to this rule. Don't be fooled by the Straw Hat Pirates' frequent brawls, and Nami's frequent beatings of Luffy. But if you think about it, Nami has never disobeyed Luffy's orders. Even with such a ridiculous order as to go to Sky Island, Nami found a way to comply. When abandoning the Golden Mary, If Usopp didn't apologize, Zoro would never let him back on board. This also extends to the principle of equality. Pirate-to-pirate battles are typically captain-to-captain battles. S.H.I.E.L.D's words clearly disregarded Whitebird. A closer examination would easily lead to the conclusion that Shen Fei completely disregarded Whitebird. Whitebird, come on, let me see your ultimate strength. S.H.I.E.L.D ignored the cries of the Whitebird pirates, staring intently at him as a powerful, domineering aura of domineering authority swept across the scene. The next moment, approximately a quarter of the Whitebird pirates collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Many others, while not unconscious, felt limp, while a small number appeared unchanged. As the former Empire's most powerful general, S.H.I.E.L.D, a believer in the law of the jungle, was naturally thrilled to discover the vast sea of powerful individuals in the pirate world. Whitebird, the world's strongest, had taken note of him after learning about the general situation. If given the chance, S.H.I.E.L.D would certainly not miss it, and Shen Fei's departure created a perfect opportunity. Of course, she only challenged because she felt she was no match for the opponent. After all, she wasn't stupid enough to challenge him knowing she couldn't win. If that were her true personality, S.H.I.E.L.D would have long since perished in battle against the dangerous creatures. Some of the dangerous creatures in awakens are incredibly powerful, such as the dragon from the east, arguably the ultimate in the entire game. Even the first emperor of the empire, despite mustering immense power, couldn't defeat him. He only obtained the materials to craft an imperial weapon. A closer look at S.H.I.E.L.D reveals some similarities between her and Akainu. If Shen Fei hadn't been there, and S.H.I.E.L.D had been thrown into the pirate world, the Navy would likely have gained an admiral similar to Akainu. For a former imperial general, S.H.I.E.L.D's chances of choosing the Navy over pirates were much higher, just as she had chosen to become a soldier in the Empire. If Akainu's portrayal were gender-bending, perhaps his killing of Ace and the O'Hara incident wouldn't have attracted so many critics. Akainu simply can't compare to S.H.I.E.L.D in this regard. Of course, this refers to the old S.H.I.E.L.D. The current S.H.I.E.L.D, after entering the One Piece world, has been somewhat influenced by Shen Fei. While her desire to fight against the powerful hasn't changed, it's much better than before. His sweeping display of Conqueror's Haki immediately silenced the Whitebird pirates' clamor. In the New World, Conqueror's Haki is not uncommon. King Jao once said that those who possess Conqueror's Haki are as numerous as the emperors of the New World, and the Whitebird pirates boasted numerous such individuals. Ace possessed Conqueror's Haki, but possessing it didn't guarantee his ability to display it. Until his death, Ace had only used it a few times, and those were only sporadic, unable to control it at will. From a strength perspective, Ace's joining the Whitebird pirates actually harmed him. If Ace had continued with the Spade pirates, his strength would have been far greater than it was in the Whitebird pirates. Ace didn't grow much in the three-color Haki simply because he was too comfortable in the Whitebird pirates. People tend to be lazy, especially those who enjoy freedom. With the exception of some ambitious pirates, ordinary pirates rarely practice diligently to improve their strength. This is the biggest difference between pirates and the Navy. No one forces pirates to practice, but the Navy does. Is Ace's talent poor? Of course not. In fact, Sabo, Ace, and Luffy are all extremely talented. But looking at the strength of the three brothers later on, Sabo is undoubtedly the strongest. Why is Sabo so strong? It's because of his hard work in the Revolutionary Army. After 2 years of training, Luffy emerged incredibly powerful. But Ace, having sailed before Luffy and already been with the Whitebird pirates for several years, had only made a minor improvement, the development of the flame fruit. While this was certainly progress, it wasn't enough for the vast ocean. Whitebird was a protective father, but he wasn't very good at educating his son, a fact the other 3-4 Emperor's pirate groups fared better. The Red Hair pirates recruited errand boys with a minimum bounty of nearly 100 million. The Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates recruited members through fierce competition, but Whitebird's pirates offered a place on their ship simply by calling him Daddy. That's truly remarkable. Whitebird couldn't help but express a hint of surprise at S.H.I.E.L.D's powerful Conqueror's Haki. Based on the Conqueror's Haki displayed, it was clear that S.H.I.E.L.D was no less capable than the 4 Emperors. As he spoke, Whitebird rested his Naginata on the deck again, and another powerful surge of Conqueror's Haki emanated from him. Boom! The 2 powerful Conqueror's Haki collided with each other, creating a deafening roar that darkened the entire sky. Then, a massive black-red substance, like lightning, appeared in the air. The frozen sea surface, along with the decks and railings of Whitebird's mid-epic, was cracked by the collision of these two powerful conquerors' haki. The frozen sea surface was covered in a web-like pattern of cracks. Behind the Medipic, the aftermath of the conqueror's haki surged forward, sending waves several meters high. Fortunately, the Medipic was so large that the slight force of the storm had no impact on the ship. While the Medipic was unharmed, several more Whitebird pirates aboard felled. This was a clash of ultimate conqueror's haki. Each of the three colors of haki has varying degrees of power. For ordinary domineering haki wielders, their primary purpose is to intimidate. However, at the highest level, domineering haki can be used to entwine around the body and attack like armament haki, surpassing armament haki in effectiveness. S.H.I.E.L.D's three colors of haki have undoubtedly reached exceptional levels. How terrifying! High above, Admiral Kizaru, observing the clash of domineering haki below, uttered his catchphrase again. However, this time, Kizaru's expression was no longer sullen but solemn. The true reason for his solemn expression lay not just in the clash of domineering haki between S.H.I.E.L.D and Whitebird, but also in the power displayed by Ada and Akame. Having watched Ada and Akame's attacks from the outset, Kizaru, with his strength and experience, readily determined that even if he attacked, defeating them in a one-on-one fight would be difficult. Especially with Ada's Thunder Fruit, whose speed rivaled his own Pikachu Fruit, he made them a formidable foe. Adding S.H.I.E.L.D, who is now battling Whitebird's conqueror's haki, meant there were three figures with the strength of an admiral. Such power, even without Shen Fei, was already terrifying. If Shen Fei were included, even if his strength matched S.H.I.E.L.D's and the others, they would instantly become the strongest pirate group. After all, even the Navy only officially boasted 3 admirals. Sure enough, Grey Ice Giant Horn, sensing the might of Whitebird's conqueror's haki, S.H.I.E.L.D let out a smile of excitement. She immediately stepped forward with her right foot, and a massive cone of ice erupted from the ice beneath her feet. Like lightning, it pierced Whitebird, who stood on the deck of the Moby Dick. Even though Whitebird's conqueror's haki surpassed hers, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't care. Conqueror's haki wasn't invincible, and Shen Fei didn't possess it yet, but he wouldn't fear anyone who possessed it. In a battle between the strongest, Conqueror's haki was never the deciding factor. Boom! Just as S.H.I.E.L.D's massive cone of ice reached halfway, Whitebird clenched his left fist, a strange white halo appearing around it. He then struck the air in front of him. Countless white cracks appeared in the void ahead, extending ever further. It was as if the entire space had turned to glass. S.H.I.E.L.D's massive cone of ice shattered into a cloud of ice shards as these cracks continued to expand, scattering into the surrounding air. Simultaneously, numerous cracks appeared on the ice surface ahead of the Moby Dick, shattering it into sea level once again. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of meters of ice in front of the Moby Dick vanished. Is this the power of the tremor fruit? The man with the greatest strength in the world is no exaggeration. S.H.I.E.L.D retreated nearly 100 meters, looked around, at the shattered ice, then at his left arm, glowing black, his expression growing even more excited. Now, only the area around S.H.I.E.L.D's feet, about 5 meters in radius, was covered in ice. The rest of the surrounding area had turned to seawater. Earlier, she had tested the destructive power of the tremor fruit with her left arm, but even at such a distance, and with the protection of her armament haki, it still cracked. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D was quick to react and quickly retreated, avoiding injury. The power displayed by this single punch alone was enough to demonstrate Whitebird's formidable strength. Although Whitebird was somewhat surprised by S.H.I.E.L.D's strength, if they had met again, his first question would probably have been, "Are you willing to be my son?" "No, daughter," but now that Squard had died at his hands, as Squard's father, Whitebird naturally sought revenge. Possessing the tremor fruit, Whitebird's combat was straightforward. He had no special techniques, simply a single punch. As long as the opponent was within arm's reach, the tremor fruit's force would naturally strike. Sky's power of vibration was vastly different from Whitebird's. Is this the power of the tremor fruit? It seems long-range attacks are the best method. Returning to the ship, Anita whispered as she signaled the ship to retreat. "I hope S.H.I.E.L.D is alright," Leon said with some concern after witnessing the tremor fruit's power. "Don't worry, S.H.I.E.L.D is far more powerful than that," Anita said with a smile, reassuring Leon. Having clashed several times at the base, both sides knew each other's strength. Whitebird was undoubtedly formidable, but taking on S.H.I.E.L.D was no easy task. As expected, S.H.I.E.L.D snapped his fingers, and the pirates on the Moby Dick noticed the sky darken again. Looking up, they saw 3 massive ice balls, each 10 meters in diameter, plummeting towards them. Boom! Whitebird, naturally noticing the 3 giant ice balls, blasted them with another punch. The 3 massive balls shattered in midair, shattering into countless tiny ice cubes that fell downward. S.H.I.E.L.D then hurled a variety of weapons at Whitebird, seemingly testing her skills on him. Ice spears, lances, wheels, blades, and swords, all hurled at him. Then, with a single punch from Whitebird, all the weapons shattered. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. S.H.I.E.L.D's attacks had no effect on Whitebird, and Whitebird's tremor fruit was equally ineffective against S.H.I.E.L.D. Whitebird considered counterattacking, using the tremor fruit to create a massive wave, aiming for S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the wave froze instantly, becoming a weapon for S.H.I.E.L.D's attack. Dad, Marco, the phoenix behind Whitebird, cried out in concern as the battle reached a stalemate. Whitebird, in his current state, couldn't sustain a prolonged fight. Fortunately, no one had struck Whitebird, exposing him to further injury. In terms of his current state, Whitebird was far stronger than he had been at Marineford in the original series. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Upon hearing Marco's worried words, Whitebird immediately spoke up, and at the same time stopped Phoenix Marco and others who wanted to attack. Although Whitebird said this, he sighed deeply in his heart. If it were his youth, he would only need to launch a few consecutive air shocks to deal with guerrilla warfare like S.H.I.E.L.D. But his current physical condition made it impossible for him to carry out such continuous attacks. Moreover, in order to protect the ship and his sons on board, Whitebird did not leave the ship. "Whitebird, take my attack again." Just as Whitebird was considering how to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly jumped up, and in her hand appeared a long sword about 40 meters long. She slashed down at Whitebird from above, and the 6 cold techniques of Proud Cold gave him a chilling glance. Chapter 635 Thunder vs. Flash. For S.H.I.E.L.D., who possessed the Imperial Gear of Ice, the Sacred Heart technique and the 6 cold techniques were both highly suited to her martial arts, increasing her ice-related abilities and diversifying them. As for weapons, they were unnecessary. With S.H.I.E.L.D's power, her supply was practically inexhaustible. After acquiring the 6 cold techniques, S.H.I.E.L.D. focused on this technique, now incorporating armament haki into it. Facing S.H.I.E.L.D's devastating strike, Whitebird continued his attack with a punch. The power of the tremor fruit caused a spatial shattering, instantly destroying S.H.I.E.L.D's 40-meter-long sword. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. herself, caught on the tremor fruit's ripples due to the close proximity, groaned, and then quickly dodged backwards with a moonstep. Even so, S.H.I.E.L.D. still suffered several wounds, red blood oozing from them. However, the wounds healed quickly. Having fused with the cells of the first generation, S.H.I.E.L.D's healing abilities were immense. In fact, she could now also use wood release, but perhaps due to her long experience with the Ice Imperial Gear, she had become accustomed to the power of ice and wasn't very proficient in it. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was injured, Whitebird was also in a difficult position. The 6 cold techniques, delivered by S.H.I.E.L.D's near full-strength attack, caused Whitebird to groan, tremble for a moment, and nearly stumble back. Although S.H.I.E.L.D's previous barrage of attacks hadn't caused any damage to Whitebird, his body simply wasn't equipped for such a prolonged battle. The previous battle had already weakened Whitebird considerably. It was only because S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't a user of the nature-type fruit, otherwise she wouldn't have sustained any injuries, much like Aokiji dodged Whitebird's tremor fruit by simply transforming into an element. It looked like Aokiji was knocked down by Whitebird's blow, but that was merely a deliberate act of laziness on his part. Had all 3 admirals fought as hard as Akainu during the Battle of Marineford, the Whitebird pirates would have suffered far greater casualties. However, that was war after all, and there's a huge difference between war and a battle between powerful individuals. In war, many moves with wide area impacts are difficult to execute. Aokiji and Akainu's duel transformed Punk Hazard into a volcano of ice and fire, but neither of them displayed such prowess during the Battle of Marineford. Aokiji was certainly slacking off, but Akainu was truly fighting tooth and nail. Dad, Phoenix Marco's expression immediately grew tense as he watched Whitebird tremble. As Whitebird's attending physician, he was well aware of his current state of health. S.H.I.E.L.D's previous attack alone wouldn't have been ineffective against Whitebird. "I'm fine." Whitebird stopped Marco and the others from advancing. S.H.I.E.L.D. had come to challenge him, and Whitebird naturally wouldn't let Marco and the others fight in his place. Especially after their previous encounter, he knew that, aside from himself, No one else in the Whitebird Pirates was a match for S.H.I.E.L.D. Leaving anyone else to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. would be a tactical act, and Whitebird naturally wouldn't let his son die. Sky Shock. After stopping Marco and the others, Whitebird suddenly clasped his Naginata in both hands and lunged forward. The previous battle had taught Whitebird that without unleashing his true strength, not only would he avenge his son's squad, but his other sons would also be in danger. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s freezing ability, similar to Awaken's, was somewhat countered by Whitebird's Tremor fruit. Because of the freezing, the Tremor fruit couldn't create waves. Even if it shattered the ice on the surface, it would be frozen again the next moment. If it were Whitebird in his youth, none of this would have been a problem, a single blow would have disintegrated everything. But Whitebird lacks that kind of power now. During the Battle of Marineford, at his peak strength, Whitebird could have faced 100,000 Marines single-handedly, his massive Sky Shock-wielding powerful force capable of completely annihilating the entire Marine headquarters. Blackbird, upon first acquiring the Tremor fruit, directly altered the terrain of Marine headquarters, forcing it to relocate to the G1 branch. Have you unleashed your true power? Feeling the might of Whitebird's attack, S.H.I.E.L.D. clasped her hands together, and 5 massive ice gates, over a dozen meters tall and adorned with ghostly patterns, erupted from the ice in front of him. This was a redesign of the 5-layered Rashomon Imperial artifact. Boom! The first ice Rashomon barely rose before Whitebird's Sky Shock shattered it. The second, third, fourth, and even fifth ice Rashomon were no match for the Sky Shock. However, after being weakened by the 5-fold ice Rashomon, the Great Sky Shock was severely weakened by the time it reached S.H.I.E.L.D. After S.H.I.E.L.D. dodged backward, it failed to harm her. Haha, since you've unleashed your true strength, let me show you my power, General Binglin. Whitebird's Great Sky Shock made S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes light up. Then, as S.H.I.E.L.D. laughed, the sky suddenly darkened again. Immediately, a torrent of ice and snow fell from the sky, and the surrounding temperature began to plummet again. The weaker pirates of the Whitebird Pirates immediately began to shiver from the drop in temperature. At this moment, a pitch-black ice knight's spear suddenly appeared in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s right palm. Whoosh! The next moment, like a bolt of black lightning, the pitch-black ice knight's spear traced a dark trail through the air and instantly appeared before Whitebird. Boom! Just as the Black Knight's lance was about to pierce Whitebird's body, Whitebird swung his Naginata, a white halo appearing in his hand. The next moment, a deafening, sky-shattering sound echoed from the collision of the Naginata and the Knight's lance. A powerful shockwave instantly sent many pirates flying behind Whitebird. Dad, Marco and the others were naturally not among those blown away, but the next moment, they saw the stalemate between the Knight's lance and the Naginata, and their expressions changed immediately. This time, Whitebird's Tremor fruit hadn't immediately destroyed the Knight's lance. The two sides continued to clash, and Whitebird's legs were already buried in the deck of the Moby Dick. Crack, crack, crack. After a long moment, the Black Knight's lance began to slowly crumble, shattering into a cloud of ice. As the Black Knight's lance crumbled, Whitebird finally took a step back. Dad, Marco and the others immediately shouted again. Daddy, be careful, Flower Sword Vista suddenly shouted. Marco and the others immediately shifted their attention from Whitebird to S.H.I.E.L.D., and their expressions changed. Suddenly, behind S.H.I.E.L.D., nearly 100 meters of ice cavalry appeared, each armed with a lance. With a sneer on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face, nearly 100 ice cavalrymen simultaneously raised their lances, half of them hurling them at Whitebird. After the first wave of lances was launched, the other half followed suit. Seizing this opportunity, the first wave of ice cavalrymen regrouped their lances. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power soared, so did her two ultimate ice imperial gear techniques. Maka Batamo, needless to say, needed to free space-time. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current strength, if she used it without hesitation, it wasn't impossible for her to defeat Whitebird. Another ultimate move, General Ice Storm, has also seen significant improvement after training with Shen Fei, Hydra, and others. This was inspired by the attack patterns of the Blood-Robe Marquis's white-armored soldiers, resulting in the current General Ice Storm. If Makabatmo is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strongest single-target attack, then General Ice Storm is her strongest group attack. The Ice Rider's attacks, combined with the steadily decreasing temperature, are simply unstoppable for ordinary opponents. Even in exceptional circumstances, General Ice Storm can inflict damage on powerful foes. For example, Whitebird, who has always used the Tremor fruit to deal damage, now faces the equally stationary damage of General Ice Storm. While the Ice Rider's throws naturally lack the power of S.H.I.E.L.D's earlier throws, they do outmatch S.H.I.E.L.D's in sheer numbers. Furthermore, their numbers increase as the ice and snow fall from the sky. If calculated correctly, they can create a continuous barrage of Ice Knight spears, and even if these spears are destroyed, they will transform into cold air. Asshole, seeing Whitebird forced to throw punches to counter the relentless barrage of Night Lance attacks, Marco finally lost his patience and transformed into a massive phoenix, blazing with blue flames. He rushed in front of Whitebird, blocking the relentless barrage of Night Lance attacks. Fire Fist Ace, on the other hand, transformed into a massive ball of flame and charged towards S.H.I.E.L.D., but unfortunately, just as he reached mid-air, he was knocked back by several Night Lance attacks. Some of the Angson Night Lances were coated in armament haki, but the Phoenix Marco was able to block them thanks to its powerful self-healing ability. No, not healing, but regeneration. Naturally, in this case, it was safe. However, Ace's Flame Fruit didn't have this ability. If Flower Sword Vista hadn't intervened, Ace would have had several more Night Lances embedded in his body. Marco, get out of the way. After surveying his surroundings, Whitebird immediately ordered Marco to retreat. He swung his Naginata once more, unleashing a powerful Sky Shock attack even more powerful than before. Previously, Whitebird had used the Shock Fruit with caution, but as the temperature plummeted, the wind and snow intensified, and the surrounding sea froze, he lost all regard. Boom! Whitebird's reckless Sky Shock caused the entire sky in front of him to split open. S.H.I.E.L.D's ever-growing ice cavalry instantly collapsed, along with the frozen sea. The previously calm surface suddenly surged into a massive wave over 10 meters high. S.H.I.E.L.D. herself uttered a muffled groan as her entire body flew backwards uncontrollably, landing in the crumbling sea. The water surrounding her instantly froze. As expected, you're worthy of the title of the strongest, S.H.I.E.L.D., rising from the ice and feeling the damage within her. Looked not a bit discouraged, but rather more excited. Even with the first-generation cells within her, S.H.I.E.L.D. was severely injured by the blow. Meanwhile, Whitebird wasn't faring any better. A full-strength attack, while sending S.H.I.E.L.D. flying, also worsened his condition. Nearby, Phoenix Marco immediately used blue flames to heal Whitebird. The Phoenix's regeneration flame, a mythical beast-type devil fruit, while not possessing its powerful regenerative properties due to it not being used by the devil fruit itself, possessed a powerful healing effect on others. Had Whitebird used the Phoenix's other injuries, they would likely have been healed long ago. However, even the regeneration flame couldn't completely cure the side effects of the tremor fruit. Blackbeard was a truly ruthless individual. To achieve his goals, he still sought the tremor fruit, despite the dire side effects. If the double pain from his dark fruit is added to the mix, Whitebird might suffer even more. After all, he doesn't have the Phoenix to heal him. This man truly sacrifices his life to achieve his goal. Alright, that's enough. You already know his strength. He can't die yet. Don't forget our goal. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D. was about to continue, Aida stopped her. You should know he's old and weak now. If he really wants to fight, Kato's side is better. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D's silence, Aida immediately continued, but this wasn't said openly, but through telepathy. Alright, S.H.I.E.L.D. agreed after a moment of silence, then returned to the ship to heal her wounds. Damn it, the Whitebird pirates glared at S.H.I.E.L.D. upon returning to their ship. Although they were eager to attack, the surrounding environment limited their ability. The ice had been shattered by the Great Sky Shock, and the waves caused both ships to heave and dip. In S.H.I.E.L.D's battle against Whitebird, location played a crucial role. S.H.I.E.L.D's ice-based abilities allowed her to maneuver freely across the sea, but Whitebird couldn't. Had this battle taken place on an island, S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely have faced a much more difficult battle. Have you seen enough? After letting S.H.I.E.L.D. return to the ship, Aida suddenly raised her head and shouted to the sky. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light appeared in everyone's sight. It was none other than Admiral Kizaru. It's Admiral Kizaru. Upon seeing Kizaru, the Whitebird pirates immediately grew nervous. Some of the more discerning individuals kept glancing back and forth between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kizaru. Given S.H.I.E.L.D. and the other's status as Shichibuke, many believe this was a conspiracy by the Navy and the Shichibuke against the Whitebird pirates. You guys are truly terrifying, Kizaru said, not focusing on the Whitebird pirates, but on S.H.I.E.L.D., Aida, and the others. Chapter 636, Girl's Final Journey. There's nothing we can fear. The real threat is you, Admiral Kizaru. The wages are in place, the 4 emperors are crippled. Compared to you, we're far behind. Aida suddenly laughed, looking at Admiral Kizaru in the sky above them. Aida and the others had known of Kizaru's presence from the start. In fact, Whitebird was aware of it as well. After all, Kizaru didn't hide his whereabouts very well. Given the observation haki of Aida, S.H.I.E.L.D, Whitebird, and the others, it wasn't surprising that they knew of his presence. Oh, Kizaru, who had been carefully studying S.H.I.E.L.D, paused for a moment after hearing Aida's words. Then, with a look of resignation, he said, "You can't say that, the wages are in place, the 4 emperors are crippled." Red Hair and Whitebird might not have taken the words, "The wages are in place, the 4 emperors are crippled," but Kato and Charlotte Rin would likely have ignored them. As an admiral, Kizaru certainly wasn't afraid of the 4 emperors, but given his personality, he certainly didn't want to invite such trouble out of thin air. If this statement had been made by an ordinary person, no one would have paid it any mind. But now, coming from the group that had directly challenged the Whitebird pirates, it was a completely different story. Just like the 4 emperors wouldn't care if an ordinary pirate talked about overthrowing the 4 emperors and seizing their positions, but if someone as powerful as the 4 emperors said it, they certainly wouldn't have ignored it. That's not nonsense, in fact, Aida said, a mysterious smile flickering before continuing. The salaries are in place, the 4 emperors are gone, and then there's the next statement, 5 social insurances plus 1 housing fund, overthrowing the 5 elders. But since it wasn't the time to officially break with the world government yet, that last statement would have to wait. Aida only knew this statement because she overheard Shen Fei say it. Speaking of which, the Navy was truly having a tough time. The 3 admirals of the previous generation were all incredibly dedicated. Well, Gart wasn't an admiral, but he contributed far more than an admiral. The fight against the Rocks pirates, chasing Roger to the ground, the battle against Whitebird, and so on, all these were Garp's achievements. Sengoku and Zephyr were incredibly dedicated, but looking at this year's 3 admirals, 2 of them were desperately slacking off. Sometimes, it wasn't even slacking off, it was practically slacking off. Kizaru couldn't help but frown at Ada's unspoken words. Intuitively, he knew what Ada was going to say next would be even more troubling than the previous one. Kizaru's intuition was spot on this time. 5 social insurances plus 1 housing fund, defeating the 5 elders. While the 5 elders might not understand what the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund meant, they understood the message. If word got out, the 5 elders would be furious. Haha, Borsalino, that Sengoku guy is so stingy. He even withheld your salary. Just as Kizaru was about to speak, Whitebird's bold voice echoed across the air. A frown crept across Kizaru's forehead. With Whitebird's words, the rumor that the 4 emperors were devastated by the salary increase was inevitable. Although no one else was around during the battle between S.H.I.E.L.D and Whitebird, many people were watching from afar with binoculars. As a 4-emperor pirate group, Whitebird naturally attracted considerable attention, not only from outsiders but also from numerous spies and agents within their ranks. News of what was happening there would likely spread far and wide before long. Kizaru glanced in the direction of the Whitebird pirates, then again at Aida. Sengoku had sent him here for a simple purpose, to observe the situation. If S.H.I.E.L.D and Aida had launched a full-scale war against the Whitebird pirates earlier, Kizaru might have intervened to stop it. For the Navy, even if the Whitebird pirates were to be destroyed, it could only be the Navy, not pirates. Pirates, ascending to power on Whitebird's corpse, would be a whole other problem. If a more ambitious 4-emperor ascended to the throne, Whitebird would be even less of a threat to the Navy. Whitebird, at least, wouldn't stir up trouble. He stayed in his own territory, accompanying his sons. Blackbeard's rise to power would cause immense trouble for the Navy. However, if the Navy had eliminated Whitebird, it would undoubtedly have boosted the Navy's prestige. What exactly is your purpose? Kizaru asked directly after a brief silence. It seems the Shichibuke don't need to report their actions to the Navy. Leona spoke before Ada could say anything. Her tone was cold. If Shen Fei still had some affection for the Navy, Leona and the others from the world of Akangakil had none. To them, the Navy reminded them of the empire of yesteryear. The world government was a corrupt empire. No matter how loudly the Navy shouted its slogans of justice, their ties to the world government and the celestial dragons didn't change their actions from aiding and abetting the evil. We don't have any purpose. We were just bored and wandering around. Why does the Navy have to intervene? Ada stopped Leona from speaking. I see. I wish you all a happy time. Kizaru nodded gently after hearing Ada's words, seemingly believing them, and prepared to leave. However, just as Kizaru's body transformed into a beam of light and was about to disappear, a sudden burst of lightning enveloped the area dozens of meters around him. What do you mean? Kizaru, dodging the lightning's reach and recondensing to the side, stared at Ada. Nothing, it's just a rare encounter, and I wanted to ask for your advice. As she spoke, Ada's body transformed into lightning and rushed towards Kizaru. As a former top agent, Ada was naturally not as belligerent as S.H.I.E.L.D, but now that Kizaru was in front of her, Ada was curious about Kizaru's Pikachu fruit. Shen Fei and his group had previously discussed which was faster, the Thunder Fruit or the Pikachu fruit. Faced with Ada's provocation, Kizaru naturally did not back down. Just as Ada was curious about the Pikachu fruit, Kizaru was also curious about the Thunder Fruit. Boom boom boom. As the two engaged in a fierce battle in the sky, the entire sky was filled with thunder and light. Their clash immediately captured the attention of everyone nearby. After a long moment, the lightning and light suddenly vanished, and Aida and Kizaru reappeared in midair. The fierce clash had left them unscathed. Lightning couldn't strike light, and light couldn't penetrate lightning. How terrifying, Kizaru said, clasping his hands together, and a golden lightsaber appeared. Since neither devil fruit could harm the other, physical techniques were the only option. I don't see any fear in you, Aida said. As a thunder sword materialized between her hands. As they spoke, they vanished simultaneously. When they reappeared, a resounding roar echoed. The golden lightsaber and the thunder sword began their first clash in the sky. Although Zephyr had once said that Kizaru seemed to rely too much on the power of his fruit, this comment had led many to believe that Kizaru's physical skills were inadequate. As Kizaru's teacher and a master of physical techniques, Zephyr's assessment of Kizaru was not biased. However, this lack of physical skills is relative. Kizaru's physical and swordsmanship skills are not weak. After all, he can hold his own against Pluto Rayleigh. If combined with the power of his devil fruit, his physical weaknesses are practically non-existent. In fact, according to Zephyr, Aida's situation is similar. The elementalization of a nature-type devil fruit is an extremely powerful ability. To not use it and instead engage in physical combat is to exploit one's own weakness against the enemy's strength. During the Battle of Marineford in the original series, Ace could have evaded Akainu's attack, but he didn't use elementalization to protect Luffy. If he had, Luffy would have been the one to die. This change in fighting style immediately stunned many who were watching the battle. The speed of the two men made it impossible to see their movements, and they could only determine their positions by the occasional clash of weapons and the splashes of fire. Of course, this applies to those with average strength. Those with strong enough observation haki could still observe the battle. What a troublesome opponent. Leona initially focused on the battle in the sky, but after losing sight of it, she simply abandoned it. After all, Aida wouldn't be in danger. About 20 minutes later, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared near Leona and the others. It was Aida. Kizaru also suddenly appeared in the sky. Both were no longer unscathed as before, but now bore numerous wounds. In a physical duel, with the presence of armament haki, even their high attainments in elementalization were inevitably vulnerable. Let's go, Aida, returning to the ship, glanced at Kizaru in the sky and immediately prepared to depart. Her fight with Kizaru was primarily probing, with neither side aiming for a fight, a stark contrast to S.H.I.E.L.D's previous encounter with Whitebird. Kizaru, in the sky, watched Aida and the others depart, then glanced at the Whitebird pirates before vanishing in a flash of light. That's the situation. Whitebird's condition seems serious. Kizaru reappeared, reporting the situation via Den Mushi. I understand. Please return as soon as possible. I can't believe her strength has improved so quickly. Aokiji had naturally heard Kizaru's intelligence, and recalling their previous encounter, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Churu, could they be members of Akatsuki? As Aokiji lamented S.H.I.E.L.D's growing strength, Sengoku glanced at Chief of Staff Churu. It's impossible to tell. We have no idea what the Akatsuki situation is like. We have no idea how many members there are. Churu pondered for a moment before offering her assessment. This wasn't an excuse, but rather the Navy and the world government knew too little about Akatsuki. Forget it, let's keep a close eye on their movements and see what they're up to. We just need to wait a while, and we'll know if they're related to Akatsuki, Captain. The latest intelligence is that something's happened with the Whitebird. It looks like he's about to enter the New World, in the West Sea. In the red-haired pirates, Shanks, who had been playing with his companions, looked at the newspaper report. His expression suddenly turned serious. Despite pressure from the world government to suppress the incident, a news agency's Big Bird, completely disregarding the world government, reported the incident directly. This time, the supernova was settling down and growing stronger, so there wasn't much groundbreaking news on the ocean. This time, Morganus naturally didn't want to miss out. Perhaps because Whitebird was still around, Morganus, always eager to make a big splash, didn't exaggerate this time. There wasn't the exaggeration in the original story, like when Luffy was touted as the fifth emperor. Even so, S.H.I.E.L.D's name resounded throughout the ocean, and the title of Ice Queen quickly eclipsed that of the Queen of Nine Snakes Island. There are many female pirates on the ocean, but only the Queen of Nine Snakes Island is as beautiful as S.H.I.E.L.D. However, in terms of combat record, the Queen couldn't compare to the Ice Queen. This is why so many people tirelessly challenged Whitebird. In reality, it wasn't that Morganus didn't want to tout S.H.I.E.L.D. as the emperor. The reason for this was Shen Fei's presence. After all, in name only, he was the captain. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to be touted as a emperor, then what was Shen Fei? Pirate king? Exaggeration in news is fine, but excessive exaggeration can significantly diminish public confidence. In the world of pirates, the pirate king values insects, not strength. If strength were the only criterion, Whitebird would already be the pirate king. Only after reaching Raftal and circumnavigating the entire world could one truly become the pirate king. What? They've reached Punk Hazard Island. Be careful, don't let them find out, as the other powers on the sea were shocked by the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others, and many were considering joining their ranks. Doflamingo nearly jumped up in the Dressrosa Kingdom's palace. Understood. I'll take care of this place. Blackblade Autumnwater, were you the thieves who stole him? Because Punk Hazard hadn't yet transformed into an island of ice and fire due to the duel between Akainu and Aokiji, the island was still filled with poisonous gas. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others had no intention of landing on the island. They simply planned to rest on the shore, then depart once the light recorder completed its recording. However, just as the group reached shore, someone suddenly attacked Akainu. A blazing sword energy slashed directly at Akainu. Faced with this sudden attack, Akainu immediately drew her sword and extinguished the energy. She also saw the attacker clearly, but before she could speak, the opponent attacked again. Sensing the enemy's murderous intent, Akainu immediately stopped talking and wielded Blackblade Autumnwater, engaging the enemy. After ensuring that there were no other enemies, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the others immediately stepped aside, leaving the battle to Akainu. Akato and the others naturally didn't know who had attacked her. If Shen Fei were here, he would definitely recognize it as Kitsune Kinemon. The Yakuza Shusa was Wano country's most precious treasure, and upon seeing it, this one of the 9 red scabbards of Wano country naturally wanted to take it back. And he treated Akato and the others as thieves. Unfortunately, although Shen Fei had told Akato and the others a lot about Wano country, it was mainly intelligence. He didn't mention anything about the current rulers, the Kazuki clan, nor did he need to. Chapter 637 Kaian Huan Yuli. 20 years ago, the 9 red scabbards of the Kazuki clan were incredibly famous across the ocean. After all, Kazuki Oden was a figure both Whitebird and Roger coveted. However, 20 years later, with Kazuki Oden's death and the change of rulers in Wano country, the 9 red scabbards were barely remembered. Just like the Rocks pirates, once so powerful, now, most people haven't even heard of them. It's only now that Wano country is suffering under the rule of Kurazumi Orochi that the 9 red scabbards are remembered. Had Orochi been a bit more resourceful, the 9 red scabbards would likely have been consigned to the dustbin of history. In his previous life, Shen Fei knew many admired Kazuki Oden and the 9 red scabbards, but he didn't have any particular feelings towards him. He didn't dislike him, nor did he hate him. While Kazuki Oden's legend might have been a bit heroic, it was largely due to his status as the son of the Wano daimyo. Without this identity, there would be no such legend as Kazuki Oden. Given Kazuki Oden's past actions, without that identity, he would likely have long since been relegated to the ranks of a wandering samurai. Looks like a samurai from Wano country. Aida and the others gathered nearby and whispered as Akainu and Kitsune Kinemon fought. Aida and her group knew what the Yakuto Shusu weapon was, but that didn't stop them from attacking Wano country. Luffy and his group might have held back, but not Akainu. Because the current state of Wano country was so familiar to A.K.M. and the others, it was practically a replica of the empire, and the samurai of Wano country were the nobility of the empire. They had no particular desire to conquer Wano country. The samurai of Wano country, whether in the era of Kazuki Oden or the current era of Kurazumi Orochi, enjoyed immense privilege, the only difference being the higher-ups. You damn tomb robbers, faced with the thieves who possessed Wano's greatest treasure, Kinnaman's face darkened after such a long time of vain pursuit. The renowned sword in his hand, ablaze with red flames, instantly erupted in flames, and he unleashed his foxfire-style swordsmanship. As one of the 9 red scabbards, Kinnaman Foxfire's sword was naturally no ordinary item. While not a supremely sharp sword, it was one of the 21, sharing the same name as A.K.M.'s black sword, the Shusu. While Ryoma was known as the sword god of Wano and a supreme swordsman himself, his black sword, the Shusu, had not yet reached the level of a supremely sharp sword. He had the potential to reach greater heights, but Ryoma's death was a stroke of luck. As one of the 9 red scabbards, Kinnaman Foxfire's strength was undoubtedly formidable. He was one of the few to reach the level of a master swordsman, specializing in the Foxfire-style swordsmanship. The flames on his sword were not Luffy's fire fists, created by friction with the air, but rather sword intent. Just as cherry blossom petals dance around blossom sword vista during battle, that, too, is sword intent. However, even among equally powerful swordsmen, there's a significant gap between them. Foxfire Kinnaman, let alone Hawkeye Mihawk, even lags behind Blossom Sword Vista. With such prowess, he's a formidable force on the sea. Unfortunately, he faces A.K.M. Upon hearing Kinnaman's words, A.K.M. was ready to offer an explanation. However, faced with Kinnaman's relentless pursuit, murderous intent, and profuse verbal abuse, A.K.M. abandoned any such motives. Faced with an enemy intent on killing them, A.K.M. will naturally show no mercy. Turning an enemy into a friend is something A.K.M. can certainly accomplish. S.H.I.E.L.D. was once an enemy, now a teammate, but Foxfire Kinnaman doesn't have that opportunity. To be blunt, given Foxfire Kinnaman's arrogance towards others, it's only fitting that Luffy and his crew become friends, even aiding in the fight against Kato. Any other supernova, like Kid, Hawkins, or even Law, wouldn't have bothered to intervene. Law's dedicated support against Kato wasn't for Kinnaman and the others, but to repay Luffy's debt for helping him defeat Doflamingo. The samurai of Wano are generally quite arrogant, a habit they wouldn't change even if they were on the run from Kato. And that's especially true given that A.K.M. is a woman. Women in Wano hold a low status, unless they are of high status. Take, for example, Lady Kazuki and Hiyori Kazuki. If A.K.M. were a man, like Zoro, Kinnaman might have stopped and offered explanations after realizing the opponent's strength. However, because A.K.M. is a woman, Kinnaman would only have been furious. As one of the 9 red scabbards, he couldn't even handle a woman. This anger stemmed from his inner pride. All these factors led to the current situation. Deciding to strike, A.K.M., including the black sword, Shusu, immediately abandoned lightning chakra. In conjunction with lightning breathing, 6 identical A.K.M. instantly appeared around Kinnaman, slashing at him. Ninjutsu, Foxfire style, Kinnaman paused for a moment upon seeing the 6 A.K.M. Then, with a single swing of his famous sword, a sea of fire engulfed him, centered around him. The 6 A.K.M. vanished instantly after being engulfed in the flames. This moment stunned Kinnaman again. Even though he despised women, he knew by now that the enemy was more than a mere flame could handle. Just as Kinnaman used his observation haki to detect A.K.M.'s presence, a black sword pierced Kinnaman's heart. Kinnaman looked down at the black sword, which vanished from his chest. He turned and looked back, seeing A.K.M., dressed in black and with long black hair, slowly emerging from thin air. Witchcraft. Kinnaman immediately understood why he hadn't discovered A.K.M. before. A.K.M. wasn't using witchcraft, of course, but the power of the transparent fruit. She used numerous clones to attract the enemy's attention, and at the same time, she activated the power of the transparent fruit to get close to the enemy. Because of the country's isolation, although there are people with special abilities in Wano country, most people don't know what devil fruits are, so they regard the abilities of devil fruits as witchcraft. Kinnaman himself is also a person with special abilities. The parahuman Fufu fruit, although it has no combat power, can be used as an auxiliary ability, and in certain situations, it can play a huge role. Shen Fei was also curious about the Fufu fruit. That is, whether it can be transformed into equipment. Theoretically, this should be within the scope of the fufu fruit. If the fufu fruit awakens, can this ability be further developed? In terms of imagination in the development of devil fruits, the people in the native world of pirates are quite different. Lord Momonosuke, Lord Odin, while the pirate world is known for its exceptionally strong physical abilities, most injuries are rarely fatal. Just look at Zoro's previous injuries. Anyone else would have died long ago, but Zoro recovered quickly and unscathed. However, Kinemon didn't stand a chance this time. Had the sword pierced his heart, Kinemon's strength might have allowed him to survive. Unfortunately, Akame's sword didn't penetrate his heart. His armament haki also destroyed his internal organs. The cultivation of armament haki can be divided into several stages: hardening, wrapping, externalization, and, at its highest level, internal destruction. This is a power very similar to Nen. Unlike Luffy, who didn't discover the higher levels of armament haki until arriving in Wano country, Akame and the others were exposed to it from the very beginning. One thing needs to be clarified: Ryo is not an advanced form of armament haki. In fact, Ryo is armament haki itself. The difference is simply the name. Much like a devil fruit ability, outsiders are called espers, while in Wano country, they are called sorcery. After Kinemon's body fell to the ground, Akame used her shusu to carve a crater in the ground, burying the body and his weapons. The group then forgot about it and turned their attention to the dragon flying from the left. The commotion caused by Akame and Kinemon's previous battle had alarmed the islanders. Although most of Punk Hazard was now filled with toxins, it seemed to have no effect on the dragon. Luffy and his group would surely be thrilled to see the dragon, but for S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, dragons were nothing. In the world of Akame/, there were many dangerous dragon-like creatures, not just Western dragons, but also Eastern ones. Let me do it. Seeing no one else showing interest, Kurome immediately used her moon step to meet the flying dragon and slash off its head with a single blow. Leaving? I see. After S.H.I.E.L.D and the others left Punk Hazard, Doflamingo's and Boo immediately received the news and fell into deep thought. They're all Shichibuke, and they haven't appeared in person, which means they haven't given up their Shichibuke status yet. They're really just having fun, perhaps because of the precedent set by the Red Hair Pirates. Although S.H.I.E.L.D and his crew attracted considerable attention, Doflamingo wasn't overly frightened. What a magnificent world. It seems very similar to the world I once occupied. Shen Fei was naturally unaware of the commotion caused by S.H.I.E.L.D and his crew in the pirate world. He had already entered a new world, a world that looked quite strange. What caught Shen Fei's eye was a massive, towering complex of buildings, and in the distance, a tower that seemed to reach the sky, nearly 1,000 meters high. Shen Fei had seen buildings nearly 1,000 meters high in the Marvel world, but that was just a single building. Now, what appeared before Shen Fei was a cluster of buildings. It's so desolate. Can this really be that world, floating high in the sky, taking in the surroundings? Shen Fei couldn't help but ponder. A desolate, desolate world, without a trace of greenery. That was Shen Fei's first impression upon looking down at the ground. How could there be no trace of life? Shen Fei, landing on the ground, unleashed his observation haki to its fullest. The results left him stunned. Observation haki could sense life, but this time, even with full force, he could detect a glimpse of life for dozens of kilometers. He then narrowed the range and increased the accuracy, but still couldn't detect any life at all. This life didn't just extend to humans, but also animals, birds, fish, insects, and so on. It seems this isn't the same world. The strange surroundings immediately convinced Shen Fei that this couldn't be the world he knew. While that world was equally desolate, it at least still had humans and animals. Is it the end of the world? After searching several locations and finding no trace of life, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh deeply. His explorations and observations had given him this thought. He had seen many military weapons and numerous corpses along the way, but not a single living being. In such a situation, human survival would be difficult. No plants or animals meant no food. This world is truly terrifying. There was no trace of life. Although Shen Fei didn't detect any danger, this very environment alone filled him with a deep sense of oppression. Humans are naturally social creatures. Even if he constantly pursued immortality, he still needed to interact with others. Living alone, no one could possibly accept such an existence. In a world like this, even the strongest person, if left alone, would likely end up committing suicide. Red Queen, go explore the surroundings and see if there's any life. A world is naturally vast. Even with Shen Fei's observation Haki's wide range, exploring it completely would be exhausting. So, Shen Fei quickly retrieved the iron robot he'd been carrying but rarely used, and assigned it to Red Queen to conduct the exploration. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. It seems I'll need to add some new features to Red Queen later. This kind of world was something Shen Fei had never imagined. This encounter made him realize that Red Queen lacked some analytical capabilities. The construction technology is impressive. I'm afraid even Marvel couldn't pull it off. After exploring, Shen Fei discovered that this lifeless world possessed a remarkable level of technology. Cities were built upon cities, layer upon layer, requiring extraordinary skill. Furthermore, the cities in this world were highly automated. Through some of the facilities, Shen Fei discovered that the vast majority of industries on this world were almost completely automated, though now all of them were destroyed. Guess I have no choice but to go there. After seeing no signs of life at Red Queen's place, Shen Fei prepared to check on the tallest building. If he still found no life, he would leave and never return. Even though this world was nothing to Shen Fei, those abandoned cities and factories were nothing but supplies and resources, he wouldn't return. A world devoid of life was too depressing. This is it. Shen Fei landed on the tallest white building and finally discovered life, humans. Two girls who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, wrapped in blankets, hugged each other with smiles on their faces, and fell on the snow. They were still alive, but if Shen Fei hadn't appeared, one could imagine what the outcome would have been. Kaianhu, Yuli turned out to be them. Chapter 638 Ice Sniper. Kaianhu, this is meat. Meat, Yuli exclaimed excitedly at the steaming hot pot. She grasped Kaianhu's arm with both hands and shouted excitedly. I know it's meat. Kaianhu's expression was calm, but her gaze, fixed on the hot pot, revealed a profound agitation within. There's also fish, drinks, and green vegetables. Is this heaven? Yuli ignored Kaianhu's reaction, still excitedly gazing at the various garnishes surrounding the hot pot. This was still the highest floor of the tower. After rescuing Kaianhu and Yuli, Shen Fei had set up the hot pot directly in the snow. Eating hot pot in the snow, at the highest point in the world, was quite a unique experience. It wasn't surprising that Yuli was so excited. Since birth, neither Yuli nor Kaianhu had eaten anything from the natural world. Forget green vegetables, even green plants were extinct in this world. Throughout their journey, they had mostly consumed compressed food, mostly obtained from military bases. The best meal they'd ever had was probably the dead fish they'd encountered. Ever since then, Yuli had been obsessed with fish, nearly eating another, arguably the last fish in the world. Seeing so much fish, she was naturally overjoyed. If Shen Fei and Jinhu hadn't been watching, Yuli might have devoured everything Shen Fei had brought out, including the drink itself. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile as he watched her drool. His expression, which had been somewhat subdued by the world, softened upon seeing the two still alive. After all, someone had survived. Okay, you can eat, Shen Fei said, and Yuli, compelled to pick up her chopsticks, picked up several pieces of meat. It was something she'd never tasted before. To Shen Fei's surprise, she didn't give any to him, but to Jinhu. Upon seeing Kaianhu's smile, they immediately began devouring the food. Normally, they shouldn't have been overindulging in such excess, but with Shen Fei around, this small matter was no longer a concern. For Kaianhu and Yuli, this was the first time they had tasted food they'd only learned about from books, and without any scruples. Because food was limited, Kaianhu and Yuli had to be frugal when eating, even when they stumbled upon a large quantity. But this time, there was no need for that, and even the usually calm Kaianhu joined Yuli in devouring the food. It's so delicious. Yuli, finally unable to eat any more, collapsed onto the snow, her face awash with joy. Kaianhu, on the other hand, lay down beside her, silently gazing at the drifting white clouds. For Kaianhu and Yuli, the summit of the tower was their ultimate hope. Despite the hardships they faced along the way, they never gave up. They sacrificed so much to reach this point, their most important car, their most valuable books, their most precious diary, and even their weapons, all lost, just to reach the summit. Ultimately, reality brought them despair. While they didn't appear desperate at the end, their final snowball fight atop the tower, cuddling together in the snow, revealed their deep despair. Without their car and supplies, they had no hope of survival, no confidence in their survival. Perhaps this would have been the best outcome for them if Shen Fei hadn't appeared. Even if they had managed to descend and find other supplies, they would still face despair. This was a doomsday world. Qianhu and Yuli were mere mortals, powerless to save it. Even with Shen Fei's current power, he was helpless against the current situation. The only solution was to take the two of them out of this world. He couldn't save the world, but Qianhu and Yuli could be saved. This was already the best possible outcome. Another world. After waiting for Qianhu and Yuli to calm down, Shen Fei immediately explained the situation to them. Yuli looked confused, completely unable to understand what Shen Fei was saying. Qianhu was silent for a long time before he spoke back. Yes, another world where humans live, a world that is not doomsday. As Shen Fei spoke, he drew a picture on the snow to help Qianhu understand. As for Yuli, there was no hope of understanding. Her eyes were full of tears. Qianhu and Yuli's personalities, one calm and rational, the other optimistic and cheerful, complemented each other perfectly. It was precisely because of these personalities that they were able to reach the highest point in this hopeless world. It's safe to say that if one of them were missing, the other would definitely die. Just like when they were trapped in darkness, unable to see each other, even the optimistic Yuli began to panic. As long as they were together, even in desperate situations, they could face it with a smile, even leaving this world together. If we consider this world as apocalyptic, it's even more terrifying than the Resident Evil world. In the Resident Evil world, humans could still fight tooth and nail to survive, but that wouldn't be possible in this world. In the Resident Evil world, at least they could still grow food and find other beasts, but in this world, only humans currently exist. If humans were extinct, life would be completely wiped out. Food is primarily from human reserves left behind. Even if there were enough to sustain Qianhu and Yuli for many years, after that, despair would still prevail, as life would no longer be able to continue. Anything delicious? Just as Qianhu hesitated, Yuli asked directly. Although she didn't understand the other world, that didn't stop her from being obsessed with food. Of course there are. There are lots of delicious foods. You can eat them every day, every meal, just like before. That's great, Xiaojin, let's go. Okay. Seeing Yuli smile, Qianhu immediately nodded in agreement. It'll take some time to leave this world. Do you have any places you'd like to go? After discovering Qianhu and Yuli, Shen Fei's suppressed mood relaxed and he thought about exploring this world. He was curious about how it came to be this way. Shen Fei had some idea of the end of the world, such as biochemical crises, powerful natural disasters, like something out of a movie, or humans launching reckless wars with nuclear bombs flying all over the world. However, these scenarios didn't quite fit the current state of this world. After all, even in terrible disasters, some life would always survive, but this world was truly annihilated, as if the world was about to restart. Books, fish. After hearing Shen Fei mention somewhere they wanted to go, Qianhu and Yuli immediately shouted at the same time, then stared at each other, refusing to give in. No need to argue, we'll all get there. These places are there. Shen Fei didn't remember much about Girl's last tour. His biggest memory was the two of them constantly traveling to reach the highest point. The book is down here. This world's tallest building was also a massive city, and an unfinished one at that. If it weren't for the apocalypse, perhaps the people of this world would have built a city directly into outer space. It had to be said that the level of technology in this area was beyond what Shen Fei had ever encountered, not even the Marvel Universe. Artificial intelligence, war, chatting with Qianhu on the way gave Shen Fei a rough idea of the apocalyptic scenario. When Qianhu and Yuli were young, this world still had many humans. Their grandfather was still alive, and they lived on a military base. Later, their grandfather gave them a car and asked them to leave because the war had spread there. Perhaps it was too intense. Even at that time, there were not many humans left in the world, but the war continued. Nuclear weapons? But we didn't find any radiation along the way. Qianhu and Yuli were less than 10 years old when they left their grandfather. Even at their current age, they'd still be less than 10 if nuclear bombs were dropped all over the world. It wouldn't be possible to eliminate the radiation that quickly. There are gods, Yuli suddenly interrupted. Gods? Shen Fei looked at Qianhu in confusion. That's right, Qianhu immediately recounted their experiences along the way. Whether these so-called gods were actually gods or not, Qianhu wasn't sure, but they did encounter some strange creatures. They encountered them on a frozen submarine, and they told them that they were the only two humans left in the world, that they had purified the world, and so on. They had devoured the dangerous weapons on the submarine. What a massive library! Led by Shen Fei, the three of them quickly arrived at the vast library on the lower level of the tower. What came into view was a massive spiral library, the largest library Shen Fei had ever encountered. "Don't worry, I'll take all these books." Seeing Qianhu's face, he was confused about which books to take. Shen Fei immediately reassured him. These books could be considered proof of this civilization's existence, and since he had the ability to take them all, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. "Are you a magician?" Yuli asked curiously, watching Shen Fei's abilities on display. "Yes, I am. There are so many books. You two should rest up over there." Given the sheer number of books, and Shen Fei's need to communicate with a dimensional space and gain a general understanding of this world, the three of them stayed in the library for a few days. "This is a bed. Such a soft bed." Inside the simple shelter, Yuli lay on her bed, a look of excitement on her face. Qianhu also looked a bit excited. Their only previous knowledge of beds came from their time in the world with their grandfather. After that, they'd mostly slept on the ground or on the half-track. "It's a shame the camera's gone," Yuli said, seeming to recall something, a look of disappointment on her face. During their travels, Yuli, besides her love of food, also had a passion, taking photos after acquiring a camera. However, because the camera had been digested by a strange creature, all the photos she'd taken along the way disappeared. "Here, take photos." Upon hearing Yuli's words, Shen Fei immediately produced 2 tablets. With the advancement of technology, most cameras have been replaced by mobile phones, and Shen Fei never carried a camera with him. After all, he wasn't a professional photographer, or someone who cared about quality, using a DSLR or something like that. For him, the cameras on his phone and tablet were more than enough. "That's amazing, Xiao-jin." After Shen Fei taught Yuli how to use the tablet's camera, Yuli excitedly began snapping photos. "Here's your car, take it with you." After taking all the books from the library, Jinhu and the others, perhaps knowing that Shen Fei, a magician, could carry a lot of things, led him to where they had abandoned the half-track. The motorcycle's cabin had been transformed into a bathtub by the 2 men who had taken their last shower. Though Qianhu was a mechanical genius and expert, he couldn't repair the motorcycle without parts and equipment. The motorcycle held the memories of their journey, and if they had the chance, they would have taken it with them. It also held the firearms Yuli had discarded. Shen Fei had found them at the same spot where she had dropped them, but they were already damaged. "This is a plane. Amazing. That guy would be so happy if he saw it." After finishing up business at the tower, Shen Fei flew the 2 of them in a Quinjet to their destination. Yuli was thrilled, gazing down through the window. Qianhu, on the other hand, sat tucked tightly in his seat. He was afraid of heights, so he naturally didn't dare stand near the window. "It's Ishii," Qianhu said immediately after hearing Yuli's words. Qianhu and Yuli hadn't met many people along the way, and Yuli didn't remember much about them. To Yuli, Qianhu was the most important person, but Qianhu remembered them. This time, besides visiting some of the places they'd both been wanting to visit, they also wanted to see if there were any other survivors, but Shen Fei held out no hope. Qianhu's account revealed that it had been quite some time since they met. Living alone in such a hopeless world, and with their faith gone, survival was likely difficult. It wasn't that they would commit suicide. Even in this apocalyptic world, where people weren't killing each other, the dangers were still significant, the greatest of which was naturally the lack of supplies. Qianhu and Yuli had motorcycles to move quickly, plus they could rely on each other, something the 2 they'd encountered didn't have. Other dangers included the sudden collapse of buildings. Cities in this world were nested within one another, and objects occasionally fell from the sky. Did you see Qianhu and Yuli always wore helmets? It was to protect them from falling objects. There's no way. The 3 of them first arrived at the submarine's location. The photos and videos from the camera had been played there. The 2 wanted to see if they could recover it, but after Shen Fei's inspection, he found it impossible. The equipment was completely damaged. Chapter 639, Ice Sniper, Part 2. I thought I could get some nuclear bombs for self-defense. After exploring the submarine completely, Shen Fei sighed softly. Previous exploration revealed that it was a nuclear submarine, but the nuclear bombs within had all been devoured by the strange creatures described by Jinhu and his partner. According to them, those strange creatures could devour bullets, energy sources, and other items. Shen Fei did have nuclear bombs, but they were low-yield ones purchased on the black market. He didn't have any truly powerful ones. While acquiring nuclear bombs wouldn't be too difficult given his abilities, Shen Fei naturally refrained from taking action to avoid potential problems. What a spectacular wind farm! To one side of the nuclear submarine lay a vast wind farm. Wind power is a very environmentally friendly and harmless way to generate energy. Many countries in the Marvel Universe have increased their investment in this area, but it was nothing compared to what Shen Fei saw now. However, even if it was spectacular, it was no longer producing energy. While the facilities were functioning, they were no longer producing energy, likely due to malfunctions caused by a lack of maintenance over time. Despite no longer being able to generate energy, Shen Fei still went to investigate the situation. He believed certain aspects of this world's technology were worth learning. Looks like we'll need to bring some vehicles, motorcycles or something. The three continued on their way. Because some areas were difficult to reach with a Quinjet, Shen Fei pulled out his hoverboard. Cayenne, who was afraid of heights, and Yuli was playful and active, so he had to secure them to the hoverboard, fearing they would fall. He's gone, and the fish is gone too. The three arrived at the spot where Cayenne and Yuli had previously seen the last fish. There, an intelligent robot was feeding the world's last fish, but the robot had fallen to its side, and the fish was floating in a tank, dead. Seeing this, Cayenne fell silent. The robot and the last fish were friends they had considered friends. Can we eat him? Yuli didn't seem to react, still obsessed with the fish. No, Cayenne immediately rejected Yuli's offer. There's no energy. While Cayenne and Yuli argued about the fish, Shen Fei checked on the intelligent robot. This place was a food production base, or more accurately, a food production city, producing, storing, and manufacturing food to supply other cities. However, due to energy shortages, all facilities were no longer functioning. This world is incredibly intelligent. The three of them then visited the places Cayenne and Yuli remembered, eventually arriving at the military base where they had started. Sadly, the entire base had vanished, leaving behind a massive crater, likely the result of some powerful missile attack. They encountered no life along the way. Even after using Cayenne's memories to find the spot where S.H.I.E.L.D had fallen after her plane crashed, they couldn't find her. After all, quite a while had passed. Shen Fei then took the two of them in a Quinjet fighter jet and surveyed the entire world. Still, no one was found. Only a few cities had some energy supply, but it seemed unlikely to last much longer. Are there quite a few weapons? Let's collect some and use them. The three of them then returned to the room where Chihu and Yuri had once wanted to live, temporarily residing there. Shen Fei taught them some common sense about the human world while using his shadow clones to gather supplies. Although the powerful weapons were largely unusable due to the bizarre creatures, conventional weapons were still usable, especially the plentiful supply of guns and ammunition, perfect for the pirate world. With these supplies, Shen Fei wouldn't need to buy ammunition for quite some time. Even though Shen Fei's strength didn't allow him to use firearms, he would still occasionally practice target shooting, a kind of rest. You could make a fortune with all this stuff. Besides weapons, Shen Fei also amassed a considerable amount of gold, gems, and steel. Using alchemy, he decomposed planes, tanks, and buildings into their raw steel. This world was already doomed, and leaving these things here would only decay over time. He might as well take them and help others. Even if Shen Fei couldn't possibly carry everything he had, his haul was already nearly as much as his current assets. Of course, this was only theoretical. If he accumulated more gold, gems, and other items, their value would undoubtedly depreciate significantly. Furthermore, these items were, to be honest, worthless in a post-apocalyptic world. Cayenne and Yuli had only taken two things with them, food and fuel. I'm doing this for their future lives, Shen Fei said, finding comfort in his heart. These items weren't needed in this post-apocalyptic world, but they were essential in the normal human world. So this is how this world was destroyed. While collecting supplies, Shen Fei discovered the reason for the apocalyptic world. While war was a significant factor, it wasn't the primary cause. The most fundamental reason was that humanity's technological advancement had disrupted the natural ecological balance. More accurately, humanity was using technology to create what they considered a perfect ecological balance. At first, the world's inhabitants lived in perfect ecological balance, with no natural disasters. Most work was done by intelligent robots, allowing people to live carefree lives even without work. However, humanity clearly overestimated its technological capabilities. Compared to the highly adaptable ecological balance of nature, humanity's supposedly perfect balance simply couldn't match that. Over time, humanity finally paid the price for its actions. The ecological balance of the entire world was completely disrupted. Following this disruption, nations in the human world were forced to wage war and plunder other nations' resources to survive. Wars broke out, and even when the consequences threatened to wipe out humanity worldwide, no one stopped fighting, driven by the desire to survive. Ironically, no one survived. Shen Fei could only shake his head helplessly at this situation, no longer concerned about it. Although it was the end of the world, as long as the planet existed, ecological balance would naturally be restored over time, and perhaps humanity would reappear in the future. Take them to that world. To meet Asuna, Shen Fei only gave Che-Hu and Yuri a moment's consideration before deciding. While they could both survive in any world with humans, given the choice, Shen Fei naturally sought the safest world for them. Of all the worlds Shen Fei had experienced, Sword Art Online was the safest for ordinary people. Ordinary people in other worlds were more or less likely to encounter danger, and it was a perfect opportunity to meet Asuna. Get some sleep first. When you wake up, you'll see the new world. After putting the two to sleep, Shen Fei soared high into the sky, surveyed the world once more, sighed deeply, and departed, certain he would never return. A world with humans, how wonderful. Emerging from the Sword Art Online villa and taking in the surroundings, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh. The apocalyptic world was truly depressing. I'm back. After sending a message to Asuna, Shen Fei woke up Che-Hu and Yuri. So many people, in a secluded corner of the park, Shen Fei, Asuna, Che-Hu, and Yuri sat on the grass. Yuri looked at the people elsewhere with excitement. After Asuna's return, Shen Fei brought the group here. Yuri, once again, cried out in excitement at the sight of people. The new world, everything about it, thrilled her. Che-Hu was equally excited, though he didn't show it as much as she did. Che-Hu, who had previously learned many things from books, didn't understand them, but now he could see them in person. Is it the end of the world? Asuna's gaze changed immediately after hearing Shen Fei's account of Che-Hu and Yuri's situation. At first, Asuna had been wary of the two, perhaps suspecting a complicated relationship between them and Shen Fei. But now, Asuna had taught them a great deal along the way and had taken over their management, which gave Shen Fei a lot of peace of mind. It was summer vacation, so Asuna could teach them for a while, and then they could start school. Given their age, they were just in the same class as Asuna. As for their academic progress, there was no need to worry. With the resources Shen Fei brought from that world, they could completely let them splurge. Not to mention, the fact that they had survived was due to their own merits. Their enrollment wasn't about making friends, but about integrating into society. There are a lot of games out there. After the release of the virtual reality game Torrent, virtual reality games have mushroomed like mushrooms after rain. It's safe to say that virtual reality games have become the mainstream of gaming. Other games, aside from some casual games that still have a niche market, have either switched to virtual reality or completely collapsed. With so many games, there are naturally many excellent ones, some of which are as good as Shen Fei's own. Of course, Fairy Dance is still the top-ranked, followed by Naruto. Shen Fei's products account for several of the top 10 virtual reality games, not counting horror and other less mainstream titles. For example, Resident Evil, if not for its horror nature, would probably be in the top 10 too. Death Gun has appeared again. Entangled has truly left a lasting impression. Is it still that guy? Kaiba Akihiko has set a good example by using the internet to kill people. Even though Laughing Coffin was wiped out before, it has already inspired others to adopt this idea. If they have the ability to act, there's no shortage of people willing to carry it out. Since Laughing Coffin was wiped out before, Death Gun this time is definitely different, but perhaps one of them is Shino's classmate. The lethal drug is unavailable to the average person, and his family runs a hospital, making it easy to obtain. Furthermore, his brother was a member of Laughing Coffin in Entangled. Given these factors, it's possible that the story will follow the same path as the original. Kaiji Shinkawa, using the records of the Laughing Coffin members left behind. Shen Fei quickly located Shinkawa Kaiji, whose name he had forgotten. Based on their birthplaces, Shinkawa Kaiji and his brother were undoubtedly upper class, their families able to afford to run a hospital. Perhaps it was their privileged backgrounds that gave both brothers a certain perverse mindset. Death Gun appeared in a modern apocalyptic virtual game similar to GGO. Shen Fei seriously suspected that this game borrowed inspiration from his own GGO, Resident Evil, and other games, featuring mutant plants and animals, zombies, and other monsters. The unfortunate part was that his legitimate GGO was no match for this pirated version. The ability to exchange virtual game coins for real money was a deadly weapon, a crucial factor in the legitimate GGO's defeat. Honestly, if Shen Fei were to choose a game, he would most likely choose this one. After all, it wasn't even for ordinary people. With a bit of luck, finding a top-tier item could easily earn him a year's salary. Even without such luck, top players still earn significantly more than office workers each month. Take, for example, the ice sniper Shino, a student, whose monthly income is already far greater than many office workers can match. Even in the pirated version of GGO, Shino still manages to be a brilliant and arrogant sniper. We need to investigate further, and we need to find the person Shino saved. Although Shinkai Kaiji is highly suspected, there's no evidence yet. Furthermore, to resolve Shino's grievances, some preparations are needed. As for Shino's safety, Shen Fei isn't worried, he'll make sure of it later. Long time no see. Inside S.H.I.E.L.'s cafe and bar, Shen Fei and Asuna met up with Lisbeth, Kirito, Zetsuken, Kirito Nisuguha, and others. This was their weekly gathering, and normally, everyone would attend. As popular as ever, Kirito now has everything in the three areas of study, career, and beauty. Kirito's career is very simple. He is a game reviewer, but he is not only employed by Shen Fei, but also by the official side. Kirito has a very good relationship with Kikuoka Sujiro, and can often get some business from him. In addition to Lisbeth and her sister, Silica and others around him, Klein is very envious every time he sees them. Have you heard about the death gun incident? After sitting down in two groups of men and women, Kirito talked about this topic with Shen Fei. I know a little bit. How? Have you received a commission to investigate this matter? Yes, I want to ask your opinion on this aspect. Is it possible to kill people through the internet? Although Kirito said in front of Kikuoka that he did not believe that anyone could kill people through the internet, he still had some doubts deep in his heart. Of course it's impossible. Chapter 640 Ice Sniper, and Shen Fei's words were unequivocal. Not to mention the lack of special abilities in this world, even with Shen Fei's current abilities, he couldn't kill people online. If you were contacting an ordinary person directly by phone, Shen Fei could use sound illusions to induce the killing, but he couldn't do that online. Even the killer bug incident with Yakushiji Ryako had previously involved the victim inducing suicide by making them hear the bug's voice, a similar approach to Shen Fei's hypnosis. I don't think it's possible either, but if this continues and spreads, the consequences could be disastrous, said S.H.I.E.L.D, placing 2 cups of coffee in front of Shen Fei and Kirito. Because of Anchred, if online killings spread, it would undoubtedly have a negative impact on the virtual reality game. Shen Fei and Keiba Akihiko later released the game torrent for free to expand its reach and promote the game. As long as there's profit to be made, capitalists will never give up. Just look at the current proliferation of virtual reality games. The death gun incident, which has already resulted in multiple deaths, hasn't attracted much online discussion, largely due to the influence of capitalists and government officials. Both parties share common interests, aiming to avoid further panic. As for the small amount of discussion, it's unavoidable, but it doesn't matter. After all, in modern society, occasional cases like death from overwork and sudden illness are commonplace. While suppressing information online is acceptable, the incident still needs to be investigated. Kirito, although I know it's unlikely, you'd better be careful. Even though he didn't believe in online murder, S.H.I.E.L.D warned Kirito to be careful. Don't worry, I'll be careful, Kirito nodded softly. It's impossible to kill someone online, but if multiple people work together, it's possible to pull off such a feint, Shen Fei said softly after taking a sip of his coffee. What do you mean? Kirito and S.H.I.E.L.D's attention was immediately drawn to Shen Fei's words. I roughly checked the relevant intelligence. If it were an ordinary person, it would naturally be difficult to access this kind of information. Kirito was able to access it because Kikuoka needed his help in the investigation. However, for Shen Fei, it was nothing. He was now an upper-class person and had many privileges. Just like Kirito was able to find the people Shino saved later, it was of course not Kirito's power that he relied on, but Kikuoka's official power. If it is through certain drugs and the cooperation of other people, the effect of death gun can be achieved. If I guess correctly, the dead should be those who have no one else at home and whose rooms are easy to sneak into. As for how the criminals obtained their addresses, perhaps they got a kind of invisible equipment and can obtain the relevant addresses by peeping. Shen Fei immediately told him the routine of Death Gun. As long as Kirito reported this information, Kikuoka would naturally investigate the relevant situation. A certain drug could cause sudden death, and no cause could be found. But that was merely wishful thinking on the part of the perpetrator. If the authorities truly wanted to investigate, they had plenty of ways to do so. For example, by examining the perpetrator's past medical history, they could determine whether it was a sudden illness or a deliberate cause, not to mention the injection site. If you want to investigate this, just read some detective books and you'll find out, Shen Fei continued, observing Kirito's pensive expression. He'd watched over 1,000 episodes of the Shinigami Elementary School, becoming acquainted with all the scientific methods of killing and solving crimes. Thinking of the Shinigami Elementary School student, Shen Fei couldn't help but wonder if he'd ever actually meet the Shinigami Elementary School student. Then he'd definitely take a closer look at the real science of science. Of course, there was still one thing that needed to be confirmed, the exact cause of the sleeping detective's neck. This was a question many people were probably curious about. I see. Thank you, Kirito nodded thoughtfully after hearing Shen Fei's words. Kirito was naturally intelligent, and now, with this reminder, he quickly grasped the key. Have you improved your strength quickly? Shen Fei observed Asuna's display of strength from within the hidden underground chamber of his villa. Of course, be careful, Asuna said as her rapier, crafted to the scale of the game, shimmered with light, traces of lightning radiating from it. Lightning release. Asuna, now truly radiant, lived up to her name, not just in the game but also in reality. Shen Fei's rare visit, so the two took the opportunity to spar. In terms of strength, Asuna was now cage level, lacking only experience. Of course, the more important aspect was her ability to kill, something Shen Fei didn't need to ask Asuna to do. If we could connect across worlds, we could easily have them battle those from the Naruto world. Asuna's advancement in ninjutsu stemmed entirely from the virtual reality game, Naruto. To others, it was just a game, but to Asuna, it was a rare opportunity for training. The game's 5 major ninja villages were no longer dominated by Konoha alone. With the influx of players, the 5 villages were evenly matched, leading to intense battles in the Ninja World War. Asuna the Flash, Kirito the Black Swordsman, Yoki the Absolute Sword, and others were renowned figures within the game. It really is him. The 3 collaborators are members of the Entangled Murder Guild. Their punishments are truly too lenient. Through surveillance, Shen Fei discovered that Kaiji Shinkawa is one of the Death Guns, and his collaborators were survivors from Entangled. Among the murderous guilds in Entangled, there were numerous orange guilds, far more than just the Smiling Coffins. Because the primary responsibility lay with Kaiba Akihiko, official punishments for the orange guilds were less severe. While most of them returned to their daily lives after returning to reality, a few, unwilling to accept their ordinary existence, began to yearn for their days of dominance in Entangled. The reason Kaiji Shinkawa started killing people was simple: he was incredibly wealthy, having invested vast sums of time and money in the game. To others, the game was a game, and reality was reality. They didn't confuse the two, even for those left behind by the S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Kaiji Shinkawa treated the game like the real world, a world that, to him, was a shackle. Due to the game's familiar skill allocation errors, even after investing a considerable amount of money, his character was ruined. While to others, this was merely a game character gone bad, to Kaiji Shinkawa, it was the equivalent of a real-world failure. This, coupled with the constant taunts of a tournament champion who had tempted him to invest, fueled Kaiji Shinkawa's murderous intent. Initially, he simply sought revenge, but after designing the character Death Gun, he became addicted, and began stirring up trouble, believing it would grant him superhuman powers. Sadly, even with this, he was still met with derision. After all, while he'd killed several people, it was a mere drop in the ocean compared to the entire country. Furthermore, he'd only killed those who weren't well known in real life. Coupled with the official cover-up, people naturally didn't believe in Death Gun's existence. This undoubtedly infuriated Kaiji Shinkawa. One of his goals in designing Death Gun was to attract attention, much like some murderers in the Marvel Universe. They killed not out of vengeance or robbery, but to attract attention, and some did succeed. Serial killers, in particular, even had their own fan bases, Their own autobiographies became bestsellers, and they became tycoons. Under U.S. law, with enough money, any charge can be overturned. Kirito didn't become Kiriko, and he doesn't look familiar with Shino either. The so-called Kiriko was, of course, the very female-looking Kiriko character. But this time, things were different. Noticing the match was about to begin, Shen Fei created a new character and entered the game to check it out. Modern VR games are built using the same seed, so they can be transferred between games. Kirito was able to enter the tournament right after entering the gun game because his character was transferred. If he had created a new character, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to participate. It's not that he's not allowed to register, but rather that his skill level is insufficient. Even in gun games, there are upgrades and skill points. In this game, skill points are mainly allocated in two ways, strength or agility. There's no superiority or inferiority between these two types of skill points. As the saying goes, each version has its own unique skill level. In the past, agility was the primary stat, affecting a character's speed, attack speed, movement speed, accuracy, evasion rate, and more. However, with the advent of a large number of strength-enhancing equipment, strength has become the primary stat. Without sufficient strength, high-level weapons are useless. Kaiji Shinko's desire to kill is precisely due to this skill point. In this regard, Kaiji Shinko, a veteran of so many years, is vastly inferior to Shino Asada, whose skill points have always been mainstream. Shinko Kaiji was too easily fooled. The so-called skill builds are best suited to your own abilities. Even with the same character, the difference in skill between different players can be stark. This difference was already very noticeable in the computer age, and even more so in virtual reality. Given Shinko Kaiji's skill level, even with Kirito's character, he wouldn't be able to cut through bullets with a lightsaber. Shen Fei didn't want to switch, so he'd just create a new character. He was just checking it out anyway. This Death Gun's level is so poor, they created such a powerful character, yet no one participated in the finals. As expected, even though they were all survivors of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Laughing Coffin members still had a huge gap with the other orange guilds. Without Death Gun's interference, the finals pitted Shino, the ice sniper, against Kirito, the lightsaber warrior. The duel was truly astonishing to the other players, many even expressing doubt. As if they weren't playing the same game. Because the match was so exciting, Kirito's victory, while somewhat discontent among many players, was still met with resounding applause. As a beautiful girl, she naturally received preferential treatment within the game. The ice sniper's reputation in this gun game was incredibly high. As the game concluded, Kaiji Shinko began closing in. After discovering his target, Shen Fei immediately contacted the police, having them set up positions nearby. As for Kikuoka, there was no need to contact him. Regarding the death gun incident, Shen Fei planned to publicize it later to raise awareness. Kaiji Shinko's death gun tactics weren't particularly complex, he could figure them out, and others could figure them out as well. Publicizing them would help prevent similar incidents. "Let me go! Let me go!" Kaiji Shinko, captured, screamed with a distorted expression. He even managed to break free from the police and flee, leaving Shen Fei speechless. Are these police just for show? Just like a certain Shinigami elementary school student, Shen Fei's shadow clone, hiding nearby, sighed deeply, but didn't intervene, merely following behind. Fortunately, the arrest of his accomplices went smoothly. One of them, perhaps too frightened by the police, accidentally injected himself with drugs and killed himself. You actually committed suicide. It's a shame you're not Kaiba Akihiko, you don't have his ability to scan your mind online. Watching Kaiji Shinko's suicide, Shen Fei sighed and deleted the suicide note he had left behind. Kaiji Shinko's reason for personally attacking Shino was simple, he loved her and wanted her to live in the game world with him. It was unknown where he came up with such a ridiculous idea. His plan was to kill Shino, then return to the game and commit suicide simultaneously. Shen Fei naturally didn't want Shino to see such a suicide note, lest she think too much. Asada Shino, it looks like you're in trouble. Shen Fei, riding a motorcycle made by Yuri, stopped at the side of an alley in a shopping mall and watched as three girls blocked her way. Originally, Shen Fei had intended to let Kirito handle Shino's situation, but perhaps due to the butterfly effect, Kirito's relationship with Shino wasn't very good, so he had to deal with it himself. "Who are you?" The girl dressed like a tadpole immediately shouted at Shen Fei. "Get lost, Shen Fei said in a low voice, glancing at the three girls coldly. His icy gaze made the three girls tremble uncontrollably. Not daring to say anything more, he took the other two and left. Shen Fei was naturally not polite to these school bullies. His previous glance was tainted with illusion, and they were in for a while. Thank you, Shino muttered, and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, I'm here to talk to you today. There's someone I'd like you to meet. Seeing Shino's wary gaze, Shen Fei continued, it's about what happened to you at the bank that year. I think it would be best if you could meet him. Shino, who had been about to leave, stopped dead in her tracks upon hearing Shen Fei's words. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641 Yun Xian and Han Lingsha, Part 1. Finally solved, Shen Fei nodded gently, looking at Shino, who had become familiar with Asuna, Lisbeth, and the others. After the adorable daughter of the bank employee from back then gave Shino an abstract drawing she'd drawn of her, Shino's inner struggles were finally resolved. The little girl had saved her. For Shino, the fact that she'd shot and killed the robber to save her mother was her biggest wound. Although officials and the bank hadn't disclosed the incident, assuming the police had shot the criminal, the fact that there were other people present at the time had leaked out. It was truly absurd. Someone who had saved someone was treated so unfairly. It was a world that was far too harsh on good people and too lenient on the criminals, almost like a victim-blaming theory. Shen Fei was deeply offended by this kind of situation. Since he'd encountered it, someone would surely pay the price. The eye sniper has disappeared. After getting familiar with Asuna and the others, Shino was immediately called into the fairy dance by Asuna and the others. Now, their lineup has become even stronger. As an eye sniper, Shino is very talented in long-range attacks. They will probably have the exclusive access to strategies for all the dungeons and bosses. For Asuna and the others, equipment and rewards are naturally nothing. The key is the fun. Even Shen Fei accompanied them to clear a few dungeons. With the help of Asuna and Yui, Chihu and Yuri quickly integrated into this society, but they did not forget that world. Shen Fei specially designated an area for them in the villa and took out the photos he had taken before, as well as many books. Chihu was very interested in this aspect. As for Yuri, she always stayed by Chihu's side. Looks like I'm lucky this time. It's not the end of the world. After spending a few days with Asuna, Shen Fei packed up his supplies and continued his journey. This time, he emerged on a lake. After putting away his nano-Ant-Man armor, before he could use his observation haki to survey his surroundings, he spotted a fire in the distance. What a beautiful view! Glancing at the distant fire, Shen Fei looked up at the bright moon in the sky, then at the surrounding water. The moonlight reflected off the ripples, sparkling and shimmering, a breathtaking sight. Yun Xian, you're such a pig. You've eaten all the food again, and I haven't eaten anything yet. As Shen Fei approached the fire, he immediately heard a pleasant female voice growl in frustration. But Lingsha, I saw you weren't eating. I thought you weren't hungry, or hadn't eaten enough yet. A simple, yet doubtful male voice echoed from the side. Yun Xian, the female voice suddenly rose. Yun Xian, Lingsha, such familiar names. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Fei stepped out and greeted a man and woman sitting by the fire. Hello, I hope I didn't disturb you. Sitting to the left of the fire was a handsome young man, still munching on his rice dumplings when Shen Fei appeared. Opposite him sat a beautiful young woman in red, glaring angrily at the young man. Hello, the red-dressed girl's scowl faded upon seeing Shen Fei appear, offering him a kind smile. Are you camping here too? The red-dressed girl asked. Yes, Shen Fei nodded, then continued, I saw the fire and came over. I heard you guys talking, and it seems you haven't eaten yet. I do have some food. Wait a minute. With that, Shen Fei immediately turned and left. After all, they were strangers, and Shen Fei couldn't afford to reveal the presence of his interspatial ring, so he couldn't use that as an excuse. It's delicious. Better than wild boar. I didn't know there were so many delicious treats down here. The young man named Yun Xian, upon seeing the food Shen Fei had brought, immediately began devouring it with abandon. In this respect, he resembled Yuli. Eat, you only know how to eat. Watching Yun Xian's eating, the red-dressed girl gave Shen Fei an embarrassed smile, as if his behavior was embarrassing. It's okay. Food is for eating, and I have plenty left. It's okay. After the food was brought over, both parties exchanged names, and Shen Fei finally understood why they had seemed so familiar. Yun Xian and Han Lingsha were the protagonists of Chinese Paladin IV. Shen Fei also learned from Han Lingsha their current location, in the grass near Cheohu Lake. Combined with Han Lingsha's conversation with Yun Xian, he realized they must be descending from the mountain, on their way to find the Sword Immortal. Kaionho Sect, Shushen Sect, the world of Sword Immortals, the world of Sword Immortals, a place where gods, demons, immortals, monsters, and ghosts coexist, is home to Sword Immortals who can fly on swords. For Shen Fei, this world could enhance his strength. Even though he could fly now, it was a world of difference compared to flying on a sword. After all, they were Sword Immortals, but unfortunately, the world of Sword Immortals was also a world of tragedy. That must be the Wangshu sword, right? What a pity. While eating at Yunchen River, Shen Fei's eyes flickered to a package lying on the ground, an ordinary-looking longbow and a strange-looking, crystal blue rapier. While the sword appeared ordinary beyond its peculiar appearance, Shen Fei knew it was truly extraordinary. It was one of the Kaionho Sect's twin swords. Judging by its power, it was a weapon of the caliber of a magical weapon. The Wangshu sword and the Yai sword are flying swords that the Kaionho Sect has spent generations to build by collecting rare treasures from heaven and earth. They are mainly used to allow the Kaionho Sect to ascend to the sky. It must be said that the people of the Kaionho Sect have a lot of ideas, but these ideas are a bit unrealistic. If the Wangshu sword was in the Kaionho Sect, it would definitely be carefully protected, but in the hands of Yun Xian, it became an all-purpose tool, used for chopping wood, barbecuing, cutting vegetables, etc. It did everything it could. No wonder Murin Ziyang was almost irritated to the point of vomiting blood. Of course, Shen Fei didn't feel sorry for the Wangshu sword, but for Han Lingsha. Originally, the Wangshu sword had withered due to the death of its previous owner, Yun Xian's mother, and its spiritual power was restrained. It fell into a dormant state and became an ordinary long sword. However, Han Lingsha met the requirements for the Wangshu sword to wake up. Unexpectedly, the Wangshu sword woke up again. We can only take it one step at a time. Even if we tell them this now, they might not believe it. And with Han Lingsha's obsession, even if she did, she probably wouldn't give up for the sake of her people. Han Lingsha had been searching for the legend of the Sword Immortal. She had finally found it, and even if it cost her her life, she wouldn't give up so easily. There's murderous intent. Just as Shen Fei was thinking about the fourth immortal sword, Yun Xian, who was eating, suddenly picked up his bow and sword and stood up, blocking Han Lingsha. What's wrong? Han Lingsha stood up immediately after noticing Yun Xian's actions. Extraordinary talent. Looking at Yun Xian, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of his natural immunity to cold and heat, as well as his ability to sense murderous intent. Anyone who tried to attack Yun Xian would inevitably be discovered by him, even a god. Shen Fei also stood up and picked up the longsword he had prepared. In this world, the space ring couldn't be exposed for the time being, so he had to take it out first. Xian, it's a monster. Han Lingsha called out Yun Xian's name. Just as she was about to say something, 6 beasts, striped blue and white, resembling tigers, but standing upright, suddenly appeared around the 3 of them. No, they were monsters, wind evil beasts. Roaring. The wind evil beasts, which had separated the 3 of them, roared, stirring up a veritable demonic wind, then split into twos and pounced on them. This wasn't the 4th game of Xianjian, Chinese Paladin, so monsters naturally didn't engage in turn-based combat. The wind evil beasts' actions revealed their intelligence. The moment the monsters attacked, Yun Xian drew his bow and unleashed the Wangshu sword. While bows and arrows are usually used, Yun Xian did so, and the Wangshu sword was Wangshu. With one strike, he pierced the chest of one wind evil beast. Another wind evil beast, which had pounced on Yun Xian, was sent flying by his arrow. As expected of a demon beast. Such speed is beyond the reach of ordinary humans. As Shen Fei thought this, he unleashed a massive crescent-shaped sword energy towards the 2 wind evil beasts charging towards him, severing them in half. He then appeared beside Han Lingsha and swept the 2 wind evil beasts charging at her away with his long sword. Although Han Lingsha was young, she had been wandering the world of martial arts and tomb raiding for years. Furthermore, in this world of immortal swordsmanship, her martial arts skills were naturally not weak. Under normal circumstances, The two wind evil beasts would not be able to harm her, but Yun Xian had previously used the Wangshu sword to kill the wind evil beasts. The awakening of the Wangshu sword had already weakened Han Lingsha, and the attack would naturally weaken her even further. If Han Lingsha had practiced a Kaionho school's secret sword techniques, her situation would have been much better, but she hadn't. Originally, if Han Lingsha had become the host of the Wangshu sword and learned the Kaionho sect's secret techniques for cultivating it, she would not only not weaken, but would actually grow stronger, just like the previous host of the Wangshu sword. Unfortunately, the Kaionho sect, too eager for quick success, refused to allow Han Lingsha to cultivate. "Lingsha, are you alright?" Xian, having caught the returning Wangshu sword and dispatched the wind evil beast with a single strike, saw Han Lingsha crouched on the ground, shivering. He immediately rushed over and asked with concern, "I'm fine, I just suddenly lost my strength. I might be sick." Seeing Yun Xian's nervous expression, Han Lingsha quickly waved her hand to dissuade him from worry. "Be careful, they're coming again. Protect Miss Han, I'll handle these monsters." These 6 wind evil beasts were just the beginning. The next moment, more wind evil beasts emerged from the surrounding bushes, roughly estimated at 20 or 30. The wilds of the Xiangsha world were indeed very dangerous. How could this happen? I've been here before, and there weren't so many monsters. Han Lingsha was deeply puzzled as she watched the numerous wind evil beasts appear around her. She had been here before, even before she met Yun Xian. Although she hadn't camped outdoors, she hadn't noticed so many monsters either. "Leave quickly. We can't defeat so many monsters," Han Lingsha said, urging Shen Fei and Yun Xian to flee. "You're not unkind, so I can't be unjust to you and fight them, you country bumpkin. If you can't talk, then don't talk nonsense." Perhaps because of Shen Fei's appearance, Han Lingsha hadn't seen Yun Xian's country bumpkin before, but now, with this being a matter of life and death, she didn't care. "Don't worry, it's just a few monsters. It's okay." Faced with so many monsters, Shen Fei could only prepare to show his true strength. Just as Shen Fei was about to strike, the sky above the 3 of them suddenly lit up. Dozens of swirling swords appeared out of thin air and pierced the wind evil beasts below, each one a blow, leaving no one unharmed. The entire process was as smooth and effortless as flowing water, seamless and without a trace of fireworks. As the wind evil beasts were completely annihilated, a handsome young man appeared in the sky, treading on a divine sword. It was Murong. After scanning Shen Fei and the other 2 below, Murong's flying sword swung, and he vanished in an instant. Even with Shen Fei's observation haki, he could only catch a glimpse of him before he vanished without a trace. This is the sword immortal. In an instant, he traversed the azure sky, slaughtering people from afar. This was the sword immortal. Witnessing Murong's true power, Shen Fei became even more enthusiastic about the cultivation methods of the sword immortal. While Shen Fei could handle these wind evil beasts, it would be difficult for him to achieve the same effortless, instantaneous destruction as Murong. After all, these wind evil beasts weren't ordinary beasts, but rather demonic monsters. Murong's ability to simply kill them without causing any ripples in the surrounding area revealed his incredible control. Indeed, the difference between cultivating immortality and practicing martial arts is vast. Of course, Shen Fei wasn't overly discouraged. After all, Murong's skill was among the best in the Kaionho sect, and not every Kaionho disciple could achieve what Murong had achieved. Master, Shen Fei meditated as a young man and woman ran over. The young woman ignored Shen Fei and the others and gave chase. The young man behind them, however, stopped immediately upon seeing Shen Fei and the others. It's Huaishou indeed. What a pity for this couple. Upon hearing the other person's introduction, Shen Fei immediately recalled Huaishou's tragic fate. It's a sword immortal, a real sword immortal. After Huaishou left, Han Lingsha looked very excited. After all, she had been pursuing the sword immortal for many years, but had never found one. But this time, she had truly seen a sword immortal. "I think I've seen their clothes somewhere before." Han Lingsha immediately thought of the patterns on Huaishou and the others. She had seen them there before, in the tomb of Yun Xian's parents. Let's go to Chenzhou. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a sword immortal, and knowing their destination, Han Lingsha certainly wouldn't give up. Shen Fei naturally followed suit. Although there were many sects of immortal cultivation in this world, the Shushan sect was truly the legitimate son, but the sword-wielding skills of the Kaionho sect were not necessarily inferior to those of the Shushan sect. Chapter 642 Yunxian and Han Lingsha, Part 2. Throughout the entire Legend of Sword and Fairy series, there are numerous sects dedicated to cultivating immortals. The mortal realm boasts 10 continents and 3 islands, 10 great caves, 36 minor caves, and 72 blessed lands, among other sacred sites. However, none of these places compares favorably to the Shushan sect. Kunlun, home to the Qianhu sect, is undoubtedly a sacred site for cultivation, otherwise, 8 sects wouldn't have established themselves there. However, compared to the Shushan Mountains, a suspended mountain formed by the roots of a sacred tree and attached to Pangu's heart, both its location and spiritual energy are vastly inferior. In the mortal realm, the Shushan sect is the preeminent sect. While the Qianhu sect's location may not rival Shushan's, it undoubtedly offers a significant advantage over other sects. Qianhu's position lies directly beneath the celestial realm, possessing the so-called gate to the celestial realm. This is the origin of the Qianhu sect's ascension to the celestial realm. Even with Qianhu's power, other sects couldn't achieve this feat. For Shen Fei, if this were any other installment in the Legend of Sword and Fairy series, he would undoubtedly have gone to the Shushan sect. However, since this was the 4th installment, the first choice was, of course, the Qianhu sect. After all, the Shushan sect was there, and if he didn't go to the Qianhu sect this time, he probably wouldn't be able to visit it again. Let's go. The next day, Han Lingsha woke up excitedly, perhaps because she had finally met a true sword immortal and her goal was about to be achieved. After dinner, she immediately suggested that they hurry on their way. This forced Yunxian to hurriedly put away his father Yunxian King's tablet. Even when he was away from home, Yunxian's habit remained unchanged. He would burn 3 incense sticks for his father every morning and evening and told his father not to visit him for the time being. Those who wanted to become immortals all failed, while those who didn't want it to almost did. Life is truly unpredictable. Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he watched Yunxian put the tablet away in his bag. In the 4th installment of the Legend of Sword and Fairy series, countless people aspire to become immortals, and the Qianhu sect is just one example. Naturally, none of them achieve this. In fact, throughout the entire series, over millions of years, few have truly achieved immortality through cultivation. Even Su Changqing relied on Zixuan's cultivation to achieve immortality. The entire series emphasizes that cultivating immortality requires accumulating virtue and performing good deeds, but in reality, achieving immortality has nothing to do with this. Look at the immortals throughout the series. Who hasn't resorted to opportunistic tactics? Even stealing other people's mana still achieved immortality. This demonstrates that cultivating immortality truly has nothing to do with character. With sufficient power, achieving immortality is possible, not to mention becoming an immortal. Even becoming a god is possible. With true skill, one could infiltrate the celestial realm and defeat Fuxi, and the position of celestial emperor would be theirs. Unfortunately, in this world, with the disappearance of Nuwa and Shannon, no one in the world could rival Fuxi. Even Fei Peng, known as the Supreme Master of the Divine Realm, and Chonglao, the strongest in the Demon Realm, were no match for him. Why did Chonglao only focus on Fei Peng and not on the Celestial Emperor Fuxi? It was because he couldn't defeat him. Chonglao was belligerent, but he wasn't a fool. Yunxian had never considered becoming an immortal, but in the end, thanks to Zhulan, he was almost one. How should I warn this guy? Looking at the Wangshu sword tied to the wooden bow on Yunxian's back, Shen Fei pondered as he hurried on, wondering how to remind him without drawing attention. Han Lingsha, excited and refreshed after a night's rest, and with her considerable strength, made the 3 of them travel quickly, encountering no obstacles along the way and arriving at Shaoan County. What a huge gate, Yunxian exclaimed at the Shaoan County gate. Seeing the glances from those around him who had heard his voice, he immediately pretended not to recognize him. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself, bumpkin. Han Lingsha approached Yunxian and whispered a reminder to be mindful of his presence. Shaoan County was just a small town. For Han Lingsha, a perpetual tomb raider, it certainly wasn't anything of note. But for Yunxian, it was a different story. This was the first time he'd seen such a large place. Even though Shaoan County was a small town, it couldn't compare to Taiping Village below Qinglun Peak. So many people, Yunxian paid no heed to Han Lingsha's warning. Instead, he excitedly ran to a sign on the left side of the city wall that indicated a large crowd. I'll endure it. Han Lingsha's face tensed as she watched Yunxian's back. Then, she clenched her fists, took several deep breaths, and muttered these two words under her breath. Only then did her expression calm down, and she slowly relaxed her clenched fists. Haha, Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle at Han Lingsha's expression. It had to be said that Han Lingsha was truly adorable back then. You're making fun of me. Han Lingsha's expression, which had just recovered, immediately changed again at the sound of Shen Fei's laughter. No, I just think you're quite amusing. Shen Fei smiled and waved his hand, indicating he had no intention of mocking Han Lingsha. For now, Shen Fei only admired both Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli. He didn't want to disrupt the relationship between them and Yun Xian. If he had just arrived in this world, Shen Fei might have had different thoughts, but now, of course, that was another matter. That's interesting, you know? Ever since I met him, I've been pissed off. I've been pissed more these past few days than I've ever been before combined. Then just smile more, won't you? I actually feel like I've been smiling more since I met him. You? Han Lingsha was about to say something when Yun Xian's voice rang out. Lingsha, come and look. This looks a lot like you, Yun Xian said, walking over to the two of them and showing them a piece of paper. It showed Han Lingsha's upper body, an exact replica. Yun Xian, you idiot. Han Lingsha's pretty face flushed with anger as she stared at her portrait on the paper in Yun Xian's hand. Her upper body trembled violently. This time, Han Lingsha was truly furious, for Yun Xian held a wanted warrant. Yun Xian had grown up on Kingluan Peak. Although his father, Yun Xian King, had taught him to read, Yun Xian King died young, leaving him alone. He used books as fuel for his fire, and naturally, he didn't know many words. What's wrong, Lingsha? This is a perfect resemblance. Here you go. Yun Xian paid no attention to Han Lingsha's actions, instead handing the portrait to her. You, as expected, you, the female thief. Quickly informed Captain Pei. Before Han Lingsha could finish her words, 4 young men dressed as constables surrounded her. After examining the portrait and Han Lingsha's appearance, one of them immediately gave an order to the constable next to him, while the remaining 3 watched her warily. There's murderous intent. What are you planning to do to Lingsha? Yun Xian's actions immediately caught on. He immediately stood before Han Lingsha, the Wongshu sword in his hand, ready to strike. Yun Xian seemed inert without murderous intent, but once he sensed it, he leaped into action. His ability to sense murderous intent played a significant role in his ability to live safely and alone on Kingluan Peak after Yun Xian King's death. What are you planning to do? Seeing Yun Xian about to strike, Han Lingsha leaped up and slapped him on the head. There was a slight height difference between them, and without jumping, she couldn't possibly hit him. Lingsha, you? Yun Xian rubbed his head with his right hand, looking at Han Lingsha behind him with a puzzled expression, confused as to why he was being hit. What did I tell you before? They're police officers. They can't use force. The 3 constables before him were undoubtedly insignificant, but the power they represented was something Han Lingsha couldn't ignore. If they were wanted, it would be a disaster for Han Lingsha. This was a world of immortal heroes, and the power of the Imperial Court was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Han Lingsha had lived in this world since childhood, and her upbringing had made her unable to defy the Imperial Court. What's wrong with you? Why are you issuing a wanted notice for me? What crime have I committed? After silencing Yun Xian, Han Lingsha immediately stepped forward and shouted at the 3 surrounding constables. Han Lingsha's domineering attitude caused the 3 constables to exchange glances in bewilderment. Although the wanted notice contained Han Lingsha's portrait, it didn't specify her crimes. Furthermore, Han Lingsha was a lovely and beautiful young woman, leaving the 3 constables at a loss for words. These constables are quite good, Shen Fei nodded softly, observing the 3 constables, who had fallen silent after Han Lingsha's words. This was feudal society, not modern society, and constables of this caliber were hard to come by. This also proved that the Shaoan County magistrate was indeed quite capable. Wait until Captain Pei arrives. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and one of them, who looked like the captain, made a decision. Captain Pei, soon, a serious-looking, handsome young man arrived, along with the captain who had left earlier. The 3 detectives on the scene immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing the newcomers. This looks like we're going to be in trouble, Han Lingsha muttered softly, watching the incoming captain. This is young Master Yun. Just as Han Lingsha was contemplating how to deal with the captain, the newcomer, surprisingly, seemed to ignore Han Lingsha and instead focused his attention on Yun Xian. After studying him for a moment, He stepped forward and asked politely. What do you mean, young Master Yun? Yun Xian looked at the captain with a puzzled expression. The term young master was completely unfamiliar to him. I didn't expect a country bumpkin like you to know someone here. The captain's words caused Han Lingsha to look at him in surprise. How dare you? Don't be disrespectful to young Master Yun. Han Lingsha's words seemed to anger the captain, who immediately shouted, the sudden rebuke startling her. Why are you so loud? You scared Lingsha. Seeing the startled Han Lingsha, Yun Xian immediately began to fight. Excuse me, my name is Pei Jian, the captain of Shaoan County. I've been sent by the Shaoan County magistrate to search for young Master Yun. After introducing himself, the captain immediately pulled out a piece of perfectly preserved paper with a faint fragrance. Upon opening it, a young man in a green robe, looking very handsome, appeared on the paper. This young man looked very similar to Yun Xian, but the name on the paper was Yun Xianking. Yun Xianking, isn't that your father's name? Xianking. I didn't expect you two to be so similar. Han Lingsha immediately spoke up, looking at the figure in the portrait. It's young Master Yun. Pei Jian naturally overheard Han Lingsha's words. He carefully put the paper away, tucked it in his arms, and then saluted Yun Xian, saying, the county magistrate is very eager to see young Master Yun. I wonder if you could please move aside. Perhaps because Yun Xian's matter was so important, Constable Pei Jian seemed to have lost interest in Han Lingsha's affairs. This guy seems to like Liu Mengli, but it's a pity. Shen Fei, who had been standing nearby, naturally observed Pei Jian's actions. The portrait was undoubtedly the work of Liu Mengli, only she could have such high skills, and the lingering fragrance was proof of that. Constable Pei, this way. Seeing that Constable Pei seemed to have forgotten about Han Lingsha, the constable beside him immediately reminded him, whispering to Pei Jian what Han Lingsha had said. Miss Han, you were seen in Bagong Mountain before. There are signs of tomb robbery there. After hearing the constable's words, Pei Jian finally turned his attention to Han Lingsha. Although he didn't finish his words, the implication was that Han Lingsha was the tomb robber. Outside Shaoan County, Bagong Mountain is home to the mausoleum of the previous king of Huainan. Captain Pei, simply being nearby shouldn't be a crime, right? Isn't it forbidden for people to stumble across there? Seeing Han Lingsha hesitate at Pei Jian's words, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. He wondered if people in this era were too honest. In this situation, exculpation was too easy. Perhaps Han Lingsha had already formed a preconceived notion and was tempted to admit it. Shen Fei's words stumped Pei Jian. This was a feudal society, where the government had great power. In modern times, issuing a wanted order so casually would be a serious problem. Yes, I was just passing by there. Shen Fei's words reminded Han Lingsha, and she reacted immediately. If it were any other time, Han Lingsha might not agree with Shen Fei's words. The reason was very simple, that is, Han Lingsha did not feel ashamed of her tomb robbing, and she had been using the money from tomb robbing to help the poor. Among them, the most powerful person to be helped was undoubtedly Jingshan's ancestor. But now, because she was in a hurry to go to Chensha to find the sword immortal, Han Lingsha certainly did not want to waste time in Shaoang. I will report the situation here to the county magistrate. The specific handling of it still needs the county magistrate to deal with it, although she was caught by Shen Fei's words, because the wanted order must have been issued. Han Lingsha had to go to the county government office anyway. Then how about this? Don't you need to take Cheyenne to see the county magistrate? You can just tell him what happened here, and we will stay in the inn here. Even if you don't trust us, you should trust this person. Finally, Shen Fei made a suggestion. Although Han Lingsha could not be imprisoned in the cell, there was no need for her to go there. Chapter 643 5 Spirits Magic. Pei Jian understands. Young Master Yun, please come this way. Pei Jian was silent for a moment after hearing Shen Fei's proposal, then immediately agreed. If Yun Xian wasn't there, he certainly wouldn't agree. However, after all, he had been searching for information about Yun Xianking for so many years, and now that he finally met Yun Xian, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Lingsha, Yun Xian ignored Pei Jian and instead focused his attention on Han Lingsha, whom he trusted deeply. Go with him. Don't you want to know about your father past? This is a good opportunity to find out. We're staying at the Yangchen Inn. If you want to find us, just let them lead the way, Han Lingsha whispered to Yun Xian. Knowing Yun Xian well, Han Lingsha didn't let him come to them alone to avoid causing any more trouble. I understand, Lingsha, regarding his father's past, Yunxian nodded to Han Lingsha and Shen Fei, then, led by Pei Jian, headed towards the Shaoan County Magistrate's residence. Let's go too, lest they worry we run away. After Yunxian left, Han Lingsha glanced at the detectives still standing around. Knowing they wouldn't let her out of their sight, she said a few words to Shen Fei and led the way toward the city gate. Han Lingsha had been to Shaoan County once before heading to Qinglun Peak, and this was her second visit. Even though it was her second time, she was more familiar with Shaoan County than many others. To achieve her goals, Han Lingsha diligently researched various related legends. Even if they sounded absurd, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would confirm them. That's quite the professionalism. Looking at the constables around him, Shen Fei nodded to himself, then followed Han Lingsha into the city. The crowd of onlookers began to disperse in twos and threes. Give us 2 rooms upstairs. The Yangqian Inn in Shaoan County, not far from the city gate, was the county's finest and most luxurious inn, and naturally the most expensive. But for a wealthy woman like Han Lingsha, this price was nothing. While Han Lingsha sometimes had to make do in the wild due to limited accommodations, she treated her well in the city. Finally, after some bargaining, she secured 2 connecting rooms on the 3rd floor, the best available. From their windows, they could see most of Shaoan County. Shaoan County wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. It was hard to say how many people live there, but it was definitely much larger than in the game. I'll go get some supplies and be back soon. After checking into the inn and washing up, Han Lingsha handed some things to him for safekeeping before leaving the inn. Shen Fei nodded, indicating that he understood. Shen Fei knew what Han Lingsha was going to get: women's personal belongings, as well as some items used for fighting and escaping, such as the smoke bombs used to use the Misty Rain soul-snatching technique. Han Lingsha didn't have a space ring that allowed her to carry supplies at will, even though she was a strong martial artist. However, in order not to affect her movements, she could only carry small items besides clothes, food, water and other necessities. It really deserves to be a world with spiritual energy. Even in such a small county, the constables are not weak. After Han Lingsha left, Shen Fei immediately felt the difference in this world by cultivating the power of the outside world. Naturally, not everyone in the Xianjian world cultivates immortality. Martial arts are the most prevalent. The 4 great clans and the Lin clan fortress are all powerful martial arts clans, capable of battling even monsters. Fragrant grass is quite a good thing. Perhaps we could find a way to grow it in large quantities. Shen Fei, staying in his room, overheard the conversations of the diners downstairs in the inn through his observation haki, learning a great deal about Shaoan County. For example, Shaoan County was once extremely poor, so poor it lacked even a single inn. It wasn't until about a decade ago, when word spread from the county magistrate that a special incense made from fragrant grass could be made. Shaoan County prospered. This incense was favored by the upper class, dignitaries, and even members of the royal family. Since the incense's fame, Shaoan County has seen an influx of new visitors, leading to its prosperity. Upon hearing about the incense, Shen Fei, after combining his memories, immediately knew it was made by Liu Mengli. Curious, Shen Fei also became quite interested in it. In modern society, such an item would undoubtedly be considered a luxury item. The benefits of luxury goods are inherently violent. Even with Shen Fei's current wealth, he wouldn't mind having another business. And even if he didn't sell it, giving it away would be a good idea. For the people of the Xianjian world, vanilla only grew near Shaoan County, which contributed to its prosperity. However, Shen Fei could cultivate vanilla with modern technology if he wanted, just like the vanilla that could cure all ailments. He could now cultivate it in his laboratory. The monsters in Nuluo Rock are attacking people. Humans and monsters. Shen Fei had also heard about the monster attacks around Shaoan County. He sighed softly and stopped dwelling on the issue. The relationship between humans and monsters was a huge issue, and he would have to deal with it later. Han Lingsha soon returned with a bag containing clothes and what looked like medicine. She then locked herself in her room and busied herself with something, presumably creating a smoke screen. "Why do you want to be a sword immortal?" Han Lingsha asked curiously as she and Shen Fei dined in the inn's lobby that evening. "Because it's cool, right?" Shen Fei replied after a moment's silence. While his reason wasn't entirely accurate, it wasn't a lie either. Flying a sword was certainly cool. As the saying goes, you can lose your head, bleed, but your hair can't be messed up. meaning you can't lose your dignity. I want to find a way to achieve immortality. Han Lingsha's expression darkened upon hearing Shen Fei's question, but she quickly recovered. Oh, Shen Fei nodded non-committally. Aren't you curious about why I'm looking for a way to immortality? Seeing that Shen Fei didn't ask any further questions, Han Lingsha looked at him curiously. Under normal circumstances, she would have asked, but of course, a wild man like Yun Xian was an exception. Everyone has secrets they don't want to tell others. As long as they're not trying to harm others, there's no need to ask so many questions, Shen Fei said calmly. So you have a secret too? Han Lingsha looked at Shen Fei with interest. Yes, Shen Fei nodded slightly. I wonder how the bumpkin is doing now, County Magistrate. Han Lingsha didn't ask any further questions, but changed the subject and talked about Yun Xian. Why are you worried about him? Shen Fei said with a smile. Who's worried about that bumpkin? I don't know how happy I am without him. Do you know how many times I've been pissed off since I met him? Han Lingsha said, as if remembering Yun Xian's past actions, and her brows suddenly furrowed. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Don't forget, he has the ability to sense murderous intent, Shen Fei reassured Han Lingsha. Han Lingsha appeared unconcerned about Yun Xian, but worry lingered in her eyes. Who knows if that's true? Han Lingsha paused, then continued, I'm not worried about him. I'm just afraid he'll delay our trip to Chenzhou. This is the first time I've been this close to the Sword Immortal. I don't know if there will be another chance. Then what do you think we should do? Shen Fei nodded and asked. We'll go find him tonight, then leave immediately and head for Chenzhou. Han Lingsha immediately expressed her thoughts. Leaving tonight? I'm fine. Okay, let's go back and rest now, and then we'll start the operation tonight. You rest now. I need to buy some things and we'll be back soon, then go early and come back early. I need to prepare some things too. Han Lingsha now needed to prepare food and water. I'm overthinking it. Sure enough. There's no such thing as heavenly fragrance life-sustaining dew. Looking at the list in the pharmacy, Shen Fei shook his head. Although he had previously guessed that such a miraculous medicine couldn't possibly exist in the real Xianjian world, he still went to ask just in case. Although he didn't buy the heavenly fragrance life-sustaining dew, Shen Fei did buy some other medicines. The medicinal properties of the Xiangsha world were undoubtedly much better than those in other worlds. However, Shaoan County was a small town after all, lacking precious medicinal herbs. Perhaps in a bigger city, better herbs could be found. The weapons are quite nice, though. After visiting the pharmacy, Shen Fei also stopped by the weapons shop. Although Shaoan County was a small town, the blacksmiths here were quite skilled. The jade waist bow that Liu Mengli later gave to Yun Xian was forged there. However, although the weapons were nice, Shen Fei didn't buy them. After all, they were just nice-to-haves, not essential items like medicine. After leaving the weapons shop, Shen Fei bought a lot of incense. Admittedly, they were quite expensive, and not something most people could afford. The Liu mansion is quite large. After a brief tour of Shaoan County, Shen Fei arrived at the county magistrate's residence, a sprawling 3-story compound. Shen Fei had come to the Liu mansion out of curiosity, not intending to enter. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a figure sneaking towards the back of the mansion. The sky was already darkening, and the moon was beginning to rise. There were no streetlights in this world. Once dark fell, except for a few wealthy mansions that would hang lanterns on their doors, even with moonlight, it was still dim. Under normal circumstances, few people would venture out at this time of year. They say the daughter of the Liu mansion is so beautiful she could captivate fish and geese, and shame the moon and flowers, with a beauty as stunning as a fairy, but I've never seen one before. This time, I must confirm it for myself. Outside the back wall of the Liu mansion, a furtive figure gazed at the residence for a long moment, muttering to himself as he prepared to jump into the clear river ahead, following the waterway to sneak into the mansion. Is this a flower thief, or just pure curiosity? Such bad luck. Shen Fei, following the sneaky figure, shook his head softly after hearing the other person's muttering. Shen Fei had heard many people discussing the matter at the inn regarding Magistrate Liu's daughter. Liu Mengli's talent was undeniable, as evidenced by her use of fragrant grass. Not to mention, she also possessed exceptional painting skills, and many thieves in Shaoan County fell victim to her skills. Shaoan County's incense was extremely valuable, especially the tributes sent to the imperial court, which were priceless. Naturally, this attracted many who sought to profit from it without any effort. However, Anyone who took advantage of this opportunity was generally imprisoned. Liu Mengli's painting skills were so remarkable that she could draw a person's appearance from just a rough description. This was how Han Lingshi's wanted portrait came about. This was far superior to the professional sketches used by modern police officers. However, talent aside, because Liu Mengli rarely made public appearances, her appearance became a hot topic for gossip. Over time, the discussion became divided into two camps, one that believed Liu Mengli was hideous, the other that she was as beautiful as a fairy. This topic also attracted some so-called Jiang idlers, who were subsequently imprisoned. As the county magistrate's residence, the Liu mansion naturally had guards, not to mention the presence of Liu Mengli. The entire Liu mansion could be transformed into an illusion array if Liu Mengli so desired, an ordinary Jiang who people had no way of breaking it. You're out of luck. Looking at the man about to enter the water, Shen Fei suddenly snapped his fingers, instantly restraining him. Then, he came to his side and used his double-handed technique to investigate what was going on with him. I was just curious, and you're a repeat offender. You're really unlucky this time. Since he wasn't a flower thief, Shen Fei didn't resort to harsh measures. However, since his target was Liu Mengli, he wouldn't let him go so easily. He pressed several vital acupoints on his body and then hung him from a nearby tree. The acupoints Shen Fei pressed would automatically release after at least 3 days, and the location he said he was hanging from would likely be discovered by dawn tomorrow. This man's martial arts skills were quite impressive, especially his unique lightness skills. This was how he had attempted to spy on Liu Mengli's true identity so many times without being caught. Even when Pei Jian attacked, he slipped away. His encounter with Shen Fei was his final defeat. You haven't rested yet. Back at the inn, he found Han Lingshi's room still lighted. I can't sleep. Perhaps it was because of her worry about Yun Xian that Han Lingshi couldn't sleep. If you can't sleep, don't force it. By the way, do you know the 5 spirits immortal technique? Shen Fei said after a brief silence. In the world of Xianjian, although the Shushan school, the Qianhou school, and other Kunlun sects all rely on sword control, this world also has another method of cultivating immortality, that is the 5 spirits immortal art. The 5 elements are fire, earth, wind, thunder, and earth. Chapter 644 Earth Spirit Pearl, Part 1. I do know the 5 spirits immortal art. I once read about it in an ancient book, but it's difficult to practice. Since you're interested, I'll share the key to it. Han Lingshi began reciting the key to the 5 spirits immortal art. The Dao permeates the 3 elements, becoming one key. Heaven moves with key, earth is born with key, yin and yang are shaped by key, wind and thunder are stirred by key, the human body breathes with key, and the Dao is connected with key. Water moistens downwards, penetrating every pore. Fire blazes upwards, burning everything. Thunder gathers, destroying everything. Wind blows freely, penetrating every obstacle. Earth nourishes, melting everything. After hearing Han Lingshi recite the 5 spirits immortal arts method, Shen Fei immediately memorized it. Fortunately, through constant practice, his memory, while not yet perfect, has greatly improved. After Han Lingshi finished, Shen Fei immediately confirmed it with her. Han Lingshi had an excellent memory. She could actually recite such a long mental formula in one breath. Is this the 5 spirits immortal art? Spiritual power. After hearing the entire mental formula, Shen Fei raised his right index finger, and a drop of water appeared out of thin air at the tip of his finger. The 5 spirits immortal art, in some ways, is similar to the yin-yang school's yin-yang alchemy. Of course, in terms of level, it's far higher than yin-yang. After all, it's an immortal art. Don't get your hopes up. I practiced diligently for a long time before, but it was completely useless, Han Lingshi said, her tone slightly disappointed. Han Lingshi had been obsessed with the pursuit of immortality since she was very young. She discovered the 5 spirits immortal art in an ancient tomb. Because it contained the word immortal, Han Lingshi had once thought it might solve the Han family's problems, and she diligently practiced it. However, the results disappointed her. For Han Lingshi, strength was of no concern, immortality was her ultimate goal. Since the 5 spirits immortal art had no effect on her, she naturally didn't care much about it. However, for Shen Fei, the 5 spirits immortal art was extremely important, comparable to the art of controlling swords. After obtaining the heart secret, Shen Fei did not immediately practice it, but instead engaged in a conversation with Han Lingshi. Han Lingsha had traveled extensively over the years, visiting numerous ancient tombs. Combined with the skills inherited from the Han family, she was quite knowledgeable. Her expertise in feng shui was particularly impressive, surpassing even Shen Fei's ability. This was a perfect opportunity to exchange some insights. Feng shui wasn't just for tomb robbing, it also had significant applications in other areas, such as observing mountain topography and water levels. Besides feng shui, Shen Fei also took the opportunity to inquire about the world of the martial arts world. While Han Lingsha didn't know much about sword immortals, she was well informed about the affairs of the Jianghu. From her, Shen Fei learned about numerous powerful forces and prominent figures within the Jianghu, such as the Tang family fort in Yuzhou, Sichuan, and the Lin family fort in Suzhou. It was said that the current young master of the Lin family fort possessed the ability to master the double sword finger technique, and despite his youth, he was already ranked among the top 10 masters. Of course, this expert only applies to those in the martial arts world, not the sword immortals. After all, cultivating immortality and practicing martial arts are two different levels. A martial artist might defeat an ordinary disciple of a cultivation sect, but against an elite disciple, victory is completely impossible. Besides these two forts, there are also the Shen family manor, the four great aristocratic families, and so on. They're all familiar faces, Shen Fei muttered quietly after listening to Han Lingsha's introduction. The Lin family manor's unique martial art is the Seven Secret Sword Key, a name Shen Fei is very familiar with. Lin Yuru's family martial arts, this Lin family manor is undoubtedly Lin Yuru's ancestor. Tang family manor is undoubtedly Tang Zujian's home. The Shen family manor and the four great families are also filled with people who have appeared in various series of The Legend of Sword and Fairy. It's almost time to go. As the night deepened, Shen Fei and Han Lingsha immediately gathered their belongings, passed through the window of their room, and landed on the inn's courtyard wall. Han Lingsha then led the way towards the Liu mansion. Looks like you've been to the Liu mansion, just like me. Han Lingsha's direct approach to the residence suggested she'd taken a look while shopping. Do you know which room he's in? Shen Fei asked quietly after climbing over the wall and entering the Liu mansion. This kind of mansion has separate quarters for guests. Han Lingsha immediately whispered the layout of the Liu mansion. Ancient mansions like these followed a specific pattern. The master lived in one area, the women in another, the guests in another, and the servants in another. This arrangement was very particular, as it signified status. Shen Fei nodded gently and followed Han Lingsha towards the guest courtyard. They remained silent throughout the journey, lest anyone notice. This country bumpkin, who makes us so worried, seems to be enjoying himself here. Arriving at the guest courtyard and finding Yun Xian's room, Han Lingsha's words were harsh, but Shen Fei could see relief in her expression as she watched him sleeping soundly in bed. Is this considered son dear? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Shen Fei's mind. Lingsha, wild boar. Yun Xian on the bed suddenly uttered these two words in his dream, causing Han Lingsha's face to change instantly. Being mistaken for a wild boar by Yun Xian could be said to be a black spot in Han Lingsha's life. And now it seems that Yun Xian also thought of her as a wild boar in his dream. I'll go out and take a look first. Seeing Han Lingsha about to lose her temper, Shen Fei immediately turned around and left. Strictly speaking, Yun Xian did not regard Han Lingsha as a wild boar, but he regarded Han Lingsha as very important, because for Yun Xian, wild boars were very important to him. Son-in-law, middle-aged woman, are you jealous? Although Shen Fei was outside, he still heard the conversation between Han Lingsha and Yun Xian. Originally, Shen Fei did not want to eavesdrop. After all, it was not very nice, but in the end he could not resist his curiosity and listened. It's foggy. Looks like we've been discovered. Just as Han Lingsha finished scolding Yun Xian and they were about to leave, Shen Fei noticed a purple mist surrounding them, along with a strange fragrance. Yun Xian, who had just left the room, sneezed uncontrollably upon smelling the aroma. No more drinking from now on. Yun Xian had recounted his experiences at the Liu mansion, meeting Liu Babo, eating all sorts of delicious food he hadn't tasted in the mountains, and drinking, getting drunk, and agreeing to become a son-in-law. He's so grateful, he hasn't given up searching for you for all these years. People like him are so rare. Shen Fei had great respect for Shaoan County Magistrate Liu Shifan. Such grateful people, it must be said, were few and far between. While modern society's technology was advancing, so too was its moral decline. No, there's something fishy going on here. Let's get out of here immediately. Han Lingsha also noticed something was amiss. The pervasive purple mist had transformed the surroundings. The once clearly visible walls of the Liu mansion were now invisible, and instead, a number of blossoming peach trees appeared where they shouldn't have been. No murderous intent, Lingsha. Did you hear any noises? After seeing Han Lingsha unsheath her weapon, Yun Xian glanced around, then shook his head at her before turning his gaze to the right. What's that noise coming from? Han Lingsha asked, listening intently but hearing nothing. It's the sound of a zither. Again, Shen Fei had naturally heard it, too. Really? There's something strange here. This is a formation. If you want to leave, I'll probably have to see whoever set it up. While Shen Fei could break the illusion, that would mean missing out on Liu Mengli, so he naturally wouldn't do that. Let's go. I want to see what's going on at the Liu mansion. Perhaps because of Yun Xian's discussion of the son-in-law issue, Han Lingsha was clearly displeased with the Liu mansion. With the fragrance and the surrounding flowers, creating this illusion, Liu Mengli is truly amazing. Thank goodness there aren't any monsters like those in the game. In a game, encountering a maze requires fighting monsters, but in reality, that's not necessary. While this illusion was powerful, making it extremely difficult for those trapped inside without knowing the truth, it was nothing to Shen Fei and Yun Xian. Shen Fei relied on his strength to see through the illusion, while Yun Xian, with his intuition, chose the correct path among the numerous moon gates. Soon, the three of them arrived at a backyard of the Liu mansion, where they saw a purple figure playing the piano in the pavilion ahead. Although it was night, lanterns were lit around the pavilion. That's young Master Yun. When the three of them reached a short distance from the pavilion, the piano music abruptly stopped. The figure playing the piano stood up and slowly turned around. It was Liu Mengli. She gently waved her left hand, and the purple mist that filled the Liu mansion began to dissipate. The Kayano Spirit Illusion Formation. This was the formation Liu Mengli had set up at the Liu mansion. Those who had previously intruded upon the residence had been trapped by this illusion, exhausted and captured. Han Lingsha couldn't help but exclaim after taking a closer look at Liu Mengli's features. In terms of looks, Han Lingsha was certainly no match for Liu Mengli, but when their aura was factored in, the difference between the two became even greater. Han Lingsha was the type of girl from a simple family, while Liu Mengli was undoubtedly a lady from a noble family. Have you seen enough? Han Lingsha, having recovered, observed Yun Xian and Shen Fei, their gazes fixed on the beauty before them. Her tone immediately became a little strange. Shen Fei, upon hearing Han Lingsha's words, immediately regained consciousness. He had also been stunned upon first meeting Liu Mengli. Does she look good? Seeing Yun Xian still fixated on Liu Mengli, Han Lingsha immediately gave him a push and asked with a kind smile. Beautiful. Yes, very beautiful. Yun Xian, regaining consciousness, nodded immediately. Then, upon seeing Han Lingsha's kind smile, he added, Lingsha is also very beautiful. Amazing. Shen Fei, standing nearby, gave Yun Xian a thumbs up. Facing Han Lingsha's kind smile, even Yun Xian's desire to survive emerged. As expected, Han Lingsha blushed uncontrollably upon hearing Yun Xian's words, her expression becoming slightly embarrassed. This is Yun Xian King's son. Seeing Liu Mengli still waiting for a response, Shen Fei immediately pushed Yun Xian out. Hello, young Master Yun, may I know where Uncle Yun is now? Liu Mengli said, bowing to Yun Xian and then asking about Yun Xian King. I don't know if Dad is doing well. He died a long time ago. Yun Xian was indifferent to life and death, and spoke of his father's passing with a calm tone. Uncle Yun, upon hearing Yun Xian King's passing, Liu Mengli's expression darkened. This situation was something she hadn't anticipated. Young Master Yun, excuse me, are you leaving? After a moment, Liu Mengli regained her composure. She looked at the three of them and asked, yes, we're going to Chenshao. There are sword immortals there. They seem to know about my father's past. Liar, my dear nephew is here too. Have you secretly decided to marry each other? Before Yun Xian could finish his words, a portly middle-aged man with several servants slowly approached. Upon seeing Yun Xian and Liu Mengli, his eyes lit up. How much you want to marry Liu Mengli to Yun Xian? Shen Fei almost laughed out loud at the words of this man, presumably the Shaoan County magistrate. This magistrate was so arrogant that he completely ignored Shen Fei and Han Lingsha. Dad, what are you talking about? Liu Mengli's delicate face flushed after hearing the magistrate's words. She then continued, young Master Yun and I just met. Dad knows, Dad understands. The magistrate's expression, reassuring, left Shen Fei speechless. So you're that middle-aged woman? No, that young lady. Han Lingxia seemed to have just realized Liu Mengli's identity and nearly spilled her gut. Master, accompanying the magistrate was an amiable woman, Liu Mengli's mother. She was also somewhat displeased with the magistrate's previous words, as they made Liu Mengli seem unwanted. Who are you? Madame Liu didn't ignore Shen Fei and Han Lingxia. She glanced between Han Lingxia and Yun Xian and sighed slightly. Han Lingxia and Yun Xian were very close together, leaving Shen Fei alone. Aren't you that female thief? Madame Liu's words finally made the magistrate notice Han Lingxia. What female thief? Our Han family is a well-known thief. We never steal from the living. We only take the things of the dead to save people. What's wrong with that? Han Lingxia said this with a righteous look on her face. For Han Lingxia, the word thief made her very unhappy, but it was unique for her to declare herself a thief so openly. Wrong logic, wrong logic. The county magistrate wanted to refute Han Lingxia's words after hearing her words, but he didn't know how to refute for a while, so he could only scold angrily. Liu Babo, I'm leaving, my dear nephew, what's the matter? Did you not treat me well enough? The county magistrate, who was still angry about Han Lingxia's words, immediately put Han Lingxia's matter aside after hearing Yun Xian's words. No, we are going to Chen's how to find the sword immortal and ask about Dad's past. Chapter 645 Earth Spirit Pearl, Part 2. The Five Spirits magic is truly different from the game. Shen Fei sighed softly, observing the flames, whirlwinds, water droplets, electricity, and rocks on the 5 fingers of his left hand. He was currently in the guest room of the Liu mansion. Thanks to Liu Mengli's mediation, Han Lingxia and County Lord Liu Shifeng had finally reached an agreement. Han Lingxia would help investigate the monster incident at Nula Rock, atone for her previous mistakes, and at the same time, cancel the wanted order for Han Lingxia. For Han Lingxia, being off the wanted list was naturally the best option, and given Yun Xian's relationship with Liu Shifeng, she ultimately agreed. Shen Fei and Han Lingxia then settled down at the Liu mansion, preparing to travel to Nula Rock the next day. Taking this opportunity, Shen Fei studied the 5 spirits immortal arts. Getting started wasn't even difficult for him, but as he tried to advance, he discovered the problem Han Lingxia had mentioned. Further advancement was somewhat difficult. After all, this was the real 5 spirits immortal arts, not the game, where through constant practice, one could gradually master the various arts, from the weakest entry-level arts to the ultimate, devastating arts. Mastering any one of the 5 spirits immortal arts was difficult, and mastering all 5 was even more challenging. This was incomparable to yin-yang arts. Shen Fei also discovered another problem. If you put aside the games, you'd find that in the entire Legend of Sword and Fairy series, there were very few masters of the 5 spirits immortal arts. Most of them specialized in swordsmanship or martial arts. The only person who excelled in the 5 spirits immortal arts was probably Xiaolinger. But who is Xiaolinger? She's a descendant of Nuwa, and in her teens, she could wield the incredibly powerful resurrection curse. In the game, the resurrection curse isn't much, but in the real world, its effects are truly incredible, as it can resurrect people. Perhaps Li Yiru should be added, though she's also a descendant of Nuwa. The 5 spirits immortal arts, can't they really only be unleashed by immortals? But the wind evil beast we encountered earlier seemed to harness the power of wind, a demonic gift. Shen Fei naturally desired to master such powerful arts, but to his dismay, not only in the world of Legend of Sword and Fairy IV, but in the entire series, no sect primarily cultivates the 5 spirits immortal arts. Most sects focus on swordsmanship. Even those sects that practice the 5 spirits immortal arts often use them as supplementary techniques, such as healing injuries, often involving water-based arts. Which one should I focus on first? The 5 spirits immortal art possesses magical effects across all 5 elements. If possible, Shen Fei would naturally want to cultivate all of them. However, he knew the saying, you can't chew too much, you won't digest it, so, he could only focus on one element first. Water moistens, penetrating every pore. Fire blazes, incinerating everything. Thunder gathers, destroying everything. Wind sweeps, piercing everything. Earth nourishes, melting everything. Recalling the description of the 5 elements in the 5 spirits immortal art, Shen Fei fell into deep thought. Let's use the process of elimination. The water element seems to be primarily for healing, which I already have many methods for, so I don't need them for now. However, the water element seems to have a magic that can resurrect. Well, let's eliminate that for now and cultivate it later. Thunder, earth, and wind each have their own effects. It's better to cultivate the fire element first. Whether it's samadhi true fire or nuclear fusion, they're all very powerful offensive methods. Hand-rubbing nuclear fusion has always been Shen Fei's dream, and he's been working hard on it. Now, with the 5 spirits immortal art, the fire element will accelerate his progress in this area. After making the decision, the other attributes on the 5 fingers of Shen Fei's left hand immediately vanished, leaving only a trace of flame. Flames then flared up on the other 4 fingers, transforming into small balls of flame that danced back and forth across the 5 fingers of his left hand. This was a method he'd learned from Jin Fulishi to cultivate his mind, and it could also be applied to the 5 spirits immortal technique. Liar, even though you possess spiritual power, you must be careful. If you notice anything amiss, don't take any risks. Return immediately. We're looking for other solutions. The next day, after breakfast, as the group prepared to depart for New Lurok, County Magistrate Liu, with a worried look on his face, reiterated Liu Mengli's warning. This was his 6th time since morning. Initially, County Magistrate Liu had opposed Liu Mengli's departure, though he had agreed the previous night. After the night had passed, the magistrate regretted his decision. However, at Liu Mengli's insistence, he finally agreed reluctantly. Han Lingsha muttered to herself, this county magistrate is a filial son and a devoted daughter. County Magistrate Liu had originally planned to send Pei Jian and some constables to accompany them, but Liu Mengli ultimately declined. After the initial monster attack, the magistrate had already dispatched investigators, but many constables were injured. Furthermore, Shaoan County needed to maintain public security, and the county was already short on manpower. Pei Jian's martial arts skills were impressive, but there was still a significant gap compared to Liu Mengli. After all, martial artists and immortal cultivators couldn't be compared. Martial artists cultivate internal energy, or Zhenki, which is at best innate Zhenki, while immortal cultivators cultivate spiritual power. This gap existed from the outset. While this didn't necessarily mean that immortal cultivators were superior to martial artists, Liu Mengli was unique. As the princess of the Dream Taper clan of the illusionary realm, she possessed innate spiritual power that was unmatched by ordinary people. Should we leave? I'm waiting to go to Chen's house. If not, we'll go there right now. Seeing County Magistrate Liu about to give her another order, Han Lingsha finally grew impatient. Her usual self wouldn't have done that, but Chen's house was too important to her. It was Yun Xian, along with her own sense of justice, that kept her from rushing to Chen's house without a care in the world. Han Lingsha had changed. If she were the woman before meeting Yun Xian, she would have definitely rushed to Chen's house to find the sword immortal. Master, don't worry. Liu knows what to do. Bring these provisions. Finally, Madame Liu stepped forward to break the impasse. Hey, we're not going on a picnic. Food, that's great. Looking at the food boxes prepared by the maid, Han Lingsha was about to refuse. After all, this was a monster expedition, and combat was very likely. Before Han Lingsha could finish, Yun Xian excitedly accepted the food box, causing Han Lingsha to clench her fists. Finally, Yun Xian carried the food box as they left Shaoan County's north gate and arrived outside the city. Nuloyan is located northwest of Shaoang, where fennel, a plant used to make incense, grows. We need to expedite this. Is everything all right here? Han Lingsha said directly, her gaze fixed on Liu Mengli. Miss Han, please rest assured, then let's go. Fennel is a small grass with green leaves, resembling four-leaf clover, that exudes a refreshing fragrance. Originally, this grass was abundant throughout Nuloyan, but it wasn't a concern. However, after Liu Mengli invented the method of using fennel to make incense, its abundance dwindled significantly. Since they only harvested it, not cultivated it, its abundance naturally dwindled. As expected of a young lady, everything she sees is new. Liu Mengli's expression remained impassive throughout the journey, but her eyes revealed a deep curiosity about her surroundings. Despite this curiosity, however, her pace remained steady. She was still wearing a purple dress, but compared to the ornate one she'd worn last night, it was much simpler, a red, tight-fitting outfit similar to Han Lingsha's, allowing for greater mobility. After all, while a young lady, she wasn't above the mundane world. Going to investigate monsters and harming people, she naturally wouldn't wear inconvenient clothing. This wasn't a game world, after all, where she could casually move around in a long, floor-length dress. Wild boar, haha. Arriving at Nula Rock, Yun-Shian excitedly drew his bow and sword, ready to attack after spotting a rather large wild boar ahead. Wait a minute, we don't have time to hunt wild boars right now, and we can't bring any back. Shen Fei stepped forward to stop Yun-Shian. Even after enjoying a feast of fine food at the Liu mansion, Yun-Shian still truly loved wild boars. Not bad, country bumpkin. Let's talk about it after we finish investigating the monster attack. Han Lingsha was also somewhat speechless about Yun-Shian. Okay, then, we'll hunt him when we get back, Yun-Shian said, sheathing his bow and sword. Young Master Yun-Shian's actions piqued Liu Mengli's curiosity. Don't worry about this pig-loving guy. The first time I saw him, he mistook me for a wild boar monster. It really pissed me off. Although Han Lingsha told her not to mind Yun-Shian, she still told him about her encounter with Yun-Shian and what kind of life he had led before. Liu Mengli's eyes softened when she heard that Yun-Shian had lived alone in the mountains since he was very young. Mr. Yun, thank you for all the hard work you've put in over the years. It's not hard at all. The mountains are so much fun. That country bumpkin. Watching Liu Mengli and Yun-Shian's conversation, Han Lingsha's expression changed slightly. She turned around, rubbing her right foot against the ground, looking as if she were regretting what she'd said earlier. Lingsha, what's wrong with your foot? Nothing. Time to go. You're angry again, Lingsha. My dad always says you can't get angry all the time. It's bad for your liver. I'm not angry. After saying this word by word, Han Lingsha immediately ran off in a huff. That's good. Yun-Shian's words made Liu Mengli burst into laughter. A smile that instantly made the surroundings bloom. Yun-Shian was stunned for a moment. It wasn't until Liu Mengli called his name several times that Yun-Shian recovered. I remember that Liu Mengli seemed to use all kinds of incense in the game. Let's learn from her when we have a chance. After stopping Yun-Shian from shooting the sword, Shen Fei quietly walked to the side and checked the Li Xiankao on the side when he saw the three people started talking. However, Shen Fei did not collect any of it. The Li Xiankao was here and would not disappear. It would be enough for him to come here to collect it and conduct research after he learned to fly with a sword. What are you doing? Come here quickly. When Yun-Shian and Liu Mengli looked at each other, the voice of Han Lingsha in front of them suddenly interrupted the atmosphere between the two. Sure enough, being a hero and saving a beauty is the best way to pick up girls, even though this time it was Yun-Shian King who saved the beauty. Liu Mengli's initial good impression of Yun-Shian was due to Yun-Shian King saving her when she was a child. Of course, this was just the beginning. Later, Liu Mengli liked Yun-Shian because of his attitude towards monsters. We haven't found any monsters. This is the only place left. The four continued on their journey, exploring various areas of Nula Rock. Aside from encountering a few wild beasts, they encountered no monsters. This strange situation piqued Han Lingsha's curiosity, and so they journeyed to a peak deep within Nula Rock, where they discovered a vast natural cave. It smells of blood, Han Lingsha noticed immediately upon reaching the cave's entrance. She immediately drew her weapons and signaled Shen Fei and the other two to be careful. This is brutal. The group entered the cave and, not far from the entrance, discovered numerous monster corpses. The surrounding ground was a dark red, the result of the blood seeping into the ground. Even though they knew the dead were monsters, Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli were still deeply uneasy about the situation, and even Yun-Shian frowned. All the wounds are vital. Judging by the marks, it must have been the work of the Sword Immortal. He's been dead for about a day. Shen Fei wasn't at all uneasy. After a quick inspection of the wounds, he immediately knew who had done it. The wounds were very similar to those on the previous wind evil beasts, so it must have been Muren Xiang. Muren Xiang's control over her power is truly astonishing. Neither the previous wind evil beasts nor the monsters here had caused any damage to the surrounding area. Such control was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even Shen Fei, facing so many monsters, would have found it impossible to kill them without causing any damage to the surrounding area. So the monsters were all killed by the Sword Immortal. What should we do now? Should we go back? Han Lingsha asked, glancing at Liu Mengli. To prevent any escapees and injuries to the people, we should confirm them again. Although Liu Mengli was a little uneasy about the sheer number of bodies, she felt compelled to be absolutely sure for the sake of the people of Shaoan County. Otherwise, if there were still monsters, the people picking the fragrant herbs would suffer further casualties. Let them rest in peace, Shen Fei said as he activated his magic, causing a large crack in the ground. Numerous demon corpses immediately fell into the pit, which then closed. Although Shen Fei had decided to focus on the fire element of the 5 elements magic, he had also mastered the other 4 elements. The crack in the ground was merely an application of earth magic. The group then found their way to the lower levels and immediately reached the 2nd floor. There were no demon corpses here, only a few poisonous insects. Lingsha, at Yunxian's scream, Shen Fei, who had been searching the area, turned and saw Han Lingsha gone. Liu Mengli had stopped Yunxian from jumping into the next cave. This is a trap. Looking at the cave entrance that had appeared before Yunxian and Liu Mengli, Shen Fei shook his head helplessly, remembering the previous argument between Han Lingsha and Yunxian. Chapter 646 Earth Spirit Pearl, and Han Lingsha was already well versed in various traps. Before meeting Yunxian, she had explored the ancient tomb many times alone, generally without encountering any major danger. However, after meeting Yunxian, perhaps due to her frequent anger, her vigilance dropped significantly. After Yunxian explained the problem with her footing, Han Lingsha, far from becoming alarmed, leaped up and stomped down hard several times to prove that she was fine. And then tragedy struck. Originally, Han Lingsha, being a woman and lighter, would have been fine even if she stepped on the trap. However, because of Yunxian, she fell into the trap. If Han Lingsha had been alone before, she would never have acted so irrationally. Perhaps her long time with Yunxian had influenced her. You guys find the entrance to the next level. I'll go down and take a look. Seeing Yunxian's anxious expression, Shen Fei said to the two of them and immediately jumped down, leaving Liu Mengli no chance to intervene. Master Yun, let's quickly find the entrance to the next level. Yunxian, I'm not done with you. Shen Fei, having just descended from the cave above, immediately heard Han Lingsha's angry cry. Are you okay? Seeing Han Lingsha slumped in the mud, Shen Fei immediately rushed to her side and reached out to pull her up. Han Lingsha wasn't seriously injured at this point, just a few scrapes on her arm from rubbing against a cave wall. These injuries weren't a big deal for Han Lingsha, who had traveled extensively. The key was that she had landed in the mud, getting covered in it. For such a beautiful girl, the stench of mud was certainly unbearable. Han Lingsha would rather have been more seriously injured than covered in mud. I'm so angry. Han Lingsha, standing up, frowned as a thought crossed her mind. Lingsha, are you okay? Yunxian and Liu Mengli soon arrived, and it was clear that Yunxian was deeply worried about Han Lingsha. Are you okay? Han Lingsha said to Yunxian in a grouchy tone. Miss Han, let me take a look, Liu Mengli said, walking over to Han Lingsha's side. She examined her injuries and then, pulling out a crystal bottle, sprinkled some scented powder on them. The tranquil, peaceful aroma immediately masked the smell of mud on Han Lingsha's body. This made Han Lingsha's complexion brighten slightly. Miss Han, you're covered in this. Why don't you go back first? After easing Han Lingsha's injuries, Liu Mengli noticed her condition and immediately spoke up. It's okay. It's just some mud. We're already here. Let's explore this place before we go back, Han Lingsha said, shaking the mud off her body. That's right, mud's not a big deal. Wild boars even bathe in it, Yunxian nodded softly. Yunxian, you, young Master Yun. As Yunxian finished speaking, Han Lingsha's face gleamed with anger, while Liu Mengli stared at him in surprise. Their gazes made Yunxian rub his head, then he said, what are you looking at me for? Wild boars are indeed bathing in the mud, young Master Yun. You can't say that to a girl, Liu Mengli said softly after a long pause. Well, there's no point in telling him this. Let's finish our investigation and leave, Han Lingsha said, preparing to continue. Wait a minute, you'd better wash yourself, Shen Fei said, approaching from the side. A large water ball materialized from thin air in his hand, a water-based magic technique. Ah, thank you, Han Lingsha said, immediately reaching into the water ball and cleaning the mud off herself. Of course, she could only do a rough clean, but thankfully, Liu Mengli's fragrance masked any other odors. Looks like all the monsters here have been eliminated. The four continue their exploration, reaching the 7th underground level. Although this was deep underground, the caves didn't seem dark, perhaps because of the glowing plants surrounding them. They encountered the same traps many times along the way, but Han Lingsha's experience had taught them to be cautious, and no one fell into them. Those traps made Han Lingsha's face darken. She considered herself an expert in all sorts of traps, but falling for such a simple one was truly humiliating. What a huge flower! This level looked similar to the previous ones, the only difference being a massive red and white flower, nearly 5 meters in diameter, emanating a strange glow in the center. "You are human," a strange, somewhat timid voice suddenly echoed as they approached the flower. Following the voice, they spotted a strange creature in the flower's shadow. It resembled a cat, but with green, leaf-like growths growing from its back. "What a cute cat!" Seeing the strange creature, Han Lingsha immediately stepped forward, crouching down to pet it. "Bad guys. You killed my mom and dad." The cat-like creature looked at Han Lingsha and the other four, tears glistening in its eyes. "Mom and dad, those monsters that died out there were yours." Liu Mengli suddenly took a few steps forward, crouching before the cat-like creature and whispering softly. "Meow, meow, humans are all bad guys. They killed my mom and dad." As she spoke, tears streamed from the cat-like creature's eyes. "Meow, don't cry. Don't make fun of us humans," another voice echoed nearby, and then 4 more identical creatures crawled out from under the flowers. "Meow, but I miss my mom and dad." "Meow, I told you not to cry. Who killed your mom and dad?" Liu Mengli asked, seeing the 2 creatures fall silent due to their argument. It was a human sword immortal, wielding a glowing longsword. "He was the one who killed my parents and everyone else. I will definitely avenge him." I guess word of the monsters here hurting people has gotten out, and the sword immortal has learned of it," Liu Mengli said with a soft sigh. Although she didn't know her own life story yet, perhaps because they were all monsters, Liu Mengli felt a natural affinity for monsters. "Meow, it's all humans' fault. We've picked all the locust grass, leaving the locust monsters with nothing to eat. That's why my parents and everyone else want to bite a few people to death to scare them away from picking the locust grass." "I see. When I get back, I'll tell the people in the city to pick sparingly. We don't want you to go without food. Do you have anywhere to go? Word of the monsters hurting people has spread. It's very dangerous if you stay here." Liu Mengli finally understood the whole story. "You're not going to kill us?" The 5 little locust monsters looked surprised after hearing Liu Mengli's words. They had previously thought they were doomed. "Why should I kill you? You didn't hurt anyone," Yun Xian said from the side. "Meow, my name is Huaimi, and these are my brothers Huaihua, Huaishi, Huaijio, and Huaizi. Not all humans are bad, there are good ones too. But when I grow up, I will definitely seek revenge on that man. Let's go," Huaimi said as he prepared to leave with his brothers. "Wait a minute," Shen Fei suddenly said. "Young Master Shen." Shen Fei's sudden words immediately caught Liu Mengli's attention. Just as she was about to speak, Han Lingsha on the side spoke before her. "Hey, what do you want to do to them? They're still so young." Han Lingsha's tone sounded like she would probably attack Shen Fei if he wanted to kill the monster in front of them. "Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to kill them, I just want to give them some advice." Shen Fei waved at Liu Mengli and Han Lingsha, then stepped forward, staring at the little locust monster. "Although I'm human, I personally have no prejudice against monsters. In my eyes, there's no distinction between races, only good and evil. I understand your desire to seek revenge on that sword immortal, but I hope you won't harm humans in the future. Of course, if a human wants to hurt you, that's fine. Also, don't trust other humans just because of us. Very few humans are unbiased towards monsters. Others aren't like us. When they see you, they'll just want to kill you. So, unless necessary, it's best not to interact with humans. Understand?" As a human, Shen Fei naturally understood their situation. "Meow, I understand," Huaimi nodded, then immediately turned and left with his brothers. "Young Master Shen," Liu Mengli looked at Shen Fei in shock. She hadn't expected him to say such a thing. "I didn't realize you have such unique ideas." Han Lingsha was also very surprised. "I'm not the only one here. Xian feels the same way," Shen Fei said, pointing at Yun Xian. "Although I don't understand what you're talking about, Dad said that if a demon kills someone, humans will seek revenge. Similarly, if a demon is killed, the demon won't let it go. This kind of back and forth will lead to no results." Uncle Yun, hearing Yun Xian say this, Liu Mengli immediately revealed a look of longing. "Okay, now we're done. We can go back, right? I'm hungry." "You're still hungry? You ate all that food by yourself." Han Lingshan nearly jumped when Yun Xian said he was hungry. Wait a minute, just as the 4 turned to leave, A locust demon suddenly approached, placed a cocky bead in front of them. The boss said he knows there are good and bad people. You're good people. We want to thank you. This is our only treasure, isn't this the earth spirit bead? Looking at the cocky beads on the ground, Han Lingsha suddenly cried out, and then took the beads in her hand at the first time. It really is the earth spirit bead, earth spirit pig? What is it? It doesn't look like a pig. Can it be eaten? Yun Xian stared at the cocky beads in Han Lingsha's hand with a puzzled look. This looks completely different from a wild boar. Just notate it. This is the earth spirit bead. Legend has it that there are 5 spirit beads in the world. They are all formed by the convergence of spiritual energy. They are rare treasures in the world. Most people don't know at all. The ancestor of the Han family once got the thunder spirit bead, so I know it, Han Lingsha said, looking at the beads in her hand, and then looked at Who is he? This is a very important treasure. Is it really okay to give it to us? The boss said yes, because you are good people, and I hope to see you again, Who is he said and turned and left. Earth spirit bead, I almost forgot about this. Looking at the earth spirit pearl in Han Lingsha's hand, Shen Fei remembered that since this is the world of fairy sword, there must be 5 spirit pearls. He had been concerned about sword control and the 5 spirit fairy arts before, and had completely forgotten about this. The main reason was that Fairy Sword IV did not describe the 5 spirit pearls in much detail, which made Shen Fei forget about it for a while. If it was Fairy Sword I, he would definitely think of this first. In fact, there are not only 5 spirit pearls between heaven and earth, but also another spirit pearl, the Holy Spirit Pearl, which is unique to the Nuwa clan. I wonder if there is a chance to collect the 5 spirit pearls. Thinking of the 5 spirit pearls, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel excited. In the world of Fairy Sword, the 5 spirit pearls are actually similar to Marvel's Infinity Stones and possess powerful powers. This is the Earth Spirit Pearl, but it's a pity that it doesn't have the effect of the game. One of the abilities of the Earth Spirit Pearl in the game is to instantly return to the starting point of the maze, but unfortunately this is the real world, so naturally there is no such function. I just decided to specialize in the fire element, and now there is an Earth Spirit Pearl. Doesn't that mean I have to cultivate the Earth element? By the way, why not the Fire Spirit Pearl or the Water Spirit Pearl? Each of the 5 spirit pearls has a different effect. Among them, the Water Spirit Pearl is the most helpful to people. That is, the spiritual power of the Water Spirit Pearl can cleanse a person's meridians and make a person reborn. The reason why Li Xiaoyao in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 1 has such high aptitude is because he always carried the Water Spirit Pearl with him when he was a child. It doesn't matter if you don't have good talent, you can just use the spiritual power in the Water Spirit Pearl to cleanse it. This kind of treasure that has the ability to change a person's aptitude is a top treasure in any world, and the most important thing is that this change has no side effects. It is much stronger than Shen Fei's in-action transformation. After all, it is an immortal treasure. I wonder if you can leave the Earth Spirit Pearl with me. Since it is one of the 5 spirit beads, Shen Fei naturally did not hesitate. Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli immediately agreed after hearing Shen Fei's request. It seems that I can only cultivate the Earth system first. Having acquired the Earth Spirit Pearl, Shen Fei naturally sought to maximize its utilization. With it, cultivating Earth-based immortal arts would be twice as effective with half the effort. As for fire-based immortal arts, he would wait and see if he could obtain the Fire Spirit Pearl later. Legend has it that the 5 spirit pearls were sealed within by Nuwa. This mountain god, unlike the mountain gods from Journey to the West, was a very powerful deity. However, another theory regarding the 5 spirit pearls claimed that the colored stones left behind by Nuwa absorbed the power of the 5 spirits, forming the 5 spirits. Of course, Shen Fei didn't know which form this was, but he was certain that either one would be of immense assistance in cultivating Earth-based immortal arts. The 5 spirit pearls possessed one aspect that the Infinity Stones couldn't match. Their power was so immense that ordinary people couldn't handle them. However, despite their immense power, the 5 spirit pearls were remarkably gentle, allowing even ordinary people to handle them. Han Lingsha and the others hadn't cared about the Earth Spirit Pearl because they couldn't harness its power, but Shen Fei could. Chapter 647, Mutation at Bagong Mountain. I need to go back and shower right now. After emerging from the 7th level cave of Nula Rock, Han Lingsha was eager to return. Even with Liu Mengli's incense masking the smell, she still felt uneasy. On the return trip, although the Earth Spirit Pearl couldn't allow a person to return directly to the maze's starting point, the 4 of them still made rapid progress. After all, on the return trip, they didn't need to scout for monsters and watch for traps as they had on the way in. Hello again, everyone. The four had barely left the cave when several flashes of sword light suddenly appeared ahead, followed by a gentle and familiar figure who appeared before Shen Fei and the others. Upon seeing Shen Fei and the others, the man smiled gently. It was S.H.I.E.L.D, whom they had met earlier. Yes, young Master S.H.I.E.L.D, Han Lingsha nodded with a smile. Who are they, senior brother? As they spoke, several more flashes of sword light appeared around S.H.I.E.L.D, and Zhuangji appeared. Don't you remember? You saw it before. I saw so many people after we came down the mountain. How could I remember so much? Let's go and take care of the monster. Uncle Ziyang might have already arrived in Chenzhou. We can't be too late this time. Before S.H.I.E.L.D could finish, Zhuangji interrupted him with an impatient look, prompting him to offer an apologetic smile to Shen Fei and his companions. Sorry, junior sister. No, junior sister is very cute. I think your Uncle Ziyang is very fond of her. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D was about to apologize on Zhuangji's behalf, Han Lingsha suddenly interrupted him. Zhuangji, who had been eager to eliminate the monster, looked at Han Lingsha with surprise after hearing her words and said, really? As expected of Han Lingsha, she was truly adept at playing to someone's preferences. With just one sentence, Zhuangji changed her attitude towards them. Of course, Han Lingsha nodded with assurance. Zhuangji shook her head silently, but didn't say anything. After all, Han Lingsha meant no harm, and she also agreed with her cute comment. Brother, let's quickly eliminate the monsters here, and then go find Uncle Shi. Zhuangji, receiving Han Lingsha's praise, didn't forget her purpose for coming here. If you two want to eliminate monsters, I don't think there's any need. We came here to investigate the monster attacks. But we're too late. The monsters have already been eliminated. Their swordsmanship is incredibly sharp. They must be a powerful sword immortal. Shen Fei spoke immediately. Shen Fei naturally agreed with the sword immortal's demon-slaying efforts. After all, he was human, and in a world teeming with monsters, without sword immortals, humanity's situation would be dire. Take the wind evil beast, for example. There was no point in trying to reason with such monsters. However, the situation with the locust monsters was different. They hadn't harmed anyone. It was actually humans who had invaded their territory, and Shen Fei naturally didn't want anything to happen to those little locust monsters. It must be Master Uncle. We're finally almost there. Zhuangji looked incredibly excited. I see. To prevent any escapees, let's investigate once more and then immediately pursue Master Uncle. Don't worry, Master Uncle needs to go to Chenzhou to investigate the Bagua formation there, so he definitely won't be leaving so soon this time. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately reassured his sister. This showed S.H.I.E.L.D's steadiness and meticulousness. Haha, I don't think that's necessary. We've already explored everything, and there aren't any monsters left. Yun Xian suddenly laughed, though the laughter was a bit awkward. Exactly. Don't you still believe in Master Uncle's abilities? How could he possibly have any remaining monsters? Besides, they've already said there are no more. I'm going to find Master Uncle, Zhuangji said, not waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D's reply. She immediately formed hand seals, and several flashes of sword light flashed around her before she soared into the air. S.H.I.E.L.D saw Zhuangji soar away on her sword. After a few words of apology to Shen Fei and the others, he immediately flew after her. You left so soon. I was just about to ask how I could join them. Han Lingsha's expression darkened as she watched S.H.I.E.L.D and Zhuangji vanish in the blink of an eye. Miss Han, you want to become a sword immortal? Liu Mengli suddenly asked, noticing her expression. Whether you become one or not is irrelevant to me. I just want to know if there's a way for sword immortals to achieve immortality. Han Lingsha regained her composure as she spoke. After all, there was still Chenzhou. Immortality, Miss Han, please forgive me for being so nosy, but immortality isn't necessarily a good thing. You know nothing. I must find a way to achieve immortality. Before Liu Mengli could finish her words, Han Lingsha's expression changed immediately, interrupting her. But even as she finished, she sensed something was wrong with her. I'm sorry, she said, and then she launched into a magical move and left. Did I say something wrong? Liu Mengli looked at Shen Fei and Yun Xian, somewhat bewildered, as she gazed at Han Lingsha's back. No, Yun Xian scratched his head lightly. He had no idea about Han Lingsha's situation. Maybe she has some difficulties. Since she doesn't want to talk about it, there's no need to ask. I'll go and see. Shen Fei nodded to Liu Mengli and Yun Xian, and then followed the direction Han Lingsha left. Yun Xian and Liu Mengli were the only ones left at the scene. Where are they? Han Lingsha didn't go far, and Shen Fei quickly caught up with her. She must be waiting for the three of them to catch up. They're behind. They should be here soon. After Liu Mengli and Yun Xian arrived, the four of them quickly returned to the Liu mansion. Seeing their daughter return, the county lord and his wife immediately came forward to ask about her well-being. Yun Xian was also treated in the same way. Shen Fei and Han Lingsha immediately took the opportunity to leave. Han Lingsha was going to take a bath, and Shen Fei, after returning, also took a bath, enjoying the wooden barrel bath of this era. However, the wooden barrel bath at the Liu mansion was different from the others because it contained Liu Mengli's modified incense. The exploration of New Lua Rock didn't waste much time, only taking about an entire morning. However, it seemed that leaving for Chenzhou today would be impossible. On the way back, Liu Mengli expressed her desire to go to Chenzhou with the three of them and explore the area together. Considering that Liu Mengli needed to convince the county lord and his wife, she wouldn't leave today. This is the Wangshu sword. What a powerful spiritual power. After lunch, Shen Fei had no intention of participating in the situation of Yun Xian, Han Lingsha, and Liu Mengli. Instead, he borrowed Yun Xian's Wangshu sword and used the Operation Fruit to investigate. In the entire Xianjian world, excluding those innate divine and immortal artifacts, the Wangshu sword and Yai sword are arguably the most advanced weapons. These aren't simply pre-existing weapons or forged by some great god or immortal, but rather the product of over 100 years of refinement by the Qianhou sect. It's rare that Yun Xian isn't bothered by them now, so he's willing to borrow them for a look. If he waits until the Qianhou sect acquires them, he'll likely miss out. If you ignore their heritage, the Qianhou sect is superior to the Shushan sect. The Shushan sect possesses a vast array of treasures, including the 5 spirit wheel, the demon-suppressing sword, and the legendary 3 sacred artifacts. However, none of these treasures were forged by the Shushan sect unfortunately, because the Wangshu sword and Yai sword were specifically forged for the Qianhou sect's ascension. Their practicality is quite limited. Only those with exceptional physical fitness can unleash their power. Without these exceptional physical qualities, these swords are useless. Their only advantage is perhaps their sturdiness, but they lack the ability to fully unleash their spiritual power. The spiritual energy within the Wangshu sword is so potent that even with Shen Fei's current strength, even with the Operation Fruit, he couldn't cut it. It truly was a magical weapon specifically crafted for ascension. If the Qianhou sect hadn't originally conceived the absurd idea of ascending to the immortal realm, perhaps they could have created a treasure that could grant immortality. In the Xianjian world, there are artifacts that can be used to achieve immortality. For example, someone who harnessed the 5 spirit wheels, Yun Xian later obtained the Hawaii Sun shooting bow. If he desired to cultivate, he could have used this artifact to achieve immortality. Speaking of which, the 3 divine artifacts should be in Mount Chu at this time. I wonder if I'll ever have a chance to obtain them. The 3 divine artifacts are the Fuxi sword, the Shenan cauldron, and the Nuwa jade. They are legendary treasures left behind by the 3 sovereigns, and are even more valuable than the 5 spirit pearls. Of the 3 artifacts, Shen Fei's most prized is naturally the Shenan cauldron. It's said that using this cauldron to refine any elixir is guaranteed to be successful. For example, using the Shenan cauldron to refine the gathering immortal pill not only greatly enhances its effectiveness, but also eliminates the years-long wait. The only problem was how to obtain the Shenan ding. As the progenitor of the Xianjian series, the Shushan sect's strength was unquestionable. The ability of mirror space was unparalleled in other worlds, but Shen Fei had little confidence in facing the Shushan sect. Keep it in mind for now. Perhaps when I'm stronger, I'll come back to retrieve it. And that 5 spirit wheel seems to have a significant effect on the 5 spirit immortal arts. Judging by the 5 spirit wheel's function, it was roughly equivalent to a weakened 5 spirit pearl. Look carefully, this is an arrow shot from a bow. Your sword isn't for shooting. After dinner, Shen Fei returned the Wangshu sword to Yun Xian and took out some arrows to teach him the true meaning of a bow and arrow. But this is very convenient. Now you can fly back on your own. If you could do this sooner, it would be much more convenient. Yun Xian's habit of using the Wangshu sword as an arrow stemmed from hunting on Qinglun Peak. Without a bow and arrow, and with the unique structure of the Wangshu sword, he gradually developed the habit of shooting with his sword. Should I give you a spiral sword? Shen Fei was speechless at Yun Xian's reasoning, but unfortunately, He couldn't explain the situation right now. Country bumpkins don't change so easily. Let's discuss tomorrow's journey. Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli, who were listening to Yun Xian's words, shook their heads helplessly. Lingsha, you make the arrangements. Liu Mengli and Yun Xian immediately handed the decision-making power to Han Lingsha. It seems your relationship has improved significantly, and just this afternoon, Shen Fei had no problem arranging the route for Han Lingsha. In terms of familiarity with this world, the three of them combined couldn't compare to Han Lingsha alone. Why? Our relationship has improved, and you have a problem with it? No. Liu Mengli had previously called Han Lingsha Miss Han, while Han Lingsha had called her Miss Liu Mengli. Now, the two of them were calling each other by their first names. Shen Fei spent most of the afternoon studying the 5 spirits' immortal arts and the Earth Spirit Pearl. Han Lingsha seemed to have left the Liu mansion, but Yun Xian and Liu Mengli seemed to have spent the entire afternoon together, chatting and listening to her play the piano. Liu Mengli's proficiency in musical instruments was exceptional, perhaps on par with Nanu's. Her weapon was also akin, a harp-like instrument called a konghao. This instrument is practically extinct in modern society. Even in Qin's Moon, it still exists, but its use is rare. It was only after meeting Liu Mengli that Shen Fei learned its true name. Since you all agree, then follow my instructions. Hu Isho and the others are probably already in Chenzhou. We don't know how long they'll stay there, so we must rush to Chenzhou as quickly as possible. Therefore, we can only proceed through Bagong Mountain. There's a shortcut there, and we'll be there in about a day. While there was a public road from Shaoan County to Chenzhou, with the current state of transportation, the fastest route would take at least 3 days, something Han Lingsha couldn't tolerate. I remember there were no roads through Bagong Mountain, Liu Mengli asked, puzzled after hearing Han Lingsha's thoughts. Although Liu Mengli rarely left the Liu mansion, her extensive reading gave her a good understanding of the terrain surrounding Shaoan County. Don't worry, there's a way. Since you're sure, then let's do it. After Han Lingsha's confirmation, the group decided to set out from Bagong Mountain early the next morning. Young Master Yun, I see your bow is broken. I had the owner of Tizijal rush to forge it. The next day, as the group gathered to prepare for their departure, Liu Mengli presented a remarkably exquisite bow with a beautiful piece of green jade inlaid in the waist. It was the jade waist bow. If you gave me the priceless jade waist bow, then I'll give you the ancient artifact Hawaii's sun shooting bow. Seeing Han Lingsha staring at the jade waist bow in Liu Mengli's hand, Shen Fei immediately remembered a gift Han Lingsha had given Yun Xian. This stone is beautiful. Yun Xian stared at the beautiful jade waist bow in Liu Mengli's hand, stunned for a moment before taking it. However, Yun Xian clearly had no idea about jade and mistook it for stone. What stone? That's jade, priceless, you country bumpkin. Jade bows are very common, but their value varies greatly depending on the jade inlaid on the bow waist. Without a doubt, the jade bow Liu Mengli gave him is truly priceless. Oh, I'll cherish it. Yun Xian had no idea what jade was, but since it was a gift from Liu Mengli, he naturally treasured it. He immediately put the old bow down. That county magistrate is truly a filial son. Walking along the mountain road to Bagong Mountain, Han Lingsha felt speechless. If she hadn't been urging him, Liu Mengli would probably still be saying goodbye to the county magistrate and his wife. Since this was Liu Mengli's first time away from them, the county magistrate had made meticulous preparations, a magnificently decorated carriage, rare BMWs, a large quantity of Liu Mengli's favorite foods, and a considerable amount of money. Everything was perfectly prepared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, The Wronged Ghost of the King of Wainan. However, the county venerable's good intentions were ultimately wasted. If they had more time, traveling to Chenzhou by carriage or horseback would have been a good option, at least it wouldn't have been so arduous. Unfortunately, Han Lingsha was in a hurry, so the final group followed the same path as before. Yun Xian took the food, and Liu Mengli took the money. Shen Fei understood Han Lingsha's desire to take Bagong Mountain. She wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, take a shortcut and explore the tomb of the King of Wainan. After all, legend has it that the King of Wainan achieved immortality, and not just him. It's also said that 8 other highly respected individuals of the time, known as the 8 Lords, also achieved immortality. Such a tomb might hold the secret to immortality, and Han Lingsha wouldn't give up even on the slightest possibility. After all, even the Sword Immortal couldn't confirm a true method of immortality. I'm so pissed off. Those 2 bastards. If it weren't for them, Bagong Mountain, home to the Huainan King's mausoleum, is normally sparsely populated. However, perhaps because of Han Lingsha's earlier actions, the area was now guarded by 2 soldiers. Han Lingsha had hoped to leverage the reputation of Liu Mengli's father, County Magistrate Liu, to get the soldiers to clear their path, but the situation backfired, leading them to drive the entire group of 4 away. These 2 soldiers weren't from Shaoan County, but from the prefecture, lacking direct jurisdiction over the county. They were brought to this desolate wilderness to guard the mausoleum after a report from Shaoan County. They were originally stationed in the prefecture, but were naturally displeased to be assigned to guard the mausoleum, having been assigned there. Knowing that Liu Mengli, the county magistrate's daughter, was no pushover, they simply drove them away. Yun Xian was about to give them a lesson, but Han Lingsha stopped him. As a mountain dweller, Yun Xian had no idea of the outside world, while Han Lingsha was well aware. Unless the 2 soldiers were killed directly to silence them, teaching them a lesson would only make them hate County Magistrate Liu. Although County Magistrate Liu did not need to be afraid of 2 small soldiers, it was still a trivial trouble and should be avoided as much as possible. After all, the 4 people at the scene, Han Lingsha and the other 2, needless to say, basically would not kill anyone. Even Shen Fei would not kill them for no reason. After all, the other party did not do anything too excessive. Damn it, I thought it would be easy to get through with Mengli's identity, but now it's a bit troublesome. The terrain of Bagong Mountain is dangerous, with only one mountain road and no other roads at all. Let me do it. I have a spell that can make them forget their previous memories. When Liu Mengli was struggling, Liu Mengli said the solution. Really, Mengli? That's wonderful. This time, the 4 didn't appear in front of the 2 soldiers. Instead, Liu Mengli cast a spell at them from a place the soldiers couldn't see. It was a spell infused with incense. Liu Mengli was highly skilled in creating incense. The vanilla was only created to help with her father's problems. Besides its unique fragrance, it also had a calming effect, unlike any other incense she possessed. For example, the incense that now caused people to fall asleep, even Liu Mengli's parents didn't know about it. I'll teach you how to be rude to me. Looking at the 2 unconscious soldiers, Han Lingsha took out a pen and drew a lifelike turtle on one soldier's face. Looks fun, I'll try too. Yun Xian, looking at Han Lingsha's turtle drawing, immediately became interested. He took the pen from Han Lingsha and drew a wild boar, a hard-to-tell, fake one, on the other soldier's face. The feng shui here is truly excellent, with auspicious aspects of the azure dragon and white tiger. After teasing the 2 fallen soldiers, Han Lingsha's mood visibly brightened. Gazing at the massive tomb ahead, she explained the situation to the 3. Lingsha, what does this mean? I don't understand. Feng Shui, to the average person, was undoubtedly like a divine text. Shen Fei and Liu Mengli, with their respective backgrounds, could still understand a little, but Yun Xian was completely bewildered. I shouldn't have told you this, Han Lingsha said, leading the way forward. She was a master of the area, and soon she led the 3 to the right side of the mausoleum, where she asked Yun Xian to help move a large rock. It seems the ghost world isn't omnipotent after all. Looking at the Huainan King's tomb, Shen Fei remembered that the Huainan King, transformed into a vengeful spirit, had not been taken away by the ghost world. A decision was immediately made. For Shen Fei, extending the lifespans of Han Lingsha's clan members wasn't difficult. He possessed numerous items capable of extending human lifespans, but considering the situation in the ghost realm, there were significant complications. The situation surrounding the King of Huainan gave Shen Fei a reason for suspicion. Although Han Lingsha constantly spoke of seeking immortality, she truly desired a normal lifespan for her clan members, not a premature death. Most Han family members didn't live past 30, and even fewer made it to 40 or 50. This was the world of immortals, permeated by spiritual energy. Even ordinary people, unable to cultivate, could benefit from the nourishment of spiritual energy, extending their lifespans, let alone those who did. Speaking of the 9 springs, where is it? I can't quite recall it. From the ghost realm, Shen Fei immediately thought of the 9 springs. Shenning's 9 springs were a treasure unto themselves. their importance unmatched by the 5 spirit beads. Looking at the 5 spiritual pearls today, not many accomplished cultivators seek them. However, the 9 springs, in ancient times, sparked a war between 3 races, the gods, the beastmen, and the humans. The result of this war was the beastmen's fight to the otherworld, which has since become the demon realm. The humans lost their former status and became vassals of the gods. In ancient times, while the humans were weaker than the gods and the beastmen, they were theoretically equals. However, after that war, the gods became supreme, the demons were hunted down, and the humans treated them with respect. The 9 springs are said to possess extraordinary abilities, but even without considering these, the sheer abundance of spiritual energy in the area where the 9 springs reside is enough to attract considerable competition. Which is better, digging a hole, Lingsha or a mouse? Yun-Xian, what are you talking about? Just as Shen Fei was trying to recall where Jiaquan was, Yun-Xian's words angered Han Lingsha. Comparing Han Lingsha to a mouse was no wonder Han Lingsha was angry. The key was that Yun-Xian looked innocent, leaving Han Lingsha furious, but unable to vent. In the end, Han Lingsha could only reluctantly lead the way, following the hole she had dug earlier, towards the tomb of the King of Weinan. Han Lingsha's original destination was the tomb of the King of Weinan. The hole she had dug here showed that Han Lingsha had done a lot of preparation. However, Han Lingsha accidentally overheard someone talking about the sword immortal on Kinglun Peak. Han Lingsha immediately gave up this place and headed for Kinglun Peak. After all, a tomb cannot be escaped, but a sword immortal can leave at any time. I've only read about the majestic and magnificent majesty of the king's tomb in books before, but now that I see it with my own eyes, it's absolutely true. The 4 of them entered the mausoleum through the cave. Upon seeing the scene inside, Liu Mengli couldn't help but shake her head softly. While the interior wasn't as bright as the outside, it wasn't so dark that they couldn't see clearly. A constant glow of fire burned on the walls, illuminating the entire mausoleum and allowing the 4 to clearly see what lay ahead. The first thing they saw was 2 evil-repelling beasts. Following the beasts, they looked forward, revealing a palace more than a mausoleum. That's nothing. The Emperor's tomb is truly extravagant. It usually takes decades to build. It's said that some emperors began constructing their mausoleums upon ascending the throne and continued until their death, such a waste of money and effort, all for a dead person. Sigh, Liu Mengli sighed deeply after hearing Han Lingsha's words. That's right, it's too much. That's why I'm using their money to help the poor, robbing the rich to give to the poor. Han Lingsha excitedly clenched her fists. This was exactly the Han family's philosophy behind tomb robbing. The philosophy was sound, but unfortunately, sometimes just because the philosophy is good doesn't mean it's right. Not to mention this world of immortal heroes with a ghost realm, even in the ordinary world, frequent tomb raiders will have their lifespan shortened. The yin energy of the tombs is too much for a normal person to endure for long. O'Connor and his wife, whose activities were ostensibly archaeology but actually tomb robbing, avoided this problem because they were both reincarnations of people from the Egyptian pharaoh era. The fact that they carried artifacts like the Rod of Judgment with them helped them avoid this problem. Lingsha, although I know you have good intentions, I think it's best to refrain from such activities. Regardless, tomb robbing is always a bad idea. Don't worry, Mengli, there's murderous intent. Just as Han Lingsha was about to speak, Yun-Xian suddenly grabbed the Wangshu sword from his back and stared intently at the entrance to the spiritual vein ahead. Yun-Xian, I've been putting up with you for so long. Murderous aura, murderous aura. How could there be murderous aura here? Bagong Mountain has unique feng shui. The mountain here has transformed from stone to wood, and from wood to stone countless times over the centuries. It's a succumbing to process of shedding and molting, like a mortal's rebirth. Incredibly wonderful. Han Lingsha wouldn't tolerate any questioning when it came to her profession, just like when the county venerable accused her of thieves at the Liu mansion. Han Lingsha immediately argued that the Han family weren't thieves, but rather master robbers. As a professional tomb robber, Han Lingsha carefully surveyed the caves before digging them, ensuring they wouldn't affect the mausoleum's feng shui. If it weren't for this consideration, with her skills and expertise, she wouldn't have needed to dig such a long passage. She could have easily cut a large hole in the mausoleum wall. Mengli, the eternal lamps within those evil repelling beasts are said to be crafted using secret techniques and can burn for thousands of years. There are so many of them here, Han Lingsha said, ignoring Yun-Xian and explaining the tomb to Liu Mengli. The presence of an eternal lamp is crucial for distinguishing between ordinary and luxurious tombs. Lingsha, have you been to the Emperor's tomb? Shen Fei asked Han Lingsha, glancing at the entrance to the tomb Yun Xian had been alerting. Yun Xian's vigilance was certainly not unfounded, and Shen Fei had naturally noticed something unusual, but there was no need to panic. At most, I've only been to the prince's tomb. The Emperor's tomb is too complex and guarded by formations, making it difficult to enter, Han Lingsha said with a soft sigh. If there's a secret to immortality, the Emperor's tomb is the most likely location. However, this is a world of immortal heroes, and the power of the royal family is not to be underestimated. As for why an emperor with a secret to immortality could achieve immortality, Han Lingsha didn't seem to consider that. While the dynasties of this world bear some resemblance to the history Shen Fei knew, it's only a passing resemblance. The differences are actually quite significant. Be careful. As he spoke, a strange, red figure suddenly rushed out of the tomb entrance ahead, aiming directly at Han Lingsha. Its form was blurry. Yun Xian screamed and appeared before Han Lingsha, blocking the red figure's claws with a Wangshu sword in hand. The four of them could now clearly see the red figure through the light of the ever-bright lamp. Its face was a lifeless sign, and the nails on its 5 fingers were completely black and longer than its own. After blocking the claws, Yun Xian swung the Wangshu sword, severing the 10 long, pitch-black nails. He then slashed down at the figure. The cold light of the Wangshu sword flashed, and the next moment, a shrill scream echoed from the tomb, and the red figure's body immediately vanished. Hey, Dad said you can't hit girls. After the red figure disappeared, Yun Xian finally realized what he was doing, remembering what his father had said to him when they were little. He then continued, who told you to attack Lingsha? What's this? Liu Mengli finally realized. Although Liu Mengli was quite powerful, the strongest of the 4 present, even after eliminating Shen Fei, she had always lived the life of a young lady, so naturally she had no combat experience. How is this possible? A wrong spirit has appeared here. Could it be that the feng shui has changed? Han Lingsha was in disbelief. Such a place with excellent feng shui, where a wronged spirit could appear, was simply impossible. We can't leave here. Return immediately. Han Lingsha made a quick decision. Bagong Mountain's feng shui was excellent, but precisely because of this, any change made it even more dangerous. Wait, Lingsha, explain what's going on first. Liu Mengli immediately stopped Han Lingsha. The presence of a wronged spirit here will definitely make things even more dangerous. We must leave as soon as possible. Han Lingsha briefly explained the changes that could occur due to feng shui. This place is too close to Shaoyang County. We can't leave like this. Once they leave here, the people of Shaoyang will be in danger. After listening to Han Lingsha's introduction, Liu Mengli immediately began to worry about the people of Shaoyang County. I understand. Let's go and investigate. It's strange. Why did the feng shui situation here change? Is it because of me? Thinking that it might be because of her own reasons that caused the changes here, Han Lingsha looked a little self-blaming. Lingsha, the matter has not been investigated clearly yet. We can't be sure whose fault it is. The most urgent thing is to investigate it clearly first. The 4 began to explore the tomb. Along the way, many evil ghosts appeared. However, facing the 4 people, they had no power to resist and were eliminated. Yun Xian's Wangshu sword was simply the nemesis of these ghosts. At the same time, Liu Mengli's magic was also very damaging to ghosts. They all attacked Han Lingsha. Is it because of her physique? Chapter 649, The Wronged Ghost of the King of Weinan, Part 2. As the host of the Wangshu sword, Han Lingsha's constitution was undoubtedly of the yin element. She was likely born on a yin year, yin month, yin day, and yin hour, possessing a supremely yin constitution. Of course, this was just Shen Fei's guess. He had no idea of the specifics. Do these guys think I'm easy to pick on? Shen Fei could see this, and Han Lingsha and Liu Mengli naturally noticed it too. Seeing the fierce ghosts and wretched spirits rushing towards her, Han Lingsha felt deeply frustrated. Lingsha, have you ever encountered something like this before? Liu Mengli asked. This is the first time I've encountered anything like this. It's never happened before. Han Lingsha, having always explored ancient tombs, was no stranger to wretched spirits and fierce ghosts. It seems like my constitution has awakened, Shen Fei pondered. Then Lingsha, stay in the middle, it's safer, Liu Mengli continued. Lingsha, Dad said boys should protect girls. We too will protect you, Yun Xian nodded affirmatively. The two Yun-Xian mentioned were naturally him and Shen Fei. In fact, it was Shen Fei and Yun-Xian who had been responsible from the beginning, leaving Han Lingxia and Liu Mengli completely defenseless. You take care of them. I've just learned the 5 spirits immortal technique, so leave it to me from now on. Yun-Xian was naturally also proficient in the 5 spirits immortal technique. Naturally invulnerable to water and fire, Yun-Xian was arguably one of the most gifted cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. Even Zhuangzhao and Murinxiang couldn't match him. The only problem was that Yun-Xian had no interest in cultivation. Yun-Xian's 5 spirits immortal technique was taught to him by Han Lingxia back in Shichangxi Cave. Yun-Xian mastered it after just one listening session, far surpassing Shen Fei in this respect. This, of course, was also due to the mental method Yun-Xian had cultivated since childhood. Yun-Xian King had taught him a top-notch mental method, presumably from the Qianhou school. If Yun-Xian King had taught Yun-Xian the techniques related to sword control, then Yun-Xian would have been able to fly with a sword even without joining the Qianhou sect. It's really strange, why are there so many wronged souls and evil spirits? Isn't it said that the king of Weinan has become an immortal? After Shen Fei attacked with all his strength, Yun-Xian and the other two did not make a move again along the way. These ghosts within the king of Weinan were quite powerful, and given the characteristics of ghosts, if ordinary martial arts masters had come, they would probably have suffered heavy casualties. However, who made them unlucky this time? None of the 4 people who came were ordinary people. Shen Fei did not let Yun-Xian take action because he did not want him to use the Wangshu sword. There is a trap here, watch me. They continued forward until they came to a dead end. After observing for a while, Han Lingxia immediately activated the trap, and the 4 of them entered. There don't seem to be any ghosts here. This palace wasn't large, though that was only relative to other palaces. As the king of Weinan, his tomb was naturally quite large, with several subsidiary chambers containing his burial objects, some of which were undoubtedly valuable. Han Lingxia, upon seeing this, was naturally unceremonious. The palace wasn't large, but in the center stood a raised platform, upon which 2 stone platforms rested 2 toads, one yellow and one red. Between these platforms stood a luxurious golden throne. Lingxia, we're at a dead end again, Yun-Xian said to Han Lingxia after a quick glance. I know, I'm looking for it. This room doesn't have any ghosts, so it must be very important. There must be a mechanism here. Han Lingxia began to explore. These 2 toads look interesting. They're yellow jade and red jade, representing the sun and moon. The sun red key Supreme Emperor True Lord and the moon yellow key Supreme Emperor Divine Mother. Han Lingxia surveyed the surroundings while providing Yun-Xian with some basic information. Although Han Lingxia didn't believe Yun-Xian could understand and repeatedly expressed her unwillingness to pay attention to him, she always tried to explain things Yun-Xian didn't understand. Unfortunately, no matter how detailed Han Lingxia's explanations were, Yun-Xian still looked as if he didn't understand. Han Lingxia was stunned as she watched the toad under her palm shoot a red light into the sky. At the same time, on the other side, in Yun-Xian's direction, a yellow toad shot a yellow light into the air. The 2 lights merged in the air, forming a Tai Chi diagram. With the appearance of the Tai Chi diagram, a secret door opened in the corner of the palace wall. The 2 toads, one yellow and one red, were the key to the tomb chamber's mechanism. So that's how it is. Han Lingxia looked at the Tai Chi diagram that appeared in the air, a look of sudden enlightenment on her face. She then said, I was actually mistaken. This isn't an ordinary jade, but yin-yang zik. Yin-yang zik, I know it's edible, but I don't know if it tastes good, Yun-Xian said, looking hopefully at the toad before him. It looked like he wanted to take a bite and swallow it. What do you know, you wild man, it really is edible. My father told me. He said there's something called yin-yang zik that's good for your health. Seeing Han Lingxia's disbelief, Yun-Xian immediately continued. HMPH, you're right this time. Han Lingxia snorted coldly, then continued, you're half right. Yin-yang purple can be eaten, but only if they've been buried underground for 2,000 years. This pear is clearly only 1,000 years old. Han Lingxia then recounted the origins of the yin-yang purple. After 1,000 years underground, they formed into jade, becoming a priceless treasure. If buried for another 1,000 years, they would transform into chalcedony, making them edible. However, once they become chalcedony, the yin-yang purple possesses spirituality and will separate. To eat the yin-yang purple, you must consume the entire chalcedony, otherwise, it will have no effect and, reportedly, may even be harmful. Therefore, while there are said to be many yin-yang purple, most have been made into jade artifacts. Almost no one has ever eaten the yin-yang purple that has transformed into chalcedony. Han Lingsha looked at the yin-yang purple with a hint of disappointment. If this were a 2,000-year-old chalcedony, she could bring it back and feed the Han family. Han Lingsha hadn't considered that if it were the genuine yin-yang purple palace's chalcedony, whoever had obtained it would have already eaten it, leaving no trace of it there. The chalcedony that had become the yin-yang purple palace was a true treasure of heaven and earth. If a person ate both yin-yang and purple palace's chalcedony, barring any unexpected events, it could be said that they would almost certainly achieve immortality. Alright, the exit is open, let's go. Han Lingsha prepared to leave immediately after explaining the yin-yang purple palace, but Yun Xian was there, brandishing the Wangshu sword and making gestures at the toad made of the yin-yang purple palace. Xian, what are you doing? Han Lingsha shouted at Yun Xian's actions. No more calling you a savage or a bumpkin, perhaps because Liu Mengli had always called Yun Xian young Master Yun. Han Lingsha's way of addressing him changed daily. Did they say they can be eaten in 1,000 years? I haven't tried them yet. Otherwise, take them out and find a place to bury them. Can you eat them after 1,000 years? Can you live 1,000 years? Taking something that big with you is just a burden. Let's go. The yin-yang purple palaces were undoubtedly priceless, but Han Lingsha valued their effectiveness more than their value as a treasure. She didn't really care much about them. At any other time, Han Lingsha would have kept them, but now that the tomb was problematic, and with the trip to Chenzhou, carrying them was too much of a hassle. The two toads made of yin-yang purple palaces were quite large, and naturally, they were quite heavy. Oh, Yun Xian thought after hearing Han Lingsha's words. He realized he couldn't live 1,000 years, so he gave up. You can live 1,000. Seeing Yun Xian give up, Shen Fei suddenly attacked. With 2 flashes of cold light, he beheaded the 2 toads from the high platform. Seeing Han Lingsha, Liu Mengli, and Yun Xian's gaze fixed on him, Shen Fei put the yin-yang purple palace into his bag and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? While I can't bury them for 1,000 years until they turn into chalcedony, keeping them in the tomb wouldn't be a waste." Shen Fei's decision to take the yin-yang purple palace wasn't entirely in line with Yun Xian's. Burying the yin-yang purple palace for 1,000 years wasn't out of his reach given his lifespan, but it wasn't necessary. After 1,000 years, he wouldn't need it at all. Right, let's go. This should be the alchemy room. As expected, passing through the exit, the 4 of them arrived at a vast palace. Han Lingsha's expression immediately brightened as she gazed at the massive alchemy furnace on the central platform. As a representative figure who achieved ascension through the consumption of elixirs, Han Lingsha had come to this tomb specifically for the elixir. This is the Jade Tripod elixir text. The group quickly arrived at the side of the massive alchemy furnace. Scattered on the ground nearby were numerous porcelain bottles and bamboo slips. Liu Mengli picked up a slip and immediately began to read its contents. "We will consume the Taxiangship Hill and ascend to heaven." As Liu Mengli read this, Han Lingsha's expression became extremely excited. "I knew there was a way, there must be a way. Mengli, do you have the recipe for the Taxiangship Hill?" After her excitement faded, Han Lingsha hurriedly asked Liu Mengli. "It's not here." Liu Mengli observed Han Lingsha's expression, frowning slightly. "Then let's see if there are any here." Han Lingsha picked up the other slips on the ground and handed them to Liu Mengli. "Let me take a look. There are indeed some recipes here, for the Taxiangship Hill, but the records are incomplete. How could that be possible?" "Good Mengli, let's take a closer look." Hearing Liu Mengli's words about the incomplete Taxiangship Hill recipe, Han Lingsha immediately became impatient. "Lingsha, you're doing this, be careful, there's murderous intent." Just as Liu Mengli was about to say something to Han Lingsha, Yun Xian, brandishing the Wangshu sword, arrived beside them. Yun Xian, Han Lingsha was about to scold him for causing trouble, but seeing the strange black mist suddenly rise up ahead and feeling the sudden drop in temperature around her, she naturally stopped herself from saying the rest of her words. Bang! Shen Fei flicked his finger, sending the red porcelain bottle emitting continuous black smoke flying away. As the porcelain bottle flew away, the black smoke from its mouth also flew away. Haha, the king has finally appeared. As the black smoke gathered, a green-faced, fang-toothed figure appeared out of thin air before the group of 4. "My king, you are not the so-called king of Wainan, are you?" Hearing the strange figure's self-proclaimed name, Han Lingsha's face immediately changed, and she asked hurriedly. Yes, I am the king of Weinan. Who are you? Could you be the disciples of that demon? Didn't you become an immortal? Why did you become like this? It's all that demon's fault. Back then, I was wholeheartedly doing good deeds and practicing the way of immortality, but I was deceived by a demon. I took the Taxiangship Hill with 8 sages. Not only did I not become an immortal, but I lost my life. It turned out that the demon just wanted to cheat us of our wealth. When he saw that a disaster was about to happen, he sealed me and the 8 sages in a red jade pot. Now that I'm out, I must tear that demon into pieces. You obviously didn't become an immortal. Why did you leave behind some jading LinkedIn inscription saying that you became an immortal? Han Lingsha's face was really ugly at this moment. How dare you, a mere lowly creature, criticize me? Upon hearing Han Lingsha's question, the vengeful spirit of the king of Wynon's expression suddenly changed. With a pointed sapphire-black right hand, a black fireball flew towards her. After becoming a fierce ghost, the immortal arts the king of Weinan had cultivated in those days had also transformed. Lingsha, be careful, Yun Xian said, brandishing the Wangshu sword and slashing at the black flames. Let me do it, Shen Fei said, and an earth shield appeared in the path of the black flames, blocking them. With the help of the Earth Spirit Pearl, Shen Fei had mastered some earth-related immortal arts. Hundreds of years have passed since your death. That Taoist priest must have been dead for a long time. Then I will kill every Taoist priest in the world to avenge my past. Upon hearing Liu Mengli's announcement that the demonic Taoist was dead, the vengeful king of Weinan became frantic, and the eerie black mist surrounding him grew even thicker. Killing all the Taoists in the world is truly a toad without a trace of shame. Don't you know there are many sword immortals out there? With your appearance, you'll probably be killed by them the moment you go out there. How dare you? You're courting death. Shen Fei's mocking words clearly infuriated the king of Weinan. He immediately swung his dark blue hands, and 2 massive black claws, like the netherworld ghost claws, immediately grabbed at Shen Fei and the other 3. He's quite strong, but I'm afraid Hua Ishuo and Zuanji might not be his match. Sensing the immense power within the king of Weinan, Shen Fei had a rough idea of his current strength. Whoosh! Just as Shen Fei was about to stop the netherworld claw and finish off the king of Weinan, a blue light pierced through the massive netherworld claw and then pierced the king of Wynon's body. As the blue snake's light faded, the Wangshu sword suddenly appeared, floating behind the king of Weinan. The Wangshu sword then spun, piercing the king of Weinan once again before returning to Yun Xian's right hand. Impossible. I still have 1,000 generations to live, as long as the heavens, the king of Weinan roared in frustration as he watched his body evaporating. Unfortunately, even his reluctance couldn't stop his body from disappearing. After all, that was the Wangshu sword, and its power was far beyond the power of a mere king of Weinan. Chapter 650 Chen's Hao Qinji. You're really fast. Watching the Weinan king vanish into thin air, Shen Fei turned to look at the jade bow in Yun Xian's hand and shook his head secretly. He had originally wanted to test the Weinan king's strength, but Yun Xian had instantly defeated him. Lingsha, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Liu Mengli's anxious voice came from the side. Shen Fei and Yun Xian immediately turned to see Liu Mengli supporting Han Lingsha, who seemed pale. I'm fine, probably too tired. Han Lingsha covered her forehead and waved to Liu Mengli beside her, indicating that she was fine. Let's rest for a while. It's nice that this place is relatively clean, Liu Mengli said, supporting Han Lingsha to the steps to the side and sitting down. Yun Xian also walked over with a look of concern. While the 3 of them rested, Shen Fei examined the surrounding porcelain bottles and the remaining bamboo slips, finding nothing of note. While the slips contained considerable knowledge on alchemy, it unfortunately contained nothing he needed, as the information contained solely concerned the use of elixirs to achieve immortality. While achieving immortality through elixirs wasn't impossible, it was more difficult than using the 5-spirit wheel, unless the elixir was something like the 9-transformation golden elixir. Shen Fei then explored the surroundings further before returning to the alchemy furnace. He clapped his hand on it and muttered to himself, looks like this is the only one, an alchemy furnace capable of being used by the king of Weinan to refine the elixir of ascension couldn't be a common commodity. Furthermore, this was a world of immortal heroes, and while it might be far inferior to the Shen Cauldron, it was still far superior to the furnace used by the Yunzi Hongjun during the Qin dynasty. However, Because Yun-Shian and the others were all there, Shen Fei could only wait and come back to take the alchemy furnace away. Shen Fei walked with Yun-Shian and the others because, on the one hand, they were the protagonists, all of whom Shen Fei had once loved, and on the other hand, only by following them could he enter the Quinjet sect according to the plot. Now was the time when the fantasy world was returning, and the Quinjet sect might not have the intention of accepting disciples at this time. You know what? I did this to save people, the people in the village. Just as Shen Fei was studying the alchemy furnace, Han Lingxia suddenly stood up and yelled at Liu Mengli, but her voice fell halfway through the words, and she didn't continue to say the rest. I'm sorry, Lingxia, I didn't know. Liu Mengli also stood up. Lingxia, it turns out that you are not only good at playing, but also, like Dad said, saving people from danger. Dad said that people like this are the most amazing. Yun-Shian seemed to know nothing about Han Lingxia's affairs. Instead, he began to praise Han Lingxia. Yun-Shian's sudden praise of Han Lingxia made Han Lingxia's face slightly red. Then she said embarrassedly, "You savage, don't talk so seriously." All of a sudden, after Yun-Shian finished speaking, his gaze immediately turned to Liu Mengli, and then said, "Mengli, you once said that if you like someone, you will want to marry him, right?" Liu Mengli was a little surprised that Yun-Shian asked this question at this time. She immediately nodded and said, "Yes." After getting Liu Mengli's answer, Yun-Shian immediately turned his gaze to Han Lingxia and said sincerely, "Lingxia, I like you very much. I might as well marry you. In the future, we will play together, look for things together, and save people from danger together." Liu Mengli, Han Lingxia. Yun-Shian's shocking words stunned Liu Mengli and Han Lingxia. Shen Fei, standing nearby, burst into laughter upon hearing them. Shen Fei's laughter delighted the stunned Liu Mengli and Han Lingxia. Han Lingxia, filled with shame and anger, yelled at Yun-Shian, "Yun-Shian, you pig-headed, idiot, savage, what are you thinking? Marry me, I won't marry you, ha 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 ha." Han Lingxia's last words made Shen Fei burst into laughter. Liu Mengli, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh as well. However, having been raised as a young lady, she naturally didn't laugh as freely as Shen Fei. Shen Fei's laughter immediately made Han Lingxia realize she had made a mistake, and she yelled at Yun-Shian again. "Yun-Shian, it's all your fault. You've got me completely confused." As she spoke, she couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and hit Yun-Shian on the head, causing him to hold his head and cry out in pain, confused as to what he had said wrong. "Lingxia, your face is red. Are you having a hard time breathing? I've already told you not to get angry so often." Yun-Shian, clutching his head, looked at Han Lingxia's flushed face and slightly rapid breathing, and immediately spoke with concern. Han Lingxia immediately retorted, "Nonsense, I'm not blushing, young Master Yun." Seeing that Yun-Shian didn't seem to understand his mistake, Liu Mengli was about to explain to him, but before Liu Mengli could open her mouth, Yun-Shian spoke again. "Mengli, I like you, too. Why don't I marry you? From now on, we can go out and play together and look for things together." Yun-Shian turned his gaze to Shen Fei and continued, "I like you, too. Why don't I marry you? From now on, it'll be the four of us playing together." The saying until the word startle the enemy probably describes Yun-Shian now. Sure enough, after hearing Yun-Shian say this to Shen Fei, Han Lingxia was stunned for a moment, then immediately jumped up and yelled, "Yun-Shian, from now on, you shut up." Then, with another snap, Yun-Shian's head was hit again. Looking at Han Lingxia's fury, Yun-Shian asked in confusion, "Lingxia, why are you hitting me again?" Liu Mengli, regaining her composure, immediately explained, "Master Yun, only girls can marry, boys can't, then the boys are pathetic." Yun-Shian said, his expression vindicating the boys, making both Liu Mengli and Han Lingxia burst into laughter. After a moment's laughter, Liu Mengli calmed down and spoke again, "Only girls can marry, boys are called married." Yun-Shian nodded in understanding and said, "Then I'll marry you, but what about Afei? I can't stand it anymore." Yun-Shian's frankness filled Han Lingxia with resignation. "Master Yun, please listen to me," Liu Mengli said, her expression growing serious. Seeing Liu Mengli like this, Yun-Shian swallowed back the words he was about to say. Liu Mengli then explained to Yun-Shian the meaning of marry and tie, and how neither word should be used between boys. Same-sex couples could only be friends. "You probably don't know that same-sex love is the true love," Shen Fei said, a hint of a smile playing on his face. Hearing Liu Mengli's explanation, Shen Fei didn't object. After all, it was too shocking, Even if Liu Mengli were a demon, she wouldn't have been able to accept it. Okay, let's get out of here. We've already wasted quite a bit of time here. Yes, we should leave. Han Lingsha, who had witnessed the King of Wainan's fate, no longer wanted to stay. Oh my god, so that's how it is. I was wondering why the feng shui of the King of Wainan's underworld palace had changed so suddenly. It turns out someone vandalized it. What kind of petty thief is this? They know nothing, yet they dare to barge in so recklessly. After Han Lingsha found the mechanism to exit the alchemy room, the group continued on their way. At the end of the corridor, they discovered a broken hole in the wall. Han Lingsha's expression immediately changed when she saw the hole. Lingsha, if we leave like this, will the ghosts here appear and harm us? Liu Mengli looked at a broken cave entrance and began to think about the residents of Shaoan County. After all, this place wasn't far from Shaoan County. Lingsha, you're so amazing. The feng shui here is broken, just fix it. Yun Xian offered a suggestion. Idiot, you think changing feng shui is as easy as making a living? If you don't do it right, you'll be punished by heaven. Han Lingsha looked at Yun Xian helplessly. While her feng shui skills were impressive, they weren't so powerful that they could restore a place where the feng shui had completely deteriorated. At this point, Han Lingsha's gaze immediately turned to Liu Mengli, and she continued, Mengli, don't worry. Although the feng shui here has been damaged, it's a blessing in disguise. It's already formed a ground-bound area, so the ghosts here won't escape. No one else should approach a place like this except us. We can find a powerful Taoist priest to collect the souls, or let the Sword Immortal and his men handle it. The Wainan King's mausoleum was enormous, and Shen Fei and his group weren't professional ghost removers. Even though Han Lingsha was an expert in feng shui, she wasn't a professional exorcist. Okay, we should be leaving. I remember that one Qiu mountain is just ahead, and beyond that is Chen's-Hao. After receiving Han Lingsha's assurance, Liu Mengli took the situation to heart, and the four of them left the Wainan King's mausoleum. The King of Wainan died suddenly after taking an elixir, and his soul was sealed within a crimson jade pot. So who built this tomb? Or was this supposed tomb originally the King of Wainan's residence, built by that Taoist priest? Shen Fei looked back at the King of Wainan's tomb, a question swirling in his mind. After all, the King of Wainan believed he was certain to attain immortality, so naturally, he wouldn't have built a tomb. Furthermore, the presence of an alchemy furnace within the tomb, combined with the structure of the tomb, led Shen Fei to speculate. A place with good feng shui can serve not only as a tomb, but also as a residence. Chen's-Hao is truly a treasured land on the banks of the Wai River. Legend has it that the celestial god Fuxi set up the Xianshan Bagua formation here, preventing even the most powerful demons from wreaking havoc. Furthermore, the imperial family of every dynasty has shown a special fondness for this place, resulting in its immense prosperity, unmatched by any other place. After descending from Wanqiu Mountain and catching sight of Chen's-Hao's majestic city walls, Han Lingsha explained the situation in Chen's-Hao. She explained that not all monsters were harmless, like the Wai monsters, some were extremely dangerous to humans, not to mention demons. What a huge gate! So many people. The four of them arrived at Chen's-Hao's gates. Yun Xian was stunned by the people coming in and out. As the capital, Chen's-Hao was undoubtedly far more impressive than mere Shaoan County. Not only Yun Xian, but even Liu Mengli was a little shocked. Even though she had read many books, there were still some things that were completely different between what she read and what she saw in reality. It's said that this was the capital of the state of Chen during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, hence the name Chen's-Hao. Perhaps it was a rare opportunity to show off her knowledge. Han Lingsha seemed a little excited. While Han Lingsha was erudite, these talents were only those she needed during her travels. She paid no attention to other aspects of her life. In fact, Han Lingsha had very little interest in historical books. Hey, where are they? Han Lingsha, after talking for a long time, was surprised to hear Yun Xian's voice disappear in such a long time. She turned around and saw that Yun Xian and Liu Mengli had disappeared, leaving only Shen Fei. Han Lingsha immediately met Shen Fei's gaze and asked where they had gone. It seemed very lively over there just now. Xian and Mengli ran over to see what was going on, but they seemed to be gone now. Shen Fei was naturally aware of Yun Xian and Liu Mengli's departure, but he ignored them. Yun Xian, you actually kidnapped Mengli too? Han Lingsha's face darkened immediately after hearing Shen Fei's words. A passing scholar with a puppy, upon noticing Han Lingsha's expression, couldn't help but bark at her. You're so timid, what kind of dog are you? Han Lingxia, already in a bad mood, couldn't help but exclaim at the puppy barking at her. You're so bad-tempered, what kind of woman are you? Although Han Lingxia's expression was somewhat frightening, the scholar couldn't help but retort, making Han Lingxia's face even uglier. The scholar and his puppy fled in fear. Damn it, Yun Xian. Watching the scholar and the puppy flee, Han Lingxia immediately blamed Yun Xian for the incident. Go to Shenping Inn and book a room first. I'll go find them, Han Lingxia said, leaving without waiting for Shen Fei to reply. Chenzhou, the place where the celestial god Fuxi established as Ayanshan Bagua formation, was a natural target for Han Lingxia, who had long sought immortality. Unfortunately, perhaps due to lack of strength, Han Lingxia had never found any Xianshan Bagua formation in Chenzhou. Han Lingxia had previously dismissed it as a mere legend, but even Hue Shuo and Zuanji claimed Murin Xiang was investigating the Bagua formation there, clearly proving more than just a legend. On Wanqiu Mountain, the group discussed how to find Hue Shuo. Zuanji and the others also discussed the matter, ultimately deciding to stay in Chenzhou and then gradually find Hue Shuo and his companions. 4 rooms, after Han Lingxia left, Shen Fei headed straight for the Shenping Inn. With the money, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't skimp on his own, booking 2 rooms for 4 people. Boss, is my wine ready? Just as Shen Fei was booking a room, a slender, dark-haired woman holding a pipe appeared. Behind her, a tall man, his face obscured by a mask, appeared. So it's Miss Susan. She's prepared everything. The boss was clearly very familiar with this woman. He placed 2 jars of wine on the counter. Susan, upon hearing the name, Shen Fei couldn't help but glance at the woman, and also glanced at the tall man behind her. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.